Hello, welcome. A lot of people watch this video to fall asleep. And if that's you tonight, just know there may be one or two ads at the beginning to support the channel. But after that, the rest of the hour will be completely ad-free. If you want a 100% ad-free experience, you can join the channel membership, where ad-free videos are uploaded too. And if you'd like to support the channel, please subscribe and leave a comment telling me where you're watching from. I moved back into my mother's apartment when I was 31, just for a few weeks at first. That was the plan, anyway. My marriage had ended in that slow, embarrassing way some marriages do, where nobody has one dramatic story to tell. It just becomes a place you no longer feel safe resting in. My mother had recently fallen in the bathroom and needed somebody around, and I needed somewhere to exist without having to explain myself to anyone. So I packed 2 suitcases, loaded them into my car, and drove back to the building I'd spent most of my childhood trying to outgrow. Her apartment was on the 3rd floor of a narrow brick building that always smelled faintly like steam heat and old soup. Nothing in it had really changed. Same lace curtains in the kitchen, same clock over the stove, 5 minutes fast. Same long hallway with the warped floorboard just outside the bathroom that made a soft wooden click when you stepped on it. My old room was still painted that faded pale yellow my mother used to call cheerful. I slept in the same narrow bed I'd slept in at 16, staring up at the same water stain in the corner of the ceiling that looked, if you were tired enough, like a face turning away. The first few nights were fine. My mother snored lightly through the wall. The radiator hissed. The building settled. I took the sleeping pills my doctor had prescribed after the separation and fell asleep fast. Then I started waking up to small things that didn't make sense. Nothing dramatic. That was the worst part. One morning the bathroom light was on. I was sure I'd turned it off before bed. Another morning, the kitchen chair beside the window was pulled out a few inches, like somebody had just stood up from it. Once I found the front chain hanging loose when I knew I'd slid it across before going to sleep. The milk carton was left on the counter with a ring of water under it. My mother's teacup was in the sink with a lipstick mark on the rim, though she swore she hadn't had tea during the night. At first, I thought it was her. She was in her late 60s, still sharp in conversation, still proud, but the fall had scared me. I started asking her gentle questions in the morning. Had she been up during the night? Did she remember making tea? Did she unlock the door for any reason? Every time, she looked offended. "No," she'd say, "I slept." Then after a pause, she'd ask, "Did you?" There was no accusation in it. That made it worse. I started paying attention to my own habits. I took photos of the kitchen before bed. I lined my shoes neatly by my bedroom door. I checked the lock twice, then once more from bed, after telling myself not to be ridiculous. I even put a glass of water on my nightstand and made a point of noticing the exact level before I went to sleep. Every morning, something was off. The water level was lower. My slippers were angled toward the hallway. The hallway rug had a fold in it, as if someone had caught it with the side of their foot. My mother's bedroom door, which she always kept cracked for air, would be almost fully shut. When I brought it up, she started watching me in this careful way that children usually reserve for aging parents, not the other way around. One afternoon, I found my keys in the freezer. I don't mean tucked in a coat pocket hanging near it. I mean inside the freezer, resting on top of a bag of frozen peas. I stood there for a full minute, just staring at them. Cold metal, keychain stiff, tiny white crystals already forming around the edges. I could not come up with a single chain of events that got them there. My mother saw my face and asked what was wrong, and when I showed her, she gave me that same quiet look. "You're under a lot of stress," she said. I remember feeling suddenly angry. Not because she was wrong, but because of how quickly she said it, like she'd already been thinking it. That night, I skipped the pill. I told myself I wanted to prove something. I lay awake for what felt like hours, listening. Apartment buildings sound different after midnight. In the day, every noise belongs to somebody. A neighbor dragging a chair, a child running, someone on the stairs. At night, sounds lose their owner. A pipe taps once, and you picture a hand. A refrigerator hum shifts, and it feels like breathing. Around 2 in the morning, I heard the floorboard outside the bathroom click. I held my breath. Then I heard the kitchen chair scrape very softly against the linoleum. I got out of bed so fast, the blanket tangled around my legs. I opened my door and looked down the dark hallway. Nobody. The bathroom light was off. The kitchen beyond was dark, except for the orange glow from the microwave clock. The chair by the window was slightly pulled out. I walked toward it slowly, my heart doing that heavy, uncomfortable thing where it doesn't race so much as pound. The front chain was still set. The deadbolt was locked. I checked my mother's room. She was asleep on her side, mouth open slightly, one hand tucked under her cheek. I stood in the kitchen for a long time after that. I remember touching the back of the chair. It was warm. The next day I called my doctor and asked if sleeping pills could make you do things without remembering. He said yes. Not everybody, not often, but yes. He asked if I'd ever eaten in my sleep, driven, made phone calls. I told him I didn't know. That answer seemed to settle somewhere unpleasant in the room between us. I stopped taking the pills immediately. I should say that helped, because I wanted it to. For a few nights things were better. No lights on, no moved chairs, no missing objects. I felt embarrassed, honestly. I started thinking maybe I'd been so tired and ashamed and emotionally wrecked that I'd built a whole atmosphere around a simple side effect. I almost apologized to my mother. Then, on the 5th night without the pills, I woke up standing in the hallway. I wasn't half awake in bed. I wasn't sitting up. I was already standing. My hand was on the front lock. The chain hung loose against the door. The apartment was completely dark, except for the weak blue light coming through the frosted glass panel beside the stairwell outside. It took me a second to understand where I was. I just stood there with my fingers around the lock, feeling the cold metal under my hand. Then I noticed the door was open a fraction of an inch. Not enough to see out, just enough to let in a narrow line of cooler air. I shut it immediately, slid the chain, and backed away. I didn't sleep again that night. In the morning, my mother was already in the kitchen. She didn't look surprised to see me up early. She was stirring sugar into tea. "I heard you at the door," she said. I asked her why she didn't come out. She looked down into her cup for a long moment before answering. "Because I thought you were waiting for someone." That landed harder than it should have. I laughed a little, but it came out thin. "What do you mean?" She shrugged, still not looking at me. "You were standing there very still." I asked how long. She said, "Long enough." After that, I did something I'd told myself I would never do, because it felt like crossing into a kind of humiliation I didn't want to admit. I set my phone to record overnight. I propped it on my dresser, facing the door. I didn't expect much. I think part of me wanted to wake up and find 8 hours of nothing. The boring proof that I was stressed, sleep-deprived, and dramatic. At breakfast, I watched the recording alone in my room with headphones on. At first, it was exactly what I expected. Darkness. The faint rise and fall of me under the blanket. Occasional headlights moving across the ceiling. At 3:14 a.m., I sat up. Not slowly, not groggy, just upright. I got out of bed and walked to the door with this awful calm that didn't look like me at all. I opened it and stepped into the hallway. For a minute, the room was empty. Then I came back in. I was holding my phone in one hand. I had no memory of picking it up. I stood near the dresser, facing the hallway, and I spoke in a voice so low I could barely hear it through the headphones. I had to replay it 3 times. I said, very clearly, "You can come in now." Then I stood there for another full minute, as if I was listening for an answer. Nobody entered. Nothing moved. Eventually, I set the phone down, went back to bed, and lay on my side facing the wall until morning. I deleted the video immediately, which I've regretted ever since. Not because I wanted to keep it, because deleting it felt too much like cooperating with it. I never told my mother exactly what I'd seen. I moved out 2 days later and stayed with my sister until I could get my own place. I told people I needed a shorter commute, that my mother was doing better, that I just needed space. All of that was true, technically. Months later, after I'd settled into a small apartment across town, I found an audio recording on my phone I didn't remember making. It was only 11 seconds long, mostly silence, fabric moving, my breathing. Then my voice, half whispering, patient, almost kind. "It's okay," I said. "She's asleep." There was no reply. Just a soft sound at the very end, so faint I almost convinced myself it was the phone rubbing against the blanket. But it sounded like the front door opening. I still sleep with a chain on now, even when I'm 3 floors up and living alone. And every now and then, in that strange gray place between sleep and waking, I get the strong, sick certainty that somebody is late. Not coming, not breaking in, just late. As if somewhere inside me, a part I cannot remember, still expects company. I was 26 when I took the night shift at a roadside motel off the highway outside Flagstaff. It was one of those places people only stayed in if their car broke down, or they were too tired to keep driving, or they'd run out of better options before midnight. The sign out front had lost 2 letters years earlier, so from the road it looked like the place had a name in a language nobody spoke. I liked the job for the first week. The lobby was quiet. There was a coffee machine that made burnt coffee, and a little rack of local brochures nobody touched. I worked from 11 at night until 7 in the morning. Most nights I checked in 1 or 2 truckers, maybe a tired family, maybe nobody. Then I sat behind the desk and read paperback novels until the sky started going pale over the parking lot. The owner, a heavy man named Rick, trained me himself. He was polite in the way men are polite when they need somebody to stay. Not warm, just careful. On my first night, he handed me a ring of keys and a clipboard with room notes. 14 stays closed, he said. I asked why. Plumbing issue. That was it. No story, no shrug, just that. Room 14 was on the far end of the 2nd floor, last door facing the back lot instead of the highway. Over the next few nights, I started noticing small things about it. Not enough at first to sound worth mentioning. A towel missing from the housekeeping cart on nights when nobody had rented any of the back rooms. A trash bag from the upstairs hall that felt heavier than it should have, like somebody had put takeout containers in it. One morning, just before dawn, I walked the property with a little flashlight they kept under the desk. When I reached the stairs, I saw a thin line of light under the door of room 14. I stopped halfway up. The owner had said it was closed. The keyboard behind me showed the brass tag still hanging on its hook. Nobody should have been in there. I went back to the office and called Rick. He sounded annoyed to be awake. "Probably a lamp got left on," he said. "How if the room's closed?" He was quiet for a second too long. "Breaker's weird in that room. Leave it." I almost said fine and let it go. That's what people do in jobs like that. You notice the shape of something strange, but if the person paying you sounds like they already have an answer, you step around it. You tell yourself, every building has its weird room. Every business has its shortcut. Every old place has one thing that doesn't quite make sense. Then I started hearing someone showering up there. Not every night, just sometimes. The plumbing in the motel was loud. If somebody on the second floor ran water, you could hear the pipes rattle in the wall behind the front desk. Around 3 or 4 in the morning, when the place was still, I'd hear that familiar rush through the pipes. It always seemed to come from the back line of rooms. One night I went upstairs and put my ear lightly to the door of room 14. Water. Definitely water. Not pipes, generally. A shower running in that room. I knocked. The water shut off. I stood there in silence so long I could hear my own pulse in my ears. No footsteps. No voice. Just the faint drip of water somewhere inside. I went downstairs, unlocked the keyboard, took the master key, and went back up. The key fit. The lock turned. But there was a metal latch fastened from the inside. I stared at that narrow strip of darkness and the inch of cheap chain stretched across it, and for some reason that upset me more than if someone had answered. It meant the room wasn't just occupied. It was being occupied carefully. I called Rick again. This time he sighed before he even said hello. "Don't open that room," he told me. "Someone's in there." I know. I waited for the rest of the sentence. It never came. When I asked who, he said, "Somebody helping with repairs." At 3 in the morning. In a room with a broken plumbing line. With the latch set. I almost quit right then, but I needed the money. And if I'm being honest, I also wanted to know. After that, I paid attention. I learned there was a gap in the schedule where Rick came by on Tuesday afternoons, alone, and spent about 30 minutes upstairs. I learned the security camera facing the back staircase had been unplugged for months. I learned a man could stay invisible in a motel if the person at the desk was told not to look directly at the empty places. Then I found the notebook. It was in the lost and found drawer, shoved underneath a box of cheap umbrellas and 2 unmatched earrings. Plain black cover. No name on it. I only opened it because I thought it was a guest's journal and wanted to see if there was any contact information inside. The first few pages were room numbers and car makes. Ford pickup, silver, dented rear panel. Woman in 9, smoker, leaves at 5:40. Couple in 6 fighting until 1:15. Trucker in 3 sleeps with TV on. Then the entries started mentioning me. New desk girl wears gray sweater Mondays. Brings same green thermos. Reads when slow. Bites skin beside thumb. Goes outside at 2:10 and stands by ice machine to call somebody. Cries quietly after. I closed the notebook so fast my chair rolled backward. It's one thing to think someone may have seen you. It's another to realize they've been building a version of you in private, piece by piece, while you were doing ordinary things and thinking no one cared enough to look. I called Rick from the desk phone and told him I'd found something. When he heard what it was, his voice went flat. "Leave it there," he said. "Who is in that room?" No answer. "Rick." Finally he said, "My cousin's been staying a while." That word, staying, turned my stomach. He explained too quickly after that. His cousin had fallen on hard times. His cousin was keeping to himself. His cousin didn't mean anything by the notes. Rick said it like men say boys will be boys, only older and meaner, because both of us knew the cousin was no boy. I asked if he'd been up there every night while I worked alone. Rick said, "He doesn't bother anybody." I remember looking out through the glass doors at the dark parking lot while he said that, and thinking how often the definition of bother depends on who gets scared and who gets to go home. I told him I was done. He asked if I could at least finish the week. I said no. He got angry then, as if I'd broken some agreement by refusing to continue being reasonable. Rain started around 4 that morning. Real desert rain, hard and sudden, slamming against the office windows and filling the gutters within minutes. The power flickered twice. On the second flicker, the lobby lights went out completely, and the whole motel dropped into that strange electrical silence where you realize just how much sound machines normally make. Emergency lights came on in the hall outside the office, weak and yellow. I locked the cash drawer, grabbed my bag, and headed for my car. I told myself not to look up. I did anyway. Room 14 was on the second floor, far corner, facing the back lot. In the yellow wash of the emergency lights, I could see the curtain move aside just enough for somebody to look down at me. Not a face, just the shape of a head behind the glass, watching. I got in my car and drove to a gas station off the next exit and waited there until sunrise. I never went back. 2 months later, when I was already working somewhere else, I got a call from a detective. He asked if I had ever worked at that motel and whether I knew anything about a man staying there unofficially. I told him what I knew. He said they'd found evidence the man had been using access panels between the walls and maintenance closets to move around without being seen. I didn't ask for details. I didn't need them. What got me later, what still gets me, is not the idea that someone watched me. It's how ordinary it felt while it was happening. I still remember standing out by the ice machine in the cold, whispering into my phone so I wouldn't wake guests, thinking I was alone because the parking lot was empty and the road was dark and the windows all looked blind. There are places built to let strangers pass through without leaving much of themselves behind. Motels, stations, waiting rooms. I used to think that made them safer somehow. Nobody stays long enough to care. Nobody notices enough to remember you. But that isn't true at all. Sometimes the only reason you feel invisible is because the person looking at you has learned to stay out of sight. The summer I turned 24, I took a live-in job caring for an elderly woman recovering from hip surgery. Her name was Margaret, though everyone in the family called her Mags, in a way that sounded affectionate and slightly rehearsed, like they wanted the house to feel lighter than it was. The place was about 40 minutes outside the city, in a quiet neighborhood with too many trees and no sidewalks. Big old house, white siding, blue shutters, deep front porch. The kind of house that looks peaceful from the street because all the unsettling parts are tucked inside it. Margaret's son hired me. Daniel. Early 40s, expensive watch, soft voice. One of those men who always sounds patient, because losing his temper would imply he wasn't fully in control. He told me his mother could be confused at times after the surgery and the anesthesia, but mostly she just needed help getting around, taking medication, making lunch, that kind of thing. Margaret herself seemed fine the day I arrived. Frail, yes. Tired, but clear. She asked me where I grew up, what I'd studied, whether I liked tea. She laughed when she forgot the word for ottoman and called it that foot thing. Nothing about her felt alarming. If anything, she seemed embarrassed by how much help she needed. Daniel gave me a tour of the house. Margaret's room downstairs, my room at the end of the upstairs hall. Linen closet, pantry, medications in a locked drawer, phone numbers on the refrigerator. He pointed to the side garage door and said it stuck sometimes, so if I heard it rattle at night, not to worry. That sentence stayed with me later, not because of what it meant, because of how casually he laid the path for it before I'd ever heard the sound. For the first few days, things were simple. I made oatmeal. I helped Margaret to the bathroom. We watched old quiz shows in the afternoon with the curtains half closed against the heat. She liked the slice of lemon in iced tea and exactly 1 sugar cube in hot tea. She always wanted the radio on low in the kitchen because she said a silent house made her feel abandoned. On the 4th night, I woke up around 1 in the morning because I heard the downstairs phone click. If you're old enough to remember landlines, you know the sound. Not ringing, not a dial tone, just the tiny plastic click of another receiver being lifted somewhere else in the house. I sat up, listening. Nothing after that. No voices, no footsteps, just the hum of the air conditioner. In the morning, I asked Margaret if she'd used the phone in the night. She frowned. No. Then after a pause, she asked, "Did you?" I laughed a little and said no. But the question bothered me because it sounded so familiar. The same careful return. "Did you?" That day, Daniel came by with groceries. I mentioned hearing the phone. He was unloading bottled water and barely looked at me. "My mother gets turned around at night," he said. "She probably picked it up and forgot." Margaret was sitting in the next room within earshot. She didn't say anything, but I saw the way her mouth tightened. Over the next week, I began to notice small patterns. Her pill organizer would be shifted slightly in the drawer after I'd put it back. The kitchen clock would be 3 minutes ahead one day, then correct the next. Once the back curtains were tied open when I knew I had closed them against the afternoon glare. Margaret started asking me strange little questions in a low voice when Daniel wasn't there. "Did you sleep through the night? Did you drink the tea in the blue mug or the yellow one? Did anyone call for me?" I'd answer no, and every time she'd nod, like she was confirming something to herself. Then I found the notes. They were tucked into a recipe tin in the pantry, folded into small squares. At first I thought they were grocery reminders, but when I opened them, the writing was shakier and more urgent than that. "Don't take tea after 8. Check pills before swallowing. If he says I said it, ask me alone." The phone in the study has another line. "Do not let him stand behind you." I read them twice before I understood who he probably was. I should have confronted Daniel then. I know that. But when you're young and in someone else's house, and the person with the money and the confidence keeps implying an old woman is losing pieces of herself, you start doubting your own ability to read what's right in front of you. I put the notes back exactly where I found them. That evening, Daniel brought dinner. He stayed later than usual, eating at the kitchen table while Margaret dozed in the den. He asked how things were going, in that breezy, harmless tone. I said fine. Then he smiled and said, "My mother tell you anything odd yet?" I said, "What do you mean?" He shrugged. "She gets suspicious. Medication can do that too. Sometimes she thinks people move things." His eyes stayed on me just a little too long when he said it. That night I carried my phone with me everywhere. I locked my bedroom door, though the latch was flimsy and mostly decorative. Around 2 a.m., I woke again to a sound from downstairs. Not the phone this time. The side garage door. A faint rattle, then the softer sound of it settling shut. I sat frozen in bed. No alarm went off. No voices. A minute later, I heard a footstep on the first stair, then another. Slow, unhurried. Not trying to be quiet, exactly. More like someone who knew the house well enough not to worry about noise. I don't know how long I sat there before the steps stopped. Right outside my door. You don't understand how loud silence can get until somebody is standing on the other side of a hollow interior door and not touching it. I could hear nothing from the hall, not breathing, not fabric, just the complete absence of movement where there should have been none at all. After maybe 30 seconds, maybe 2 minutes, the steps moved away. In the morning, Daniel was in the kitchen making coffee, like he belonged there. I asked when he'd arrived. He looked surprised. "Just now." I said I'd heard someone in the house during the night. He smiled, tired and almost sympathetic. "You should get more sleep." Then he added, "My mother said you gave her the wrong pills yesterday." I hadn't. I knew I hadn't. I checked the organizer twice every day because I was afraid of exactly that kind of mistake. But he said it so calmly, and Margaret looked down at her hands instead of at either of us, and I felt this awful drop in my stomach. For a second I wondered if I had made a mistake, if I'd been tired, if the notes in the pantry were just the scattered fears of a woman who didn't trust her own memory anymore. That afternoon, while Margaret napped, I went into the study. Daniel had mentioned it once, but rarely used it when I was there. It was a dark little room off the hall, with a roll-top desk and shelves of old business books. On the desk was a cordless phone base, and beside it, an older wall-jack line splitter. 2 lines running into one. I picked up the receiver in there and pressed it to my ear. Then, with my free hand, I called the kitchen phone from my cell. The study receiver rang once. The kitchen phone rang downstairs. I answered the kitchen phone on the 4th ring and kept the study receiver to my ear. There was the faintest click. Somebody had picked up the study line. I hung up both phones, heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my neck. Margaret was awake when I returned to the den. I told her quietly that I thought Daniel had been listening to our calls. She closed her eyes for a moment, not surprised, just tired. "He wants me declared incompetent," she said. "House goes simpler that way." I asked why she hadn't told me clearly before. She opened her eyes and looked straight at me. "Because every time I do, people ask Daniel if it's true." That was the sentence that changed everything. I started writing things down. Exact pill times, door positions, what rooms Daniel entered, what Margaret said when he wasn't around. I photographed the clock when I reset it. I took pictures of the pill organizer before and after meals. I saved my call logs. 2 nights later, Daniel came in through the garage again. This time I was waiting at the top of the stairs with my phone recording in my pocket. He walked straight into the kitchen, opened the medication drawer with his own key, and switched 2 of the bottles. Not stole them, not smashed them, just switched them. Precise, quiet, practiced. When I came down and asked what he was doing, he didn't jump. He barely reacted at all. "Helping," he said. I told him I'd recorded him. Only then did his face really change. Not rage, not panic. Just that small flattening you see when someone realizes the version of reality they've been managing has started to slip. He told me I was overreacting. He said his mother had been pitting us against each other. He said I was young and didn't understand family stress. Then he stepped closer and lowered his voice. "If you keep working in elder care," he said, "you'll learn how easy it is for people like her to make you doubt yourself." People like her. Not his mother. Not a patient. A category. I left that night. I called Adult Protective Services from a grocery store parking lot and sent them every photo, every note, every recorded detail I had. Margaret's sister came from Oregon 2 days later. I only know that because she called to thank me months after it was over. Sometimes I still think about the house itself. How quickly it trained me. How only a week in those rooms made me start double-checking my own memory, my own hands, my own voice. I'd go to bed convinced of what I'd done and wake up uncertain. Not because I was confused, because uncertainty had been placed around me, carefully, like furniture. That's the thing I didn't understand before then. You don't need to scream at someone to make them afraid. Sometimes all you have to do is move one small object at a time until they can no longer trust what they're seeing. For almost a year after my father died, I took the late train to his town without telling anyone. He was gone before winter. Fast cancer, the kind people describe as merciful because they don't know what else to say. By spring, everyone around me had started speaking in completed sentences again. They'd ask how I was doing and expect an answer that sounded like progress. I went back to work. I smiled when appropriate. I learned how to nod through normal conversation. And once every week or two, usually on a Thursday, I'd leave the city after work and take the 9:40 train north. His town was an hour and 20 minutes away. Same route I used to take when he was sick, back when I still had reasons ready if anyone asked. Bringing groceries, taking him to appointments, giving my stepmother a break. After he died, I kept going. At first I told myself it was to help sort the house, then to check on paperwork, then because my stepmother was lonely. The truth was simpler and much worse. I couldn't quite believe the route no longer led somewhere I belonged, so I kept testing it. Late trains have a strange social contract. Everyone pretends not to exist very hard. Eyes down, headphones in, coats folded over bags. The carriage I always chose was usually half empty. Same stained blue seats, same cold air from the vent, same digital sign flickering through station names like they were less real each time it changed. That's where I first noticed the man in the tan coat. He was maybe late 50s, thin, clean-shaven. Always sat 2 or 3 rows away, never directly across from me. He carried a folded newspaper even though he almost never opened it. I saw him often enough that I started looking for him without meaning to. At first I thought he just worked late in the city too. Then I started noticing he got off at different stops. Or at least I thought he did. Once he was still on the train when I left. Another time I glanced back from the platform and saw him looking out the window after the doors had closed. Once, I'm almost sure, I saw him standing near the taxi rank outside my father's town station while I was unlocking my car. It bothered me, but not enough to tell anyone. I was in that period of grief where everything felt slightly unreal already. You don't report a pattern when you're no longer certain if you're the one making it. The memory gaps started in summer. Nothing dramatic, just little blanks. I'd arrive in town and not remember the last 2 stations. I'd find a coffee cup in my hand and have no memory of buying it. Once I discovered I'd texted my manager at 11:48 p.m., saying I'd be late in the morning, which would only make sense if I'd already decided to stay overnight somewhere, and I had no recollection of deciding that. I blamed exhaustion. I blamed grief. I blamed the way routines persist after the reason for them is gone. Then one Thursday in September, I woke up at the end of the line. The train was dark, except for the dim carriage lights they leave on for cleaning. No passengers, no station noise. Through the window I could see a fenced maintenance yard and sodium lights reflecting off wet rails. For a few seconds, I had no idea where I was. That terrible, hollow confusion washed through me so completely, I actually checked my phone to confirm the date. My bag was on the seat beside me. My coat was folded in my lap, and the man in the tan coat was sitting across the aisle, watching me with the exhausted patience of someone who had been waiting a long time. I jerked back so hard my knee hit the seat frame. He lifted both hands a little, like you do around a frightened animal. "You're okay," he said quietly. "We're at the depot. Conductor's calling a cab." My mouth felt dry. "Why are you here?" He hesitated, not guilty, careful. "Because you missed your stop again." Again. I stared at him. He looked embarrassed for me. That was somehow worse than if he'd looked threatening. The conductor came through the carriage a minute later, a woman with tired eyes, who clearly already knew both of us. She asked if I was all right. I said yes, too fast. She gave me the kind of look nurses learn, the one that says she didn't believe me, but wasn't going to argue in front of others. Outside, while we waited under the depot awning for the cab, rain ticked softly against the metal roof. The man kept a respectful distance. He didn't try to make conversation. Finally, I asked, "What do you mean, again?" He took a breath. "I've seen you on this route a lot. A few times you didn't get off. Once you woke up when the conductor announced the terminal. Once you didn't. I sat with you until staff came." I said, "Why would you do that?" He looked at me then, really looked, and I saw something in his face that made me feel cold all over. Not interest, recognition. "Because my wife did the same thing after our son died," he said. I had no response to that. None that felt usable. The cab came. He held the door for me and didn't get in. I realized with a strange, delayed shame that he had apparently stayed beyond his own stop more than once, just to make sure I didn't wake up alone in the wrong place. When I got home that night, I emptied my bag onto the kitchen table. Wallet, lip balm, ticket, receipt from the station cafe in my father's town dated 2 weeks earlier, for a cup of tea at 10:16 p.m. I hadn't been to that cafe in months. Another ticket stub, crumpled, same route, different day than I remembered traveling. I sat there a long time, staring at them. The next Thursday I told myself I would not go. At 8:50 p.m., I was at the station buying a ticket. I don't remember deciding to leave the apartment. That scared me enough that I finally told my stepmother. She went very still over the phone. Then she said something I wish she'd said sooner, though maybe I wouldn't have heard it. "You've been coming here less than you think," she said gently, "but more than you remember." She told me there had been 2 Saturdays that summer when I'd shown up at the house, stood in the hallway looking confused, and asked if Dad was sleeping. Once I'd started crying before she answered. Once I'd apologized and said I should have called first, like he was just resting upstairs. I had no memory of either visit. After that, I stopped taking the train for a while. I saw a therapist. I slept more. I learned some ugly practical truths about grief. That the brain protects itself badly. That repetition can become a hiding place. That you can miss a person so much, you begin moving toward them before thought catches up. Months later, in early winter, I was on the platform after work when I saw the man in the tan coat again. First time since the depot. He noticed me and gave a small nod, but stayed where he was. I walked over to him before I could change my mind. I thanked him. He said it was nothing. We both knew it wasn't. I asked if his wife had gotten better. He looked down the tracks before answering. "She got different," he said. Then the train arrived, and we boarded separate carriages. I haven't seen him since. What still unsettles me isn't just the missing time. It's how easily a life can keep performing a routine after the heart has already understood it's over. I found another used ticket stub last year in the pocket of an old coat I hadn't worn in ages. Same route, same time. The date was from a week I could have sworn I never left the city. Maybe I did. Maybe I just bought the ticket and came home. Maybe memory isn't a shelf where moments stay put. Maybe it's more like a station late at night, with things arriving and leaving while you're staring the wrong way. I do know this. Sometimes when a train slows in the dark and the window gives back my own reflection, there's still a part of me that expects to look past it and see my father waiting on the platform, hands in his pockets, scanning faces until he finds mine. And sometimes, for 1 second, I can't tell whether what scares me more is that he won't be there, or that one day I might step off the train before I remember he's gone. The summer before I turned 30, I got a temporary job cleaning my old elementary school. It sounds harmless when I say it fast like that. Almost funny. But going back to a place that knew you before you knew how to protect yourself does something strange to your nerves. The building looked smaller than I remembered, and meaner in ways I couldn't explain. Same tan brick, same flagpole out front, same blacktop with faded painted games near the fence. In daylight, it was just a school. At night, empty and echoing, it felt like memory left on too long. The district was renovating 2 wings before fall, so they hired extra summer staff to strip floors, empty classrooms, wipe down everything that had collected a year's worth of fingerprints and dust. My shift ran from 4 in the afternoon until midnight. There were usually 4 of us in the building, but everyone worked different areas, and after about 7 o'clock, you could go half an hour without seeing another person. My section included the old 3rd grade hallway. That bothered me more than I admitted. My 3rd grade classroom had been the room at the very end on the left, the one with the narrow window looking onto the side field. My teacher had been kind in a tired way. I remembered the smell of crayons, wet mittens in winter, the embarrassment of getting math wrong at the board. Ordinary things, nothing traumatic, which almost made it worse, because fear likes ordinary places best. On the 2nd week, I noticed that room kept being unlocked. Part of my job at the end of each evening was checking doors and lights. The classroom had no furniture left, besides stacked desks and a teacher cabinet waiting to be hauled out. I would switch off the light, pull the door shut, test the handle, and move on. The next day around 5, it would be open again. At first, I assumed one of the maintenance guys needed access, but then I saw that some of the stacked desks had been moved. Not much, just enough that the arrangement felt wrong. A chair pulled slightly away from the pile. The whiteboard wiped clean, except for one sentence in the upper corner. "Don't forget your shoes." It was written in blue dry erase marker, in big, uneven block letters. I stood there staring at it, because I recognized the sentence before I recognized why. One winter in 3rd grade, my mother had brought my boots to school, because I'd worn sneakers in the snow and forgotten my real shoes at home after gym. My teacher had written almost those exact words on the board to remind me when the day ended. I know memory is suggestible. I know that. But the wording was too close. The shape of it hit me in the chest. I erased it and finished my shift. The next night it was back. Not in the same handwriting, not exactly, but close enough that my scalp prickled. Same sentence, same place on the board. I asked one of the other cleaners if anyone had been fooling around in that hallway. He shrugged and said, maybe one of the contractors. The security guard, an older man named Frank, told me the renovation crew left by 6, and nobody was supposed to be in classrooms after that. I started checking more carefully. Snack wrappers appeared in the trash can of that room, even though the can was supposed to be empty. A plastic water bottle sat on the windowsill one night, half full, warm to the touch. I found pencil shavings in the sharpener tray, though there were no pencils in the room anymore. Small evidence of use, not haunting, not imagination. Someone was spending time in there. I should have told Frank everything right away, but I kept hesitating because the details sounded so childish once spoken aloud. There's writing on a board. A desk moved. Somebody drank water in a classroom. It all seemed flimsy under fluorescent lights. Then one Friday night around 11, I heard someone humming. I was stripping wax in the hall with the floor machine, earbuds out, because I needed to hear if anyone was nearby, when the sound drifted from the end room. Low, tuneless humming. A person not performing for anyone, just being. I shut off the machine. The hall went silent, except for the click of cooling metal. The classroom light was on under the door. I walked down the hall slowly, every instinct trying to make me stop without providing a reason strong enough to obey. When I reached the door, I could see movement through the narrow wire mesh glass panel. Someone crossing the room. I pushed the door open. A man was standing at the whiteboard with his back to me. Mid-30s, maybe. Thin. Dark sweatshirt despite the heat. One hand holding the marker. He turned when he heard the hinges, and I recognized him a second before he recognized me. Eli Mercer. He had been in my third grade class. Quiet kid. Too quiet, according to adults. The kind of child teachers described as sweet because they didn't know what else to say. He'd moved away in 5th grade, or at least that's what everyone believed. His face changed when he realized who I was. Not into a smile, into something more complicated. Shame, maybe. Or disappointment that the person opening the door had a name and history instead of just being staff. "What are you doing here?" I asked. He glanced at the board, at the room, then back at me. "I used to come here," he said. That answer was so strange I almost laughed. "I know. So did I." He nodded like I'd confirmed something. Frank came running before anything else happened. I must have hit my radio without realizing it, because he burst into the hall with his flashlight and his keys jingling at his belt. Eli didn't fight, didn't run. He just stood there beside the board, holding the marker lightly between his fingers. They found where he'd been getting in. There was an access hatch behind the stage in the auditorium, leading to old maintenance crawl spaces above parts of the building. He'd apparently been sleeping there off and on for weeks, maybe longer. There were blankets up there, canned food, school yearbooks stacked in a corner, and a grocery bag full of objects he'd taken from classrooms. A paperweight, a broken stapler, a class photo from 1999, 3 pencils sharpened to points. Frank called the police, but because Eli hadn't damaged much and seemed more unstable than dangerous, it turned into a social services situation instead of an arrest. I gave a statement. The district acted shocked in that organized, paperwork-heavy way institutions do when they realize somebody has been existing inside their walls without permission. A week later, one of the counselors connected to the case asked if I'd be willing to answer a question. Apparently, Eli had said he hadn't broken into my old classroom by accident. He had asked whether the girl with the boots still worked there. I told the counselor I didn't understand. She said he had remembered me from 3rd grade because of that day in the snow. Said he remembered our teacher writing the reminder on the board. Said he remembered my mother arriving with my boots in a grocery bag because she'd been in such a rush she forgot the proper shoe bag. I had forgotten the grocery bag part entirely. He hadn't. That detail bothered me more than the weeks he spent inside the school. People talk about being remembered like it's always flattering. It isn't. Not when the memory is more precise than your own. Not when someone has kept a tiny, ordinary piece of your childhood alive in the dark, long after you let it dissolve. I finished the job because I needed the money. The classroom got repainted before August. New desks, new boards, new cheerful posters. By September, no trace of that summer remained. But sometimes I still think about those crawl spaces over the ceiling tiles. How close he was while kids laughed in the halls below in previous years. Maybe listening, maybe not. How many buildings we trust simply because their purpose sounds harmless. School, hospital, church, home. We think names keep places safe. They don't. Sometimes all a place needs in order to frighten you is to keep your shape inside it after you've left. I moved in with my boyfriend a little over a year after we started dating. His name was Adam. He was easy to love in the beginning because he understood how to appear safe, not flashy, not intense. He listened without interrupting. He brought me tea when I worked late. He remembered tiny things I'd said months earlier and repeated them back in ways that felt like care. When you've spent enough time feeling lonely, being accurately observed can feel almost holy. His apartment was on the second floor of a small building over a dental office. Clean, quiet, good light in the mornings. I brought boxes over slowly. Books first, then clothes, then the things that make it harder to leave if you need to. Winter boots, framed photos, the blender my sister gave me, the quilt from my grandmother. Living together felt normal fast. Too fast, maybe. That's one of the details I go over now. I slept badly the first month because I always sleep badly in new places. Adam was kind about it. If I woke in the night, he'd murmur, "You're okay," without opening his eyes. Sometimes I'd fall asleep on the couch and wake in bed with the blanket tucked around me. If I left a lamp on, I'd wake to darkness because he'd turned it off after I drifted out. Those are ordinary acts of intimacy. That's why this took me so long. The first thing that felt wrong was how often he knew things I didn't remember telling him. Not big things, tiny private thoughts from the edges of sleep. He'd mention a dream I'd apparently described at 3 in the morning. He'd say, "You seemed upset last night when you talked about your father," and I'd have no memory of talking about my father. Once during an argument about something stupid, laundry, I think, he said, "You literally told me you don't trust yourself when you're tired." I stopped mid-sentence because I had said that before, just not to him, not while awake, anyway. When I asked how he knew it, he smiled a little and said, "You talk in your sleep more than you think." I laughed it off, because that seemed easier than examining the cold feeling that had started spreading under my ribs. After that, I became aware of strange morning details. My phone moved from the nightstand to the dresser, the bedroom door more closed than I'd left it, the blanket tucked tightly under my feet in a way I never did myself. A glass of water filled fresh beside the bed. If I asked, Adam always had a soft explanation. "You were restless. I didn't want you to spill your phone. You looked cold. You got up for water and seemed half asleep, so I brought you back." One night I woke around 4 and found him sitting on the edge of the bed looking at me, not leaning over me, not touching me, just sitting there with his hands clasped between his knees. When I stirred, he smiled instantly and said, "You were having a bad dream." I asked how long he'd been awake. He kissed my forehead and said, "Go back to sleep." The next morning he acted like it hadn't happened. I started feeling watched in my own bedroom. Not all the time, just enough that my body noticed before my mind was willing to. I began pretending to be asleep when I wasn't, keeping my breathing even, waiting. Most nights, nothing happened. Then one Thursday I woke, or thought I woke, to the sensation of someone gently moving hair away from my face. My eyes stayed closed automatically. I heard Adam whisper something too low to understand. Then, after a pause, in a slightly different tone, he asked, Are you still angry with me? I didn't answer because I was terrified of answering. He waited a moment longer and whispered, "It's okay. You can tell me now." The mattress shifted as he stood. A second later, I heard the faint click of something plastic. Then he lay back down. In the morning, he mentioned none of it. I almost confronted him then, but what was I going to say? "I think you interviewed me while I was half asleep. I think you're doing something I can't prove because I'm not fully conscious when it happens." A week later, I found the hard drive. I was looking for a spare charging cable in the hall closet. Behind a stack of old tax folders and a board game with a torn corner was a small black external drive wrapped in one of Adam's t-shirts, like it had been hidden quickly and then forgotten. I only plugged it into my laptop because I wanted to know if it was mine. The folders were labeled by date. At first I thought they were work backups. Then I opened one. A video file loaded. Grainy black and white image. Timestamp in the corner. Our bedroom. I was asleep on my side, facing the wall. The camera angle came from the top shelf of the bookcase opposite the bed, tucked between two storage boxes high enough that I had never looked there closely. My whole body went cold. I clicked another file, then another, night after night after night. Some were short, some ran for hours. In most of them, we just slept, or I slept while Adam came in late, changed clothes, got into bed. So boring it almost made me question my reaction. Then I found the clips he'd saved separately. Those were different. In one, I sat up at 2:11 a.m. and muttered something unintelligible. Adam leaned close, not waking me fully, and said, "Tell me what you said before." I repeated a phrase. He asked again, more clearly this time. I answered. In another, he stood at the side of the bed for nearly 6 minutes, just watching me sleep. Not checking on me, not adjusting blankets, just standing there, motionless, hands loose at his sides. In another, we had clearly argued earlier. I could see it in the way he entered the room without looking at me. He sat down beside me once I was asleep and quietly said, "You didn't mean that thing about leaving, did you?" Then he waited. When I made some drowsy sound, he took it as an answer. There were dozens like that. Questions whispered to a version of me that couldn't defend herself later. Statements planted where memory would not keep them. Little pieces of evidence he could carry into daylight, and I could never fully challenge. When Adam got home from work that evening, I was sitting at the kitchen table with the hard drive in front of me. He saw it and stopped. I asked him how long he'd been recording me. For a second, I expected denial. Instead, he did something worse. He sat down across from me and started explaining. He said he'd first set up the camera because I seemed distressed in my sleep. He said I talked, cried, sometimes sat up suddenly. He said he was worried about me. Said once I'd gone to the kitchen, half asleep, holding a pair of scissors from a craft drawer, and it had scared him. He said the recordings helped him monitor whether it was getting worse. I asked why he never told me. He said he didn't want to upset me. I asked why he'd kept clips of himself talking to me. He hesitated, then gave this awful little half-shrug. "Sometimes you're more honest when you're tired." That sentence changed the air in the room so completely, it felt like a pressure shift before a storm. I said, "You know that's not consent." He looked genuinely hurt, not guilty, hurt. "I live with you," he said. "I'm trying to understand you." Understand me, as if I were a pattern of behavior to be studied. As if love and surveillance had blended so thoroughly in his mind that he no longer knew the difference. The first night was fine. I watered the plants, ordered takeout, watched half a movie, and fell asleep on the couch because it was more comfortable than the guest bed. I woke up around 2 in the morning, needing water, and when I stood up, I noticed the kitchen light was on. That doesn't sound like much. It didn't even scare me. I just stood there for a second, trying to remember if I'd left it on. I thought maybe I had. I walked into the kitchen, drank from the tap, turned the light off, and went back to sleep. In the morning, I found one of the cabinet doors open. Again, not dramatic. But I remembered closing everything before bed because I'd leaned against that cabinet while texting my sister good night. I looked inside. Plates, bowls, nothing disturbed. I shut it and made coffee and told myself I was still half asleep from being somewhere unfamiliar. That whole day, the apartment felt normal. Sunlight came through the front windows. I answered emails. I listened to the radiator knocking once in a while, even though it wasn't cold enough for heat. Around noon, a delivery guy buzzed the wrong apartment and startled me so badly I laughed at myself afterward. I was already a little too aware of every sound. That night, I checked the front door twice before bed. The deadbolt turned smoothly. The chain was on. I remember doing it because I thought, there. Now if anything looks off in the morning, I'll know it's me. At 3:18, I woke up to the sound of water running. Not rushing water, not a burst pipe, just the bathroom faucet, steady, low. I stayed on the couch, listening. In the dark, every ordinary sound seems like it has intention behind it. I could hear it clearly through the hallway, a quiet stream hitting porcelain. I told myself the tap was old. Maybe it slipped. Maybe I hadn't closed it all the way. I got up and walked to the bathroom. The door was open. The light was off. The cold tap was running just enough to make that thin, glassy sound. I turned it off and looked around the room longer than I needed to. Nothing else. Towel hanging straight. Shower curtain pulled halfway open. My toothbrush on the right side of the sink where I'd left it. I went back to the couch, but I didn't sleep well after that. I kept listening for footsteps I never heard. The next morning, the mirror had been wiped in one corner. That's the detail that still bothers me most. It wasn't streaked randomly from steam. It wasn't from me brushing my teeth. It was a clean half circle at eye level, like someone had run the side of their palm across the fog. Except there hadn't been any steam. I hadn't showered. The bathroom hadn't been warm. I just stood there with that stupid, cold feeling gathering in the middle of my chest. I texted my sister and asked if maintenance ever came in without notice. She wrote back right away. No, why? I told her I'd probably imagine something and then change the subject because I didn't want to freak her out over a faucet and a smudge. That afternoon, I left the apartment for about an hour to get groceries. When I came back, nothing looked wrong at first. Then I saw the blanket on the couch. I hadn't folded it. I know that sounds like a tiny thing, but I'd left it in a loose pile where I'd been sitting. Now it was folded into 3 layers, exactly the way my sister did it. I remember the feeling I had then, because it wasn't panic. It was embarrassment first. I thought, you're tired, you folded it without thinking, stop acting weird. But underneath that was something much worse. The part of me that knew I never fold blankets like that. I throw them over the armrest or leave them tangled. My sister used to complain about it all the time. I checked the whole apartment after that. Closets, under the bed, shower, behind curtains. There wasn't anywhere for a person to really hide, and that should have made me feel better. It didn't. It only made the other possibility settle in deeper. Someone might not be there now. Someone might have been there earlier. That night, I moved from the couch to the guest room and closed the door. I put a chair under the knob, which felt ridiculous in a third-floor apartment in a quiet neighborhood, but I did it anyway. Then I set a glass on the kitchen counter balanced against the front door, because I'd seen that in some movie years before, and it was the only thing my nervous brain could come up with. I slept for maybe 2 hours. I woke up just before dawn to a single soft sound from the hallway. Not footsteps, not the door. It sounded like a spoon touching a mug. I didn't move. The guest room door was cracked open an inch, and from where I lay, I could see a slice of the hallway and the pale wall beyond it. I listened so hard my ears hurt. After a while, I heard the refrigerator hum kick on. Then nothing. When the room finally got light enough, I got up and went into the kitchen. The glass was still balanced by the front door, but there was a mug in the sink, a blue mug with a chipped handle, one of my sister's favorites. Wet inside, ring of instant coffee on the bottom. I hadn't used it. I'd gone to bed with a bottle of water. I called my sister then. Not texted, called. She answered half asleep from her hotel, and I told her everything in a rush. She was quiet for a second, and then said, "Check the hall closet." I asked why. She said, "Just check it." The hall closet was narrow and packed with coats, an ironing board, old grocery bags, a vacuum. At the back, almost hidden behind a winter coat, there was a small square panel cut into the wall near the floor. I had never noticed it before. "It goes into the old plumbing access," she said. "It's supposed to be screwed shut." It wasn't. One screw was hanging loose. The panel shifted when I touched it. Behind it was a dark cavity between walls, wider than I expected, dusty, and lined with old pipes. It was the kind of space you only think about in old buildings, when a pipe bursts or a rat gets in. I shined my phone light inside and saw flattened cardboard, an empty water bottle, and a pillow. I actually stopped breathing for a second. My whole body did that awful thing where it wants to move and freeze at the same time. There was someone using that space. I backed away so fast, I hit the opposite wall. My sister was still talking on the phone, asking what I saw, but I couldn't answer right away. I kept looking at that dark square, like it might suddenly fill with a face. I left the apartment without packing. I walked out with my wallet, my phone, and the clothes I had on. I didn't even stop to lock the door behind me. I stood across the street under a tree, with my sister still on the phone, while she called the building manager. The police came. The manager came. They searched the access space and the crawl areas above the hall and bathroom. They found more things than I had seen. 2 blankets, snack wrappers, a flashlight, a set of earbuds. The officer asked if my sister recognized any of it. She didn't. The manager said an old maintenance worker had been fired almost a year earlier. He used to do repairs in all the units. He would have known the building inside out. He might have known which panels opened into which walls, which apartments were occupied, who lived alone when people went to work. They couldn't prove it was him. They never told us they caught anyone. As far as I know, they didn't. What they did say was worse, in a quieter way. The officer told me whoever had been there had probably been coming and going for a while. Not just that week. He said people who do that tend to choose places carefully, places where they can learn the routine. My sister moved out within the month. She wouldn't sleep there again after seeing that panel. I don't blame her. I helped her pack. We cleaned the kitchen one last time, emptied drawers, wrapped plates, carried boxes down the stairs. The apartment looked more and more anonymous with every trip, like it had already forgotten her. While I was clearing the bathroom cabinet, I found a toothbrush in the back behind the extra soap. It wasn't mine. It wasn't hers. White handle, blue rubber grip, slightly worn. I held it in my hand for a long time because I knew what it meant. Whoever had been in that wall space had not only watched the apartment. At some point, when it was empty enough, or quiet enough, or ordinary enough, he had stepped fully into it. He had stood at the sink. He had used the bathroom. He had behaved in small ways, like he belonged there. That's what stayed with me, not the idea of a stranger in the walls. The idea of someone entering a familiar room, softly enough to leave almost no sign at all. For a long time after that, if I stayed in a hotel or a friend's place, I'd notice the little things first. A cabinet open an inch. A towel folded differently. A glass moved from left to right. People think fear starts with a bang, or a scream, or a door flying open. For me, it started with a blanket folded exactly the way it should have been. I used to work the night shift at a highway hotel, outside a town most people only passed through. It sat near an exit with a gas station, a diner that closed at 9, and a vending warehouse with bright security lights that made the sky glow white after dark. If you've ever been in a place like that, you know how strange the nights can feel. Not active, not dead, just paused, like life is waiting in the next county over. I was 26, broke, newly single, and taking whatever hours I could get. Night audit paid a little more because nobody wanted it. You worked alone from 11 at night to 7 in the morning. You checked in the late arrivals, printed the reports, reset the system, set out the bad coffee before dawn, and tried not to think too much between 1 and 4, which were the longest hours I've ever known. The lobby had these heavy floral chairs nobody sat in, and a television mounted in the corner that played a travel channel with the sound off. Behind the desk there was a narrow office with the server, the security monitor, and a fridge full of creamers. I liked the routine at first. It felt clean, predictable. Most nights were exactly the same. Truck drivers, tired families, a man who forgot his phone charger, ice machine noise, elevator noise, receipts printing. That was it. The first strange thing happened with room 214. It was empty that night. I knew it was empty because I had checked the occupancy twice while balancing arrivals. Around 1 in the morning, the desk phone lit up with an internal call from 214. I answered with my usual voice. "Front desk, this is Daniel." Nothing. I waited, thinking maybe somebody had dialed by mistake. Sometimes kids played with the buttons. Sometimes someone picked up the wrong phone in the room. But then I remembered the room was vacant. I said hello again. I could hear something faint on the line. Not breathing exactly, just the soft, open-air sound of a room with a television on low, somewhere far from the phone. Then the call disconnected. I stared at the display for a while. Then I called the room back. It rang and rang. No answer. I went upstairs because what else was I going to do? Sit there imagining things. The second floor smelled like stale carpet and whatever industrial cleaner housekeeping used. Room 214 was halfway down the hall. I knocked. No answer. I knocked again and called out that I was from the front desk. Nothing. I used the master key. Inside, the room was dark except for the digital clock on the nightstand. The curtains were open a few inches. Bed made. Bathroom dry. TV off. I checked the phone on the bedside table. It was in place. Receiver down. No obvious problem. I went back downstairs, irritated at myself for feeling uneasy in an empty room. When I told the morning manager, she shrugged and said the phone system glitched sometimes. The hotel was old. The wiring was old. If the room's empty, "The room's empty," she said. And that would have been the end of it, except 2 nights later it happened again. Same room, same time, almost exactly. 1:07 a.m. This time when I picked up, I heard the television more clearly. A man's voice from some late-night show. Then a tiny click, like someone adjusting their grip on the receiver. I said hello 3 times. The line stayed open for maybe 10 seconds before it went dead. I didn't go upstairs right away. I watched the security monitor first. The second-floor hallway camera had a view of 214, but the angle wasn't great. You could see the door and part of the corridor. Nobody went in. Nobody came out. I still went up and checked. The room was empty again, but the bathroom light was on. I know it sounds impossible for me not to have noticed that the first time, and maybe that's true. Maybe I missed it. Maybe I was keyed up enough to overlook an obvious thing. But I remember the glow under the bathroom door this time, because it stopped me right inside the room. The sink was dry. The mirror was clean. But the hand towel looked used. Not soaked, just slightly uneven, like someone had dried their hands and hung it back quickly. I told myself it was housekeeping. I told myself every small sign in that room could be explained by lazy cleaning, bad wiring, old systems, my own lack of sleep. Then one night I found a paper cup in the trash can with fresh ice still melting in it. I stood there looking at those half-clear cubes slipping into water, and felt stupid for not leaving right then. The hotel had 3 floors, 2 stairwells, a rear employee entrance by the laundry dock, and a lot of doors that were supposed to stay locked, but didn't always. The night I found the cup, I checked every exterior door. The rear laundry entrance didn't latch all the way unless you slammed it. I reported that too. Maintenance said they'd get to it. That same week, I started noticing someone had been in the office behind the desk during my breaks. It was always something tiny. A chair slightly turned. A pen I kept clipped to the same folder every night, lying flat beside it. The mini-fridge not fully shut. I'd tell myself I'd done it without thinking. But once you start noticing those things, you can't unnotice them. There was one man who stayed at the hotel on and off for road work. Mid-50s, quiet, paid cash sometimes, barely looked at me. He liked room 210 because it was away from the elevator. One night around 2, he came down in sweatpants and asked if someone was staying in 214. I said no. Why? He said he heard the TV through the wall. I felt my throat go dry. I told him nobody was in there, and he gave me this tired look that made me feel like I was either lying to him or losing my mind. I offered to move him, but he just shook his head and went back upstairs. After that, I started keeping the monitor on the office screen all night, instead of the audit software. I watched the hallways until my eyes blurred. Nothing. Elevators opening to empty halls. Exit signs humming. Ice machine room door half closed. Then at 3:12 one morning, I saw movement near the second-floor vending alcove. Not a full person, just the edge of someone stepping back out of view. I leaned closer to the screen, heart punching against my ribs. The hallway camera didn't cover the alcove itself, only the stretch leading to it. I waited for whoever it was to come back into frame. They didn't. I took the master key and went upstairs. The vending alcove was empty when I got there. Just the soda machine, the ice machine, the little sign with local pizza numbers. But next to the ice machine was a service door that led into a linen closet, and then into a maintenance passage that ran behind part of the second floor. I'd never been in there. Staff weren't really supposed to use it unless they had to. The service door was unlocked. Inside it smelled like detergent, dust, and warm machinery. There were shelves with towels and spare lamps, then a narrow corridor with exposed pipes and old paint flaking off the walls. The farther I went, the quieter the hotel became, like I'd stepped behind its face. Then I heard it, a television, low, muffled, coming from somewhere ahead. I stopped walking. You have to understand, I was in this weird middle zone where part of me still wanted a normal explanation so badly that I was almost angry. I kept thinking, if someone from maintenance is back here watching TV on break, I'm going to be so relieved I might laugh. But nobody from maintenance worked overnight. The passage opened into a storage room with broken chairs, old art, damaged mini-fridges, and a rolling cart piled with retired bedding. In the corner, on a milk crate, was a portable TV with rabbit ear antennas. It was on, volume low. Next to it was a folded blanket, a duffel bag, a pair of shoes. I backed out so fast I hit a shelf, and a stack of towels slid sideways. Something moved on the other side of the room, not toward me, away. A shift of fabric, a body turning through a gap between stacked mattresses. I ran. I wish I could say I handled it calmly, but I didn't. I slammed back through the service door, nearly fell in the hallway, and locked myself in the office downstairs while calling the police. I remember how childish it felt, sitting on the floor behind the desk, whispering to the dispatcher, because I was afraid whoever had been back there might come through the lobby. The police searched the passage, the storage room, the stairwells, the dock. Nobody. They found signs someone had been staying there for a while. Food wrappers, toiletries, a radio, even a laminated old employee badge tucked inside the duffel bag. The badge belonged to a man named Victor, who had worked nights at the hotel years before I got there. He'd been fired after getting caught sleeping in vacant rooms. Nobody knew where he went after that. The morning manager remembered him only because he had a habit of writing strange notes in the logbook. Nothing threatening, just overly detailed things about guests, weather, noises, stuff that didn't matter. For a few weeks after that, everyone acted rattled. Management changed the rear door lock. The service corridor got new cameras. The owner came in pretending to take it seriously. I kept working because I needed the money. Then the calls from 214 stopped. That should have made me feel better, but it didn't. It only confirmed that the room phone had never been the problem. A month later, I was going through old binders in the office, looking for archived invoices, and I found a stack of night audit logs from previous years. Most were boring. Check-in totals, maintenance notes, weather. Then I found one written in tiny, precise handwriting. 1:05 a.m., 214 TV, audible again through wall. 1:11 a.m., guest in 210 complained. 2:03 a.m., Daniel leaves desk for upstairs check. I remember staring at my name, because the page was dated 3 years before I worked there. At first I thought I had the wrong line, that another employee was named Daniel. But the hotel had only had one Daniel on staff, according to payroll, me. I knew that because our schedules used first names only, and it had come up before. I took the page to the manager. She went pale when she saw it, then said maybe it had been written later as a joke. Maybe Victor knew someone named Daniel. Maybe I shouldn't obsess over it. But I did obsess over it. I looked through more logs and found more entries in that same handwriting. Not every night, just scattered. Notes about future repairs that hadn't happened yet. Notes about a bus tour arriving weeks before it was booked. Notes about a storm outage that did happen later. Most of it could probably be explained, if someone wanted to explain it badly enough. Dates written wrong. Pages filed out of order. Coincidences. Half the world runs on coincidences if you're tired enough. but I quit 2 weeks later. On my last shift, I didn't go into the back office once. I stood at the front desk all night, with the lobby TV flickering silently above me. Around 4 in the morning, when the sky outside was starting to lose its color, the desk phone lit up. Internal call. No room number. I let it ring twice before I answered. I said, "Hello." A man's voice, quiet and flat, said, "You should watch the second floor." Then the line went dead. I didn't go upstairs. I didn't check the monitor. I just stood there until the day clerk came in and asked why I looked sick. Sometimes I still think about that hotel when I wake up in the middle of the night and hear the house settle around me. Not because I think something impossible happened there. I don't. I think something worse happened. I think a lonely man found a way to live in the hollow spaces of a building where everyone assumed every sound belonged to the building itself. And I think if I had stayed longer, there would have come a point where I no longer noticed what was wrong, because it would have blended into the routine. That's what scares me now. Not the strange things, the things you can get used to. After my mother died, I spent 4 days alone in the house I grew up in. I almost didn't go. My older brother handled most of the practical things because he lives closer and he's better at them. But there were boxes in the attic with our school papers, and my mother had always said if anything happened to her, I should come take what mattered before the rest got sorted out. At the time, that felt like one of those sad little things parents say that you promise to honor later. Then later arrives, and it doesn't feel honorable. It just feels cold. The house was at the end of a dead-end street lined with maples. Small front yard, white siding that had yellowed a little over time. Same cracked driveway. Same porch light with moth dust caught inside the glass. I had not slept there in almost 15 years, but when I pulled up, my body knew the place before my thoughts did. I knew how the front step dipped slightly in the middle. I knew which window never stayed all the way down. I knew the smell of the hallway before I unlocked the door. Inside it was clean. Too clean, in the way houses can look when someone lived carefully inside them for too long. My mother had been alone there for 6 years after my father left. She liked control. Not in a frightening way, just routines. Bills on Tuesday, sheets on Sunday, dishes washed before bed, no matter what. The first afternoon passed in a blur of practical tasks, emptying the fridge, taking medicines to the pharmacy drop box, stacking mail, carrying armloads of old towels to the car. I stayed moving because if I stopped, the quiet in that house pressed against me from every direction. Near sunset, I went into the kitchen and noticed a handwritten note taped inside the pantry door. Back door, check twice. Below it, in my mother's handwriting, was another line. If someone knocks after 9, don't open. I stood there reading it over and over, like the words might rearrange themselves into something ordinary. My mother had a lot of lists. Grocery lists, reminders, recipes. So at first I tried to place this in that same harmless category. Maybe she'd gotten nervous living alone. Maybe somebody had gone around the neighborhood trying handles. Maybe it was just how she made herself feel safer. Then I found another note on the little table by the side entrance. Curtains closed before dark. And another in the upstairs hall drawer. If the phone rings and says, unknown, let it ring out. I can't explain why those notes got under my skin so quickly. It wasn't just the content. It was the tone. My mother's writing was usually round and relaxed. These notes were pressed hard into the paper, letters darker than usual, like she was writing to herself while upset, but trying not to show it. I called my brother and asked if she'd been scared of someone. He said, She was getting forgetful. Maybe she wrote stuff down. Forgetful didn't fit. My mother had become slower the last year, quieter maybe, but not confused. She paid bills on time. She remembered birthdays. The doctor never used the word dementia. And even if she had been forgetful, the notes were too specific. They sounded like responses to something. That first night, I slept in my old room because the guest room had become storage. My old room still had the same narrow closet and the same view of the driveway through the front maple branches. I lay awake for a long time, listening to the house adjust to nighttime. If you've ever gone back to a childhood home as an adult, you know how odd it feels. The sounds are the same, but you're different. Every creak has history in it. The floor near the bathroom still clicked once in cold weather. The refrigerator motor still carried up through the vents. Pipes tapped inside the wall after someone used hot water, even though no one was using hot water now. Your mind starts fitting old explanations onto new silence. At 9:14, there was a knock at the side door. 3 taps. Not loud. Not hesitant either. As if whoever was out there expected someone to come. I sat up so fast I got dizzy. The side door was downstairs off the kitchen, on the opposite end of the house, but I heard it clearly. 3 knocks. Then nothing. I stayed still, holding my breath. No second knock came. No footsteps on the porch. No voice calling out. After maybe a minute, I got out of bed, crossed the hallway, and stood at the top of the stairs, listening. The kitchen below was dark, except for the range clock. I did not go down. That's the part I used to feel embarrassed about when I told this story. I'm not embarrassed anymore. There are moments when your body decides before your pride does. Mine decided that if someone was at that door, I did not want them hearing me come closer. I waited until I was sure the porch was empty. Then I went back into my room and locked the door, even though the old lock barely held. In the morning, I checked outside. Nothing obvious. No package. No note. No footprints I could trust because leaves had blown across the steps overnight. I told myself maybe a branch hit the storm door. Maybe the sound carried weird. Maybe grief was making me hear intention where there was none. Then I found scratches on the back door frame. Fresh, pale lines near the latch, like someone had missed with a key more than once. The neighbor across the street was a woman named Elise, who had lived there since I was in middle school. She saw me on the porch later and came over with a casserole dish covered in foil, the way good people do when they don't know what else to do with death. We stood in the kitchen talking quietly, and I asked, trying to sound casual, if anyone had been bothering my mother. Elise looked at me for a second, too long, before answering. "She never told you?" "Told me what?" Elise set the casserole down and lowered her voice, even though we were alone. She said that over the last year or so, my mother had mentioned hearing someone on the porch some nights. Not every night, just once in a while. A knock. Sometimes the side gate open when she was sure she had latched it. Once, the screen on the bathroom window unhooked. Elise had told her to call the police, but my mother hated making a fuss. She said maybe it was teenagers. "Did she ever see anyone?" I asked. Elise hesitated. She said once she thought she saw a man standing by the hedge. But when she looked again, he was gone. I felt that horrible cold irritation you get when you realize everyone around a problem has quietly adjusted to it instead of naming it. My mother had been alone in that house, getting notes together, checking locks twice, and somehow this had become normal enough that it was just something the neighbor mentioned over casserole. That evening I searched the whole property, the shed, the garage, the side gate, the hedges. I found nothing except an old patio chair tipped over behind the garage and a muddy patch near the fence where the ground dipped. I called the local police non-emergency line and made a report that probably sounded vague and stupid. They said they'd drive by more often. The second night, I decided I was not going to lie in bed listening. I kept the downstairs lights on and sat at the kitchen table with my laptop open, not really reading anything. At 8:50, I checked the back door. At 8:55, I checked the side door. At 9 o'clock, I checked both again. At 9:11, there was a knock. Not on the side door this time, on the front door. 3 taps, evenly spaced. I didn't move. I stared at the dark hallway leading toward the entryway and felt the skin on my arms tighten. The porch light was off because the switch by the door had burned out months before, so even if I looked through the front curtains, I probably wouldn't have seen much. Then I heard something that bothered me more than the knocking. A hand on the doorknob. Not turning hard, just testing it once, gently. I stood so fast my chair scraped the floor. The sound seemed enormous. Everything went still after that. Whoever was outside had heard me. I walked to the hallway, picked up the umbrella stand because it was the nearest solid thing, and waited. No more knocks. Eventually I went to the living room and looked through the front window from the side. The porch was empty. The yard was empty. The street beyond it looked harmless and dead as ever. I called the police again. An officer came, took another report, walked the perimeter with a flashlight, and found nothing. He was kind, but I could tell he thought this was probably neighborhood nonsense, made heavier by recent loss. The third day, while clearing a drawer in my mother's bedroom, I found an old cassette answering machine. She had disconnected it years ago when everyone started using cell phones, but there were still tapes in the little basket beside it. I almost threw them away. Then I saw one labeled in her handwriting, "Keep." I found an old player in the den closet and listened. Most of it was nothing. Telemarketers, my aunt, doctor's office reminders, my brother calling to say he'd stop by on Sunday. Then, about halfway through, there was a message recorded at 9:13 p.m. on a date 6 months earlier. At first all I heard was silence, then a low scrape, then breathing, very faint, like the caller was holding the phone away from their mouth. My mother's outgoing message played again, because the caller hadn't hung up. And then, just before the machine clicked off, a man's voice said my childhood nickname. Not my full name. Not something anyone could get from a directory. The nickname my father used when I was small. The one nobody had called me in years. I turned the tape off so fast, my hand hurt. I sat there on the bedroom floor with that plastic machine in my lap and understood, for the first time, that whatever had been happening around the house had not felt random to my mother. It had been personal enough for her to write those notes. Personal enough for her not to tell us everything. I wanted it to be my father, because at least that would have been a name, a shape, a terrible but known thing. But my father was living in Arizona by then, remarried, and barely called on holidays. My brother later swore he couldn't have been there. Maybe he couldn't. Maybe someone else knew the nickname. Maybe an old family friend. Maybe someone who had known us long enough ago to remember things we forgot. That night I did something my mother should never have had to do alone. I sat in the living room with all the lights off, except the lamp behind me, and waited. At 9:10, I heard the side gate click. At 9:12, something moved along the porch boards. Soft, careful. At 9:13, there was a shadow on the frosted glass by the front door. Not full height, just the blur of a shoulder and head, still for 1 second too long. Then the shadow leaned slightly, as if trying to look through the narrow gap in the curtain. I called the police while watching that shape. I kept my voice low. By the time they arrived, whoever it was had gone again. But this time there was a sign. In the flower bed under the front window, pressed into the dirt, was the end of a cigarette. My mother didn't smoke. I don't smoke. My brother doesn't smoke. The officer bagged it. I never heard anything after that. Maybe they tested it. Maybe they didn't. Maybe it sat in a file with a dozen other things from other quiet houses, where someone waited until dark to remind a person living alone that they could be reached. We sold the house that winter. I did not want to, but my brother was right. Neither of us could keep it, and after those 4 days, I couldn't picture anyone I loved living there. Before closing, I went one last time to collect a box I had left in the attic. On my way out, I checked the pantry because I wanted to take one of my mother's recipe cards. The note was still taped inside the door. Back door, check twice. Only now, beneath it, in lighter pen, as if added later and almost erased by time, there was another sentence I hadn't noticed before. If I hear him again, I will pretend I'm not home. That line still hurts me more than the knocking, more than the tape, because it tells me exactly how small her world had become in the end. A woman in her own kitchen, making herself quiet so someone outside might lose interest. I lock my doors now the moment I get home, even in daylight. I know that sounds ordinary. Most people do. But for me, it never feels ordinary. It feels like answering a note somebody else wrote years ago. A while after that, I moved into an old apartment building in the city after a breakup. I was 30, exhausted, and trying to convince myself that living alone again would feel like freedom if I gave it enough time. The building had character, in the way rental listings always promise, and tenants always pay for. High ceilings, old hardwood floors, wide windows, and plumbing that sounded like a person clearing their throat inside the walls. My unit faced a narrow courtyard, so from my living room, I could see directly into the windows of the building opposite mine, if their blinds were open. The first week there, I noticed a man across the courtyard who seemed to keep my hours. I'd make tea at midnight, and his kitchen light would be on. I'd wake up at 6 and stand by the window in that half-awake state where you don't want to start the day yet, and he'd be there too, wearing a gray t-shirt, leaning one hand on the counter. I didn't think much of it. In apartment buildings, people become scenery. You learn their silhouettes before you know their names. There was a woman 2 floors down who watered the same plant every morning in a robe. An older man on the corner unit who ate standing up. The gray-shirt man was just one more shape in the shared quiet. What mattered more was that I wasn't sleeping. I'd started taking over-the-counter sleep aids, because without them, I lay awake thinking about my breakup, my job, money, all the usual things. The pills worked, but badly. They knocked me into these heavy, uneven nights where I would wake up foggy and not trust my memory of the hour before sleep. Sometimes I found my phone in bed when I was sure I'd left it charging in the kitchen. Once I woke up wearing socks I didn't remember putting on. So when small things in the apartment began to feel off, I blamed that first. A kitchen chair slightly out from the table in the morning. The bathroom door closed when I always left it open for air. A spoon in the sink when I was pretty sure I hadn't used one the night before. The first time I really felt afraid was because of my phone. I was scrolling through photos at lunch one day looking for a screenshot, and I found 3 pictures taken at 2:41 in the morning. They were dark and blurry. The first showed my bedroom ceiling. The second was a close shot of the wall by the closet. The third was pointed toward my apartment door from low near the floor, as if the phone had been held at waist height. I stared at them for a long time, trying to remember. Sleepwalking with a phone sounds absurd until your own camera roll disagrees with you. I told myself I must have gotten up half asleep and taken them accidentally. It bothered me, but not enough to seem impossible. People do strange things when they're medicated and lonely and not resting properly. Still, I stopped taking the pills after that. The problem was, the little things kept happening. One Saturday morning, I found the chain lock on the front door hanging loose. I never used the chain during the day, only at night. I assumed I'd forgotten to fasten it. That same evening, I fastened it very carefully, watched it slide into place, and even tugged the door once to be sure. In the morning, it was still fastened. That should have reassured me, but it didn't, because there was a wet ring from a glass on the coffee table. I hadn't had water in the living room. I began doing what anxious people do when they no longer trust themselves. I started creating little tests. Not big, dramatic traps. Quiet ones. I put a receipt in the crack of the hall closet door before bed. I left a teaspoon balanced on the rim of a mug in the sink. I draped a cardigan over the back of the desk chair with one sleeve hanging lower than the other. Most mornings, everything looked exactly the same. Then, once in a while, something didn't. The receipt on the closet floor, the spoon inside the mug, the cardigan folded over the chair, neat. It's difficult to explain how maddening that is. If something is violently wrong, you can react. But if things are only almost wrong, you spend more time arguing with yourself than protecting yourself. I didn't tell anyone for weeks, because I could hear how it would sound. Woman moves into old apartment after breakup, stops sleeping, starts finding evidence she can't explain. Even I would have thought, stress, maybe sleepwalking, maybe depression. Then I noticed the maintenance closet. Every unit on my floor had a little metal panel in the hallway, outside the front door, where the water shut-off valves were. Mine had one inside the apartment, too, in the back of the bedroom closet. Painted over so many times, it blended into the wall. I only found it because I was hanging clothes and caught my knuckle on the edge. The panel was open half an inch. I had never touched it. I crouched down with my phone flashlight and saw pipes, dust, and a vertical cavity beyond them, descending into darkness. Bigger than it should have been. Not big enough to move comfortably through, but big enough for wiring, for tools, for whatever old buildings hide between their bones. What I also saw was fresh scuffing on the paint around the screws. The building super came the next day and acted annoyed before he even knocked, like I was wasting his time with a loose panel. He shined his light in, squinted, and said it was just an old utility shaft shared between units. "Can anyone get through it?" I asked. He laughed once. "Not unless they're made of wire." He screwed the panel shut while I watched. Then he said if I was hearing noises, it was probably pipes or neighbors. "These places carry sound," he said. That night I dreamed someone was standing in my closet, not moving, just breathing through their nose. I woke up sweating and checked every room, which of course proved nothing, except that I was becoming a person who checks every room. A few days later, I came home from work and found my phone on the kitchen counter, instead of the charger by my bed, where I had left it. No memory gap to blame this time. No medication. No excuse. I opened the camera roll before I even took my shoes off. There was one new photo, taken at 1:16 a.m. It showed my bedroom door from inside the bedroom. I had not taken it. This time, the image was clear enough that I could see the edge of my nightstand and the corner of my blanket. The phone had been held chest high, angled slightly down. Somebody had been standing where no one should have been standing. I called my friend Mara and asked if I could come over. I didn't tell her why at first. I just packed a bag and left. The next day, in daylight, Mara came back with me because I refused to go in alone. We checked windows, locks, closets, everything. Nothing missing, nothing broken. Just my apartment sitting there in that bland afternoon light, making me feel foolish. Mara suggested hidden cameras. I hated the idea of buying them because it felt like admitting something, but I bought 2 cheap ones anyway. One faced the living room and front door. The other faced the bedroom. For 3 nights, nothing. On the 4th, I woke at Mara's place before dawn to a motion alert. I opened the app and saw my own dark bedroom, grainy and gray. For a second, I thought the camera had glitched because the image looked static. Then I realized it was not static. It was a person standing beside my closet. They were almost perfectly still, close enough to the wall that the camera only caught part of them. Shoulder, side of the head, one arm hanging down. I watched for maybe 4 seconds before the figure moved out of frame. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't even scream properly. I just made this weak sound that brought Mara running in. We called the police. They met us there. By the time officers searched the apartment, nobody was inside. But the closet panel had been pried open again, wider this time. On the other side of the shaft, according to building maintenance, there had once been old service access openings between stacked units before renovations closed most of them up. Most, not all. In the unit below mine, which was vacant for repairs, they found signs someone had been entering through an unscrewed panel behind a washer hookup. Blankets, food, bottles, a phone charger plugged into the wall. The police believed someone had been using the empty apartment and moving between parts of the shaft where possible, entering occupied units when they were sure people were asleep or away. They asked if I had noticed anything missing. I almost laughed. Missing? The problem was not what was missing. What I remember most is what the officer said when he watched the footage. He paused on the frame where the figure stood in my bedroom and said very quietly, he knew where the camera wasn't. That line made me cold in a way I can still feel now, because he was right. Whoever it was had not wandered in randomly. He had been there enough to understand angles, habits, quiet parts of the floor. Maybe he'd learned when I slept deeply. Maybe he knew the apartment almost as well as I did. I moved out within 10 days. On the last afternoon, while putting the bed away from the wall, I found something under the frame. A bobby pin. Not mine. I had short hair then. No reason for one to be there. Such a tiny thing. Worthless to anyone else. But to me it felt like proof that the life being observed there had not only been mine. Maybe there had been someone before me. Maybe the person in the shaft had been practicing invisibility for a long time, moving through women's bedrooms, taking nothing obvious, leaving almost nothing behind. I still live in apartments because most people don't have the luxury of letting fear redesign their whole lives. But I never fully close closet doors now. I need to be able to see inside at a glance. And if I wake in the dark and my phone is not where I left it, my heart starts beating so hard it hurts. It's strange what becomes sacred after something like that. Not money, not furniture, just placement. A charger beside a bed, a closed panel, a room that stays exactly as you left it because nobody else has had a chance to touch it. When I was 32, I took a job at a small public library in a town that liked to describe itself as quiet, which usually means nothing obvious has gone wrong there yet. It was a beautiful building, genuinely. Brick exterior, wide front steps, children's room with painted clouds on the ceiling, Old wooden circulation desk polished so smooth by elbows and time, it reflected light in soft stripes. I loved working there at first. Libraries feel like safe places by design. The sounds are controlled. The rules are simple. Even when things go badly, people lower their voices out of habit. I worked mostly evenings, returns, shelving, helping people with printing, locking up. We had a tiny staff, 2 full-timers, 3 part-timers, and 1 retired volunteer named Neil, who came in twice a week to help in local history. Neil was the kind of man nobody notices until they don't see him one day. Thin, careful, always in a beige jacket, no matter the weather. He spoke softly and smiled with his mouth closed. The first note appeared in a returned book. I was checking in a stack from the overnight drop when a folded strip of yellow paper fell out of a thriller novel. On it, in neat block letters, someone had written, "You looked tired Tuesday." I turned it over, expecting a joke from a co-worker. Nothing else. No name. I laughed a little and showed it to my supervisor, Lena. She laughed, too. "Maybe one of your admirers," she said. I threw it away. A week later, another note fell from a gardening book while I was shelving. Blue paper this time. "You always tug your left sleeve down when you're cold." That was specific enough to bother me. I do that. I have since I was a kid. But it still felt prank-like more than dangerous. Libraries have regulars who get attached, who notice your routines, who cross a line without understanding they're crossing it. I told Lena again. She said if I got more, we'd keep them. I got more. Inside a cookbook. Ham sandwich at 6:10 again. Inside a DVD case. You shouldn't walk home alone after close. Inside a volume of local census records in the local history room. Your mother used to bring you here when you were little. That last one changed everything. I had grown up 2 towns over. My mother did bring me there sometimes, because our local branch was tiny. But I had never mentioned that to anyone at work. Not once. After that, I stopped feeling annoyed and started feeling watched. The hard part was that a library makes watching easy. People sit quietly and look down. You don't know whether someone is reading or staring over the top of a page. You pass them 3, 4, 5 times in an evening, all in silence. You don't remember faces the way you would in another place, because the whole room encourages you not to engage. Lena began saving the notes in an envelope. We compared handwriting on sign-in sheets and program registrations. Nothing obvious. Security cameras covered the front entrance, circulation desk, and main floor aisles, but not every shelf range, and not the staff hallway leading to the break room. The notes kept getting more intimate. You check the children's room before the restrooms, because you don't like that corner after dark. The scar on your hand is from glass, not a knife. You used to count the steps to your bedroom as a child when you were scared. There's a particular kind of fear that comes when somebody knows true things about you. Because true things are hard to dismiss. If a note says something wild, you can reject it. If it says something only a few people would know, you start mentally unlocking every door in your life. I went through all the obvious possibilities. Old classmate working nearby, former neighbor, someone from my mother's church, somebody who knew my family and had recognized me. But that didn't explain how the notes were ending up inside random items before I touched them. One Thursday evening, I found a note in a book that had been pulled from the holds shelf under my own name. I hadn't placed a hold. Lena checked the system. A hold had been entered using my staff login from the back office computer 15 minutes before my shift. I had been in the building then, but I was helping at the copier with a patron. Someone had used my login anyway. Maybe I had left the desk without signing out. That was on me. But the book chosen was strange. A collection of old floor plans and renovation records for municipal buildings. Inside was a note that read, "There are no cameras between genealogy and archives." We went straight to the director after that. He took it seriously in the managerial way people do when a situation becomes too obvious to brush off. Passwords changed, cameras reviewed, staff reminded not to share logins. He asked if I wanted time off. I said no, because the idea of sitting at home alone while somebody somewhere knew things about me sounded worse. For a few days, nothing happened. Then on closing shift one rainy Tuesday, I was shelving in local history when I heard the little bell on the staff door at the back of the workroom. That bell only rang if the door opened from the alley. Staff used it for smoke breaks and deliveries. We were closed. Everyone was inside. I poked my head out and saw the hallway empty. Lena was up front, counting register cash. The director had left an hour ago. Neil was in archives finishing a stack of city directories because he liked to leave things tidy. I walked to the back door. It was closed, locked, but the bell was still trembling slightly, making that thin metal sound. When I turned around, there was a note on the floor just outside the break room. White paper, folded once. I opened it with my hands already shaking. "You leave at 8:17 when Lena closes with you. Tonight it will be later." I don't fully remember the next few minutes, except that Lena saw my face and swore, which I'd only heard her do once before. We called the police. Officers searched the building and the alley. Nothing. They did, however, ask to see places patrons normally wouldn't access. Basement storage, mechanical rooms, the archive stacks. In the basement, they found an old reading room scheduled for renovation, mostly unused except for surplus furniture and damaged boxes. One window was painted shut. One wasn't. The latch on the second window had been tampered with. Inside that room, tucked behind stacked program chairs, was a milk crate with bottled water, crackers, a flashlight, and photocopies. Dozens of photocopies. My stomach turned the moment I saw them, because I knew before I touched them what some of them would be. Property tax records with my parents' old address, yearbook pages with my 10th grade photo, a newspaper clipping about a school play I had been in, a photocopy of my library job application, a town directory listing my apartment. It is a deeply ugly feeling, seeing your life reduced to paper by someone you cannot picture clearly. The police took everything. They asked about patrons who spent a lot of time in local history. They asked who knew how to access archives and staff areas. They asked whether any former employees had keys. I thought of Neil, of course. Everyone did. He fit too neatly, which almost made me distrust the idea. But it wasn't only him. Plenty of people had spent time in that building over the years. Volunteers, maintenance workers, retired staff, delivery people. The police spoke to everyone. The next morning, Neil didn't come in. He also didn't answer calls. By afternoon, people were speaking about him in that altered tone communities use when they don't yet know whether they are talking about illness, guilt, or death. They found him 2 days later in a cheap motel 20 miles away. Alive, quiet, cooperative. The police never told me everything, and honestly, I didn't ask for all of it. What I learned through official channels and sideways conversation was enough. He had been using public records, yearbooks, local news archives, and staff routines to build those notes. He had known my mother from years before through some historical society program. He remembered me as a child, then recognized my name when I got hired. From there, a library gave him almost everything else. What I cannot shake is how ordinary he seemed every time he handed me a cart or asked whether I needed more labels. He never once said anything inappropriate to my face, never stared too long, never made a scene. He stayed gentle, helpful, forgettable. The notes carried all the intimacy he kept out of his expression. I left that job 6 months later. Before I left, I had to empty my staff locker. In the back corner, behind an old umbrella, I found one more folded note. The envelope from Lena's collection had been kept in the director's office by then. Nobody but staff knew exactly how many notes there were. This last one said only, "Libraries are the best places to learn how people live." I sat there on the bench in that tiny locker room and looked at those words until they stopped feeling like a sentence and started feeling like a method. That's what haunts me. Not affection gone wrong, not obsession in the dramatic sense, just patient observation, quiet collection. A person learning the shape of someone else's life from the papers they leave in the world. I still love libraries. I still go. But I never forget that they hold more than books. They hold traces, old addresses, signatures, habits, names layered across years. And if the wrong person is gentle enough, patient enough, they can build a version of you without ever knocking on your door. The fifth thing I'm going to tell you happened in a place I had known so long, I stopped really seeing it. I worked for a cleaning company for almost a year after the pandemic messed up my regular job. Most of our contracts were boring commercial spaces. Dental offices, insurance suites, a gym once the members were gone. But on Fridays, I cleaned a small private school on the edge of town. I'd gone there as a kid, not all the way through, just 4th to 8th grade, before my parents moved me to public school. So when they assigned me that building, I thought it might be weird in a nostalgic way. I imagined old bulletin boards, little desks, my memory catching on things. I didn't expect it to be one of the few places in my adult life that made me feel genuinely unsafe. Schools at night are wrong in a quiet, structural way. During the day, they're full of purpose. Bells, voices, doors, papers, bags, fluorescent noise. At night, all that purpose drains out, and what's left is a series of long rooms built for supervision. Wide hallways, blind corners, windows indoors. Motion lights that switch on one bank at a time as you walk, so the building seems to notice you in sections. The school had expanded since my time there. New science wing, updated library, security badges. But the old part remained mostly the same. Chapel on one end, auditorium on the other, narrow art room stairs, trophy case near the office with gold letters peeling off old sports plaques. I cleaned there alone from 7 to midnight every Friday. At first it just felt eerie in a manageable way. I'd vacuum classrooms, wipe desks, empty trash, and listen to podcasts through one earbud to keep the silence from getting inside my head. The motion sensors would throw lights on ahead of me and darken behind me. Sometimes I'd turn around expecting somebody else to be in the hall because a row of lockers would suddenly lose light and turn into one long shadow. The first strange thing was the chairs in the auditorium. I left them straight, every week. The same rows, the same aisles, because I vacuumed by section and checked them before moving on. Twice when I returned from the backstage bathrooms, the end chair in the 3rd row from the front was folded down. I assumed I had missed it. That is the obvious answer. But it bothered me because the folded seat created a dark square shape I would have noticed while vacuuming the aisle. Still, I corrected it, finished my shift, and forgot about it until the next week when the same chair was folded down again. 3rd week, same thing. I started feeling irritated, like the building was playing a joke too subtle to prove. The fourth week, I took a photo of the row after I finished. When I came back 10 minutes later, the seat was down. That was enough to turn irritation into attention. I checked the auditorium carefully. There were exits on both sides, backstage doors, storage behind the curtains, catwalk access higher up through a locked ladder gate. Everything looked secure. Nobody there. The cleaning company supervisor told me the maintenance staff sometimes popped in on weekends. Maybe someone had come through. But that didn't fit. The seat was always the same one. And nobody from maintenance had any reason to enter a dark auditorium and fold one chair down. A few Fridays later, I heard footsteps above the stage. Not running, not sneaking exactly. Slow, measured steps on the catwalk. I froze in the aisle with the vacuum humming in my hands, staring into the black rafters where the stage lights hung. The catwalk was maybe 20 feet up, a metal grating path with rails, mostly hidden unless the work lights were on. The footsteps stopped. I cut the vacuum. The silence afterward felt physical. I called out, "Hello?" Nothing. I called the school's after-hours contact number. Straight to voicemail. Eventually, I told myself it could have been the building settling, a duct expanding, anything metallic carrying through the ceiling. I finished quickly and left. The next Friday, I arrived a little early and checked the auditorium first. All chairs up. Fine. I cleaned classrooms until around 9, then came back to do the stage and aisles. There was a paper cup on the front row floor. Still cold. Lid off. Coffee smell. I don't drink coffee while working because it makes me have to find a bathroom every half hour. I knew it wasn't mine. Nobody else was scheduled in the building. This time I called my supervisor until he answered. He sounded annoyed, then less annoyed when he heard my voice. He came by, walked the building with me, found nothing, and said maybe a teacher had stayed late and forgotten the cup. "You're in your head because you went to school here," he said. Maybe I was. Memory can make a place feel occupied when it isn't. I know that. But over the next month, more things happened, always in ways that could be doubted just enough to keep me there. A classroom window cracked open from the inside on a cold night. The boys' bathroom on second floor flushed, while I was in an empty hall. A stack of music stands in storage looked rearranged. The auditorium chair kept folding down. I started checking the sign-in log at the office entrance when I arrived. It was a private school, so all weekend staff were supposed to sign in. Some Fridays there were legitimate names: basketball coach, drama teacher, facilities. Other Fridays, nobody. One night in late November, I was emptying trash in the old middle school corridor when I heard a door close softly at the far end of the hall. Not slam. Close. I looked up and saw the English classroom door settling into frame. That room had been dark a second earlier. I walked toward it very slowly, every instinct telling me to walk the other way. The hallway lights brightened one section at a time as I moved. By the time I got there, the room beyond the little window was empty. I tried the handle. Unlocked. Inside, the chalkboard had one sentence written across it in white chalk. "I wait here sometimes." No punctuation, block letters. I stood there with the trash bag slipping against my leg and knew, finally, absolutely, that somebody had been in the building with me more than once. The police came. They took photos. The school administration was furious in the very polished way wealthy institutions get furious when something threatens their feeling of control. Cameras were reviewed. Locks changed again. They told my company I would no longer work alone there. A week later, I learned why the catwalk gate had looked locked every time I checked it. There was another access point from the old costume loft, behind the backstage storage room. It had been forgotten by almost everyone except long-term facilities staff and, apparently, former students involved in theater. The police found bedding up there. Not much. Just enough to suggest that somebody had been spending time in the dark over the auditorium. The suspicion fell on a former student in his 20s who had been seen around campus months earlier. His father still worked occasional maintenance. The son had some history of trespassing, some mental health problems, no stable housing. Whether it was him every Friday, I don't know. Whether he wrote on the chalkboard, I don't know. They never gave me a neat ending. What I do know is this. If you sit high enough in a dark catwalk above a stage, you can see nearly the entire auditorium without being seen yourself. You can watch someone vacuum row by row. You can watch them pause at the same seat each week. You can wait until they leave and fold it down again. After that, I couldn't stop thinking about all the times, as a child, I had sat in that auditorium looking toward the stage and never once looked up into the dark above it. Most people don't. Why would they? Buildings train us where to look. Seats face forward. Stages light up. Hallways guide. Meanwhile, there are always old ladders, forgotten doors, lofts, crawl spaces, maintenance paths. The chair still gets me. Not the footsteps, not the chalkboard, the chair. Because it was such a deliberate little act. No damage, no theft. Just one seat folded down again and again, until I noticed that someone wanted me to notice. These days, if I enter a theater or a church or any room with darkness hanging above the lit part, I feel myself glance upward before I mean to. It's become automatic, the way some people check mirrors or exits. I'm not looking for ghosts. I'm looking for the part of the room that is allowed to stay unlit while everyone below assumes they are alone. The first thing I noticed was the kitchen chair. I lived alone, and I was the kind of person who always pushed chairs in. Not because I was neat, exactly, more because I hated bumping into things in the dark. Every night before bed, I would check the front lock, turn off the lamp by the couch, rinse my glass, and push the single chair back under the little square table. It became automatic. I did it without thinking. Then one morning, I came out of the bedroom, and the chair was pulled out by a few inches. Not enough to look dramatic, not enough to make me stop breathing or anything like that. Just enough that I stood there in socks, staring at it, trying to remember if I'd been distracted the night before. I assumed I had. There are 100 things you can blame on yourself when you live alone. You get tired. You stop checking your own memory against anybody else's. You tell yourself you're rushing, or stressed, or not paying attention. So I pushed the chair back in and forgot about it. Then the bathroom mirror was wiped clean in the middle. The whole mirror had fogged when I showered that morning, except for one broad, clear streak across the center, like someone had dragged a dry hand from left to right. I hadn't done that. I always just let mirrors clear on their own. I remember standing there with my towel wrapped around me, staring at that single mark. It should have been nothing. It probably was nothing. Condensation makes odd patterns. A sleeve brushes the glass. A towel catches the edge. A person can explain almost anything when they want to go to work on time. So I explained it. A few days later, I opened the silverware drawer, and all the forks were upside down. That was what started bothering me. Not because it was frightening in some dramatic movie way, but because it was personal. It was the kind of tiny change that meant hands had been somewhere they had no reason to be. I knew how I'd unpacked that drawer. Knives on the left, spoons in the middle, forks tines up, because that was how my mother kept them when I was growing up. I stood there for a long time with the drawer half open. Then I laughed, actually out loud, because I felt ridiculous. I remember saying, "Okay," to the empty apartment, like I was calling my own bluff. I told myself I was becoming one of those people who got spooked by ordinary life, because there was no one around to interrupt the thought. Upstairs, I could sometimes hear the couple who owned the house. Soft steps, a television murmuring. Once in a while, the sound of a dog collar jingling, though I never actually saw a dog. The husband's name was Martin, and the wife was Denise. They were polite in the careful landlord way, never unfriendly, never especially warm. Martin handled repairs. Denise handled messages and rent. They both had those tired, pleasant faces people get after years of hosting barbecues and paying property tax and not wanting trouble. I mentioned the chair to Denise the next time I saw her by the mailbox. She smiled and said, "Old houses move things around." I thought she was joking, but she didn't really laugh after. Then she asked if I'd left a kitchen window cracked. She said Martin noticed a draft from outside. I told her I hadn't opened any windows. She looked at me for half a second, too long, and said maybe he was mistaken. That conversation stayed with me more than it should have. It wasn't what she said. It was the way she said it, like she was checking whether my version matched someone else's. After that, I started taking little photos before bed. Nothing obsessive at first. Just quick pictures on my phone of the chair, the counter, the lock on the inside of the door, because I figured if I woke up and felt strange again, I could compare. The next morning, the mug drying by the sink had moved from the left side of the rack to the right. The photo made that clear. It's hard to explain how upsetting something so small can feel when it happens in a place that is supposed to belong only to you. It wasn't the mug itself. It was the proof. It was seeing my own kitchen in a photo taken at 11:43 p.m., and then seeing the same kitchen at 7:12 a.m., almost identical except for that one quiet, unnecessary change. I checked the front door. Still locked. I checked the windows. Closed. I checked the little utility closet in the hallway, even though there was barely enough room in there for a vacuum and a water heater. Nothing. For a while, I tried to make it make sense. Maybe the shelves weren't level. Maybe vibration from the furnace was shifting light things. Maybe I was touching things absent-mindedly in the morning and not noticing. When you don't want to feel afraid, your mind works overtime to protect you from fear. Then I came home from work one evening and smelled cigarette smoke. Just a trace of it. Not fresh, not thick, more like the ghost of it. The kind that hangs in fabric after someone has already left. I didn't smoke. Martin and Denise had told me very clearly there was no smoking anywhere on the property. The apartment was so small that if I had left a candle burning too long, I would have noticed immediately. But the smell was there, thin and stale, and impossible to ignore. I opened the cabinets. I checked the trash. I sniffed the curtains like a crazy person. Nothing. The smell was strongest near the table. That same night, I slid a single dark strand of my hair into the top corner of the bathroom cabinet, so it would fall if the door opened. It was something I'd seen online, and I hated myself a little for doing it, but I did it anyway. Then I locked the front door, checked it twice, and went to bed. In the morning, the hair was gone, not hanging loose, not on the counter, gone. I spent that whole day at work with a hard, dry feeling under my ribs. I answered emails. I nodded through a meeting. I made coffee and forgot to drink it. I kept telling myself I needed one more clear thing, one practical thing, before I embarrassed myself by accusing my landlords or calling someone. That evening I stopped by the hardware store and bought one of those cheap rubber wedge door stops. I told the cashier I wanted it for extra insulation, and he didn't care enough to ask why. That night I slid it under the apartment door from the inside. When I woke up, it was still there. That should have made me feel better, but it didn't. It only narrowed the possibilities in a way I didn't like. If no one was coming through the main door, then how were things changing? I spent an hour looking for another entrance. The utility closet had a small square panel in the ceiling, the kind that looked like access to pipes or wiring. I dragged the kitchen chair under it and pushed. It lifted with a dry scrape, and a little shower of insulation dust came down onto my face and hair. Above it was darkness, wood framing, and the cramped underside of the house. I shined my phone flashlight up and saw beams, ducting, spider webs. And on one beam, close enough to the opening that I didn't need to zoom in, there was a fresh gray ash mark. I got down so fast, I nearly tipped the chair over. I stood in the middle of the hallway staring up at that panel, feeling foolish and sick at the same time. The space above the apartment wasn't big enough for anyone to move around comfortably. At least I didn't think it was. But someone had been up there recently, and somebody smoking in the crawl space above my bed was somehow worse than anything I'd imagined. I went upstairs and knocked on Martin and Denise's door. Martin answered in slippers and a cardigan. I remember that because his clothes made the whole thing feel absurdly domestic. I told him there was ash above the utility panel. I said maybe an electrician or repair person had been up there. I said it as casually as I could, because I was still hoping there was an explanation I wouldn't be ashamed to hear. He looked over my shoulder into the dark yard before he answered. Then he said, "Nobody's supposed to be up there." I asked if there was any reason someone would have access through the house. He hesitated, and that was the moment when the fear changed shape. Before that, I thought maybe I was dealing with a weird mechanical issue, or absent-minded maintenance, or something inconvenient. Once he hesitated, I understood that there was information I didn't have, and that he knew it. Denise came into the hallway behind him and asked what was going on. He said, too quickly, "Nothing. She found some debris in the utility space." Denise's face changed in a way that was very small, but impossible to miss. She didn't look surprised. She looked tired. That night Martin came down with a flashlight and opened the panel himself. He shined the light around for less than a minute, then came back down and said it was clear. Just old dust, maybe from renovations. I said I saw ash. He said maybe insulation looked gray in bad light. I said I was pretty sure I knew what cigarette ash looked like. He gave me a patient smile that was just slightly too practiced and said if I was uncomfortable, he could have someone come out in the morning. I don't know why I didn't leave right then. Pride, maybe. Or the embarrassment of feeling dramatic. Or the very human instinct to accept the easiest version of events when the harder version asks more of you. Instead, I stayed one more night. I barely slept. Every tiny sound seemed separated from the usual background noise of a house. Pipes clicked. The fridge hummed. Somewhere above me a floorboard creaked, and then everything went still for so long that I started thinking maybe the silence itself was the sound I should be worried about. At around 2:30, I smelled cigarette smoke again. This time, it was unmistakable. I sat up in bed and listened. Nothing. No footsteps, no voices. Just that stale indoor smoke slowly finding me. I got out of bed and opened the bedroom door. The apartment was dark except for the faint orange glow over the stove. Not the stove itself, the little light above it. I knew I had turned that off. I walked into the kitchen and saw a man sitting at my table. He wasn't a stranger. It was the building superintendent, a man I'd met once on move-in day when he helped Martin carry in a bookshelf. His name was Greg, I think. Thick winter coat, boots, gray mustache, the kind of face you forget almost immediately because there's nothing memorable about it until there is. He was sitting in my chair, one hand flat on the table, the other wrapped around my mug. He looked up at me like I'd interrupted something private. Then he said very softly, "I thought you were working late." I didn't scream. I didn't throw anything. I didn't do any of the dramatic things people imagine they'll do in stories like this. I just stood there so still that my legs started shaking. He glanced toward the hallway, toward that utility closet, and then back at me. I said, "How did you get in here?" He looked honestly confused by the question. Not guilty, not startled, just confused, like I'd asked why rain got into gutters. "I've always had keys," he said. Always. That was the word I remember most. Not, "I have a key." Not, "Martin asked me to check something." Just, always. I backed away and told him to leave. My voice sounded thin and unfamiliar to me. He stood up immediately, almost politely, and set the mug down. He walked to the door, unlocked it from the inside, and paused with his hand on the knob. Then he turned and said, "You should tell them to stop renting this one to girls who live alone." He didn't say it threateningly. He said it like a tired complaint, like the problem was administrative. When he left, I locked the door and stood there in the dark until my phone slipped in my hand from sweat. The police came. Martin and Denise came down in robes and acted shocked in the loud, offended way people do when they are trying to outrun their own involvement. Greg, it turned out, still had copies of several keys for emergencies. Martin claimed he thought they had all been returned months ago. Denise cried. I remember that, too. She kept crying and saying she knew Greg had let himself into vacant units before, but she never thought. Vacant units before. That phrase stayed with me long after I moved out. I left the next morning. I didn't take much. Just clothes, laptop, toiletries. I came back 2 days later with my brother for the rest. While I was emptying the cabinet under the sink, I found a folded piece of paper taped to the inside wall. It had apartment numbers written down in a neat, blocky hand. Beside each one were little notes. Works nights. Dog. Couple. Out by 8. Smokes outside. Single. Beside mine, it said, New girl. Desk job. Home some Fridays. Nothing happened to me after that. Not in the obvious sense. Greg was arrested. The locks were changed. I rented somewhere else. Life kept moving the way life does, even when you feel like it shouldn't be allowed to. But I still push every chair in before bed. And if I wake up and one of them is out, even by an inch, I don't try to explain it anymore. I used to work evenings at a public library in the town where I grew up, back when I was 24, and still telling everyone it was temporary. The job was mostly shelving, closing procedures, helping people print boarding passes they didn't understand, that kind of thing. It was one of those brick municipal libraries built in the late 70s, with broad carpeted stairs, low ceilings, and a smell that lived somewhere between dust, coffee, and rain-damp coats. During the day, it felt harmless. Children's voices near the front, retired people reading newspapers by the windows, students sleeping with textbooks open in front of them. The building only changed after closing, when the automatic doors locked and the ordinary sound of people disappeared. What surprised me most about that place at night was how quiet paper can be when there's no conversation around it. Pages settling, covers slipping a little on a cart, air shifting through aisles and making it sound like someone had just stepped out of sight. There were usually 3 of us on the closing shift. My supervisor, Anita, who had worked there forever. A teenager named Wes, who did returns and complained constantly. And me. Around 8:30, Wes would finish the outside bin and go home. Anita would lock her office for the night and do final cash counts up front. I'd reshelve the last carts and walk each floor to make sure nobody was still tucked into a corner, pretending not to hear the announcements. The first month was fine. Then I started finding books already put away. That sounds helpful, I know. It should have been helpful. But if you've ever shelved library books, you know there's a rhythm to it. Even people who are good at it make little choices that become recognizable. Anita lined everything perfectly flush. Wes shoved things in too hard and bent the paper jackets. I had a habit of resting one finger on the shelf edge while I scanned call numbers. The books that started appearing were shelved correctly, but too carefully, like someone had taken their time with them. They also showed up in sections nobody but staff were supposed to be in after hours, especially local records on the 3rd floor and genealogy upstairs near the old microfilm room. At first I assumed Anita had done them on her way through. When I asked, she said no. Then she shrugged and said maybe I had. I laughed and said I definitely would have remembered walking 3 carts worth of county census indexes upstairs. She didn't laugh back. She just said, "Well, if it's getting done, I'm not upset." That was Anita's basic philosophy about a lot of things. A few nights later, while I was locking the study rooms, I found a mug in room B. Not one of ours. Not the cheap white staff mugs from the break room. This was dark blue with a chipped rim and instant coffee still drying in the bottom. The room had been empty when I checked it an hour before. I was sure of that because I'd turned off the little desk lamp myself and noticed one of the chairs was missing a wheel cap. I carried the mug downstairs and asked if it was Anita's. She looked at it for a moment, then said, "No, must have been left by a patron." I remember telling her that wasn't possible, because patrons hadn't been allowed drinks in study rooms for years. She just sighed and put the mug in lost and found. The next morning it was gone. It wasn't a big enough thing to hold on to. That was what made it so hard. Every odd detail came wrapped in its own explanation. A mug could be left anywhere. A book could be misremembered. A door could fail to latch fully. None of it was enough by itself. What started bothering me was the feeling that somebody else's routine was overlapping ours. I would go to turn off a lamp in a back corner and find it already off. I would come upstairs to clear the return cart and find one stack missing. Once I found the electric kettle in the staff room, warm to the touch at 9:15, long after Wes had left, and while Anita had been at the circulation desk the whole time. I asked if maintenance had been in. Anita said maintenance always signed the sheet by the back door. No one had. There was a man named Elias who used to work there before I did. I only knew that because people said his name occasionally, the way offices mention former employees, as a kind of shorthand for old stories nobody fully explains to new people. Elias used to know where everything was. Elias hated changing the display tables. Elias used to stay late without clocking the overtime. From the way they talked about him, I pictured someone middle-aged and harmless, a little lonely, maybe. One of those quiet workers who stay in the same place for 10 years until their silence starts getting mistaken for stability. I never asked what happened to him, because in small workplaces, asking directly can feel too much like stepping into someone else's unfinished argument. One rainy Thursday, I was doing the final walkthrough on the 3rd floor when I heard a cartwheel squeak. Not loudly, just that rubbery little chirp carts make when one wheel is slightly off and you put weight into a turn. I stopped in the history section and listened. The sound came once more from the far side of the floor, then not again. I called out, "Library's closed," in the same polite voice I used for teenagers hiding in the bathrooms. Nothing answered me. I walked the aisles. The overhead lights were in nighttime mode, half dimmed to save power, and the rows of shelving kept interrupting my view. At the end of one aisle, I saw a cart sitting near the county archives shelves. 3 books were on it. One open box of returned DVDs. No person. I moved closer and touched the cart handle. It was warm. That was the first time I felt fear in that building. Real fear. Not irritation. Not curiosity. That clean, unmistakable understanding that someone had been standing where I was standing only seconds before, and that the silence around me wasn't empty. I went downstairs and found Anita near the printer. I told her somebody was still upstairs. She looked annoyed more than concerned, but she came with me. The cart was still there. The books were still there. We checked every aisle, the study nook, the microfilm room, even the little locked storage closet where old magazines were kept before recycling. Nothing. Anita told me I was wound too tight, and maybe the cart handle felt warm because the building was overheated. Then, on our way back down, she stopped halfway on the stairs and looked toward the 3rd floor landing. I looked too. A single book had been placed upright on the carpet at the top step. It hadn't been there 30 seconds before. The title was facing us, a local phone directory from 2009. Anita picked it up, tucked it under her arm, and said, "Go finish closing." Her voice had changed. After that, she stopped rolling her eyes when I brought things up. She still didn't want to talk plainly, though. She started double-checking doors herself. She took the staff schedule off the break room bulletin board and kept it in a drawer. She told me to stop leaving my bag in the open cubby under the desk. I asked her once, "Who is Elias?" She was stamping forms at the counter when I said it. She didn't stop stamping. She said, "Someone who doesn't work here anymore." I waited. Then she added, "And someone who had trouble understanding when things changed." That was all. I started noticing signs that made the whole building feel shared in a way I couldn't bear. The restroom on the 2nd floor would sometimes smell faintly of shaving cream after closing. A blanket-soft indentation showed up once on the vinyl couch in the defunct media room downstairs. A spoon went missing from the break room and turned up 2 days later in the dictionary stand on the 3rd floor. Nothing violent, nothing loud, just evidence of a life happening around ours by inches. One night I stayed later than usual because we were doing inventory. Anita had gone home sick, and I told her I could handle the last floor checks alone. It was around 9:40, and raining so hard I could hear it drumming on the skylight over the stairwell. The building felt sealed up, submerged almost. I remember the exact order of things. I locked the front desk drawer. I turned off the copier. I signed the closing sheet. Then I went downstairs to the basement records room to shut the last inner door. The basement was where the building still felt unfinished. Concrete floor, exposed pipes, old exhibit panels leaning against walls. There was a narrow corridor past the archive room that led to a former audiovisual storage area nobody used anymore because most of the tapes had been discarded. The light back there had a pull chain instead of a switch. When I turned the corner, the light was already on. It was such a small thing, and yet my body reacted before my thoughts did. My hands went cold. I stood completely still and listened. At first I heard only the rain through the building. Then I heard breathing. Soft, tired, human. I didn't call out this time. I just backed up a step, and as I did, my shoe brushed against something on the floor. A paperback. I bent without thinking and picked it up. It was one of the library's withdrawn books, one that should have been in the staff discard bin upstairs. Inside the cover, on the checkout slip pocket, someone had written in pencil, "You missed one on 3rd floor." Not a threat, not a warning, just a correction. That was somehow worse. I walked backward until I reached the stairwell, then ran the rest of the way up and called the police from behind the circulation desk. I locked the staff door, then unlocked it again, because suddenly being trapped behind it felt worse than leaving it open. When officers searched the basement, they found a blanket, a duffel bag, canned food, a stack of old newspapers, and a flashlight in the unused audiovisual room. They also found a library master key taped behind a vent, and 3 staff memos folded neatly under the blanket, as if they had been read more than once. Elias had been living there on and off for weeks, maybe longer. The next part is what stayed with me. Not the discovery itself, but how much of it already made sense to the older staff. He had been a shelver, quiet, efficient, obsessive about order. He'd been fired after taking internal records home, though everyone described it in softened language, like he had difficulty with boundaries. He knew every floor, every blind angle, every door that didn't fully catch unless you pulled hard. He knew that we got lazy on rainy nights. He knew Anita still left old staff rosters in the 2nd drawer. He knew the 3rd floor genealogy section had enough room behind the oversized map cabinets for a person to crouch without being seen. Most of all, he knew how invisible someone could become in a building full of paper. I quit a week later. Before I left, Anita pulled me aside and told me not to use my library card for a while. I asked why. She said one of the things police found in Elias's duffel was a photocopy of a registration form. Mine. Name, old address, emergency contact. I asked how he got it. She said he had access once. Once. Again, that kind of word people use when they want the past to stay finished, even when it clearly isn't. A month later, after I'd already started a different job, I checked the mail slot at my apartment and found a padded envelope with no return address. Inside was a book from the library that I had shelved dozens of times without ever reading. A local history collection with a black and white photo section in the middle. One page had been marked with a torn strip of receipt paper. The photo it marked was from a town festival in 1998, a crowd in folding chairs, a church tent. A little girl in a striped shirt holding a melted ice cream and looking away from the camera. It was me. I knew that shirt. I knew those bangs. I knew the way my mother used to tie my shoelaces twice because I kept stepping on them. There was nothing else in the envelope. No note, no threat. Just the photo, marked carefully, as if somebody wanted to tell me that he had found me once in the quiet records of a public building and could probably do it again. When my marriage started collapsing, I told myself I would leave cleanly. I think a lot of people tell themselves that. They imagine adulthood will protect them from messy endings if they use the right language. We'll take space. We'll be respectful. We'll keep things stable for our son. We'll do this the healthy way. Then real life comes in, with all its bruised pride and silent resentment and practical details. And suddenly you're carrying overnight bags into your mother's house while your 6-year-old asks if this is temporary, and you don't know which answer would hurt him less. My mother was staying with my aunt after knee surgery, so the house was empty except for me and my son, Noah. It was the house I grew up in. Same narrow hallway, same framed print of a lighthouse over the stairs, same kitchen window over the sink that always showed the neighbor's porch light through the hedges. I thought being there would make things easier. Familiar houses are dangerous when you're vulnerable. They know how to lower your guard. The first few nights were uneventful. Noah slept in my old room because it felt less strange to him than the guest room. I took the small bedroom at the back of the house. I worked remotely during the day and tried not to cry where he could hear me. My ex, Daniel, texted at reasonable hours and kept his messages measured. "How's Noah? Did he eat? Tell him good night." It all looked civilized on a screen. The first unsettling thing Noah said happened over cereal. He was swinging his legs under the table, half awake, spooning Cheerios into his mouth, when he told me, very casually, "Dad came last night." I thought he meant in a dream. I asked, "In your dream?" He shook his head. "No, he was in the kitchen. I heard the drawer." I smiled the way parents do when they don't want to feed an idea. "You probably heard the ice maker." He looked at me like I was the one being childish. He tucked me in. There was a pause after that, just long enough for me to feel something small and cold move through me. I asked what he meant. He said Daniel had come into the room after I was asleep and pulled the blanket up to his chin because his feet were out. Then he said the part I still hear sometimes when I can't sleep. He didn't turn on the hall light because he said you'd get upset. I called Daniel immediately. He answered on the second ring, groggy and irritated in a way that sounded real enough to calm me a little. He said he had not been there. He said Noah was probably mixed up. He asked if I seriously thought he would sneak into the house in the middle of the night. When he said it like that, I felt embarrassed, defensive, petty. I told myself Noah was processing the separation in his own way. Kids blur dreams and wishes and memory. He missed his father. That was all. Still, I checked the doors that night more carefully. Front door locked. Back slider locked. Chain on. Kitchen window latched. I even looked in the basement, though there was no reason to. In the morning, the cereal box clip was on backward. I know how stupid that sounds. I know. But I had clipped it myself. A red plastic clamp, always facing right, because I am left-handed, and that's how I grab it. The next morning, it faced left. The freezer drawer was also not fully shut, and one of Noah's toy cars was sitting on the third stair. Neither thing meant much alone. Together they made the house feel used. The next few days, there were more small things. The patio light would be off when I knew I'd left it on. The TV in the den would be on input mode instead of cable. The little dish towel by the sink would be folded into thirds, which was something Daniel always did, and something I never noticed until I started finding it that way. I hated how quickly my mind reached for him. He had lived in that house with me for almost 6 years. He knew where every floorboard creaked. He knew my mother still kept the spare key in the ceramic planter by the porch, in spite of being told not to. He knew the side gate never latched unless you lifted it. Knowing someone's habits is intimate. Knowing their old family house is worse. I moved the spare key. Then I changed the alarm code. The alarm panel was old and stubborn, mounted near the pantry door, the kind with rubber buttons that had yellowed slightly from sunlight. I set a new 4-digit code and wrote it nowhere. That gave me enough relief to sleep deeply for the first time in days. At 4:17 the next morning, the hallway light came on. It wasn't sudden or dramatic, just that soft line of brightness under my bedroom door, thickening until I sat up. I thought Noah needed the bathroom. I got up, opened my door, and saw the hall empty. The light was on. My son's bedroom door was almost closed. The kitchen was dark. I checked Noah first. He was asleep, one arm flung over his face. Then I went to the alarm panel. The screen was blank. Not disarmed. Blank. I turned on the kitchen light and saw that the small metal cover below the panel had been opened. Inside, The battery had been disconnected. I remember sitting down at the kitchen table because my knees didn't feel reliable. Only someone who knew that system would know the battery was there. When I called Daniel, he sounded angry before I finished explaining. He said I was accusing him because it was convenient. He said I was turning Noah against him. He said if I wanted to make him the villain, I should at least do it directly. I hung up because I started shaking too hard to keep the phone steady. That afternoon, I asked the neighbor across the street if she had noticed anything odd at night. I tried to sound casual. She was one of those alert, curtain-parting neighborhood women who always knew which delivery trucks belonged where. She squinted at me and said, "I saw a truck out front around 2 one morning." My stomach turned. "What kind of truck?" She described Daniel's. Then she added, "I assumed he was there for the boy." People will hand you terrifying information, as if it's gossip, when they don't understand what it means. That night I didn't sleep in my room. I left every downstairs light on and lay on the couch with a blanket, my phone in my hand, and Noah asleep upstairs. There is a certain kind of exhaustion where fear becomes almost calm. I remember listening to the refrigerator hum and the old heating vents tick and thinking how strange it was that my childhood home, the place I'd once run through barefoot without thinking, now felt like somewhere I was waiting to witness a crime. It must have been after 1 o'clock when I heard the softest sound in the world, a crayon rolling across wood. That was all. Not footsteps, not a door, just that tiny, dry cylinder sound from the kitchen table. I didn't move right away. I think some part of me already knew that if I moved too quickly, whatever explanation I was still clinging to would disappear. Then I sat up. The kitchen was dimly lit by the oversing light I always left on for Noah. Daniel was sitting at the table. He was wearing socks, not shoes. That detail made me feel sicker than anything else, because it meant he had planned to be quiet. One elbow was on the table. In front of him was one of Noah's coloring books, open to a page of cartoon animals. He wasn't coloring. He was just making slow circles on the paper with a blue crayon, pressing hard enough that the wax had started to break. He looked up when I sat up. His face didn't look wild. It didn't look guilty. That would have been easier somehow. He looked tired, hollowed out. "I didn't want to wake him," he said, like we were discussing normal bedtime logistics. I asked how he got in. He said, "I used the side door." I asked why he was there. He looked toward the stairs, where Noah was sleeping, and said, "I just wanted to hear the house." That sentence changed something in me permanently, not because it was threatening in the obvious sense, because it wasn't. It was quiet. Pathetic, almost. He said it like he was admitting to some sad habit he couldn't stop. He missed the sound of Noah going to the bathroom at night. He missed the cartoon cups in the drying rack. He missed our normal life so much that he had started borrowing it after we fell asleep. He had been coming in, sitting at the table, checking Noah's room, fixing little things. Once he replaced a blown night light bulb because, in his words, he doesn't like the dark. Another night he rinsed a bowl that Noah had left in the sink. He told me this as if I was supposed to understand the tenderness inside the trespass. I told him to leave. He didn't argue. He stood up, put the crayon down exactly parallel to the coloring book's spine, and went to the side door. Before opening it, he turned back and said, "You didn't have to make it feel like I died." I think about that line more than I want to, because part of me understood it. Part of me understood the unbearable humiliation of being displaced from your own family. But understanding does not make you safe. Understanding does not make it less terrifying to realize someone has been standing over your sleeping child in the dark. Not out of rage, but longing. I filed a report the next day. Daniel cried when the officer spoke to him. He apologized. He said he never meant to scare us. He said he only came when he knew we'd be asleep, because he didn't want to fight. He kept saying that, as if avoiding confrontation made everything else gentler. For a while after that, Noah asked why his dad wasn't allowed to come visit at nighttime anymore. That sentence nearly broke me. Months later, when we were packing up the last of my things from my mother's house, I opened the drawer in Noah's old room to make sure I hadn't left anything behind. At the very back, behind some coloring pages, there were 3 spare nightlight bulbs in a sandwich bag. Daniel had brought replacements. Not once, not impulsively. He had planned to keep coming. I worked nights on a surgical ward for almost 3 years, and I used to tell people the hardest part was the sleep schedule. That was the easy answer. The real hardest part was how life starts feeling borrowed when everyone else is asleep. Meals at odd hours, grocery stores right before closing. The sense that you're always entering the world from the wrong side of the day. The hospital parking garage was attached to the east wing, 6 concrete levels that all smelled faintly of wet dust and old oil. Staff parked on levels 4 through 6. Visitors used the bottom floors. I always parked on 5, roughly the same spot if it was open, near a support column painted with a red 5B. Over time, I got weirdly attached to that exact section of garage. The lighting there worked. The security camera faced the lane. The walk to the employee entrance took under 2 minutes. When you spend enough tired mornings walking to the same car in the same half-dark place, the vehicle starts feeling less like an object and more like a room you own. That's probably why I noticed the first changes so fast. One morning, after a brutal shift, I got in and found the seat pushed farther back than where I kept it. Not dramatically, just enough that my knees didn't bend the way I expected when I reached for the pedals. I assumed my husband had used the car on my day off and forgotten to mention it. When I asked, he said no. Then the mirrors were angled slightly downward on another morning. Then the radio was on a classical station I had never used. Then I found the climate control set to full heat in the middle of June. Every time, there was an explanation waiting. Valet moved it for maintenance. Husband borrowed it. I bumped something. I was too tired to remember. The thing about chronic sleep loss is that people stop trusting your version of reality before you do. I mentioned the seat issue to a coworker, and she smiled sympathetically and said, "Nights will make you think you're losing it." I mentioned the radio to my husband, and he kissed my forehead and told me I needed a weekend off. I started taking pictures. Dashboard, seat position, mileage, mirror angle. Again, I hate how quickly that became my instinct. But once you begin documenting your own life because you suspect it's shifting while you're not looking, it's hard to stop. The mileage was what bothered me next. I drove the same route almost every workday. House to hospital, hospital to house, plus the occasional pharmacy or grocery store. I knew roughly how many miles I should be adding in a week. One Thursday morning, I looked at the odometer photo from the night before and realized there were 11 extra miles on the car. 11. Not enough for a road trip. Not enough for a mechanical glitch to sound ridiculous. Just enough for a short drive somewhere and back. I took the photos to security. The man at the desk, a broad, sleepy guy named Eric, barely glanced at them. He asked if I'd lost my keys at any point. I said no. He asked if I'd loaned the car to anyone. I said no. Then he shrugged and said the garage cameras only retained footage for a limited time, unless there was a specific incident. I remember thinking, this is a specific incident. but there wasn't a dent. There wasn't a smashed window. There wasn't the kind of damage institutions know how to respond to. There was only that thin, creeping violation of someone using my car as if the inside of it wasn't part of my life. A week later, I got a toll notification for a bridge I never crossed. That was when my husband stopped smiling it off. We checked our accounts. No fraud, no explanation. Just one charge at 3:12 a.m. on a night I had been on shift the whole time. I started locking everything inside the glove box. Registration, insurance card, even spare change. Not because I thought the thief wanted those things, but because I wanted to know if they had been touched. Then I left a gum wrapper in the cup holder, at an angle I could recognize. It was gone in the morning. I found it tucked neatly into the door pocket. Whoever it was wasn't rummaging. They were inhabiting, adjusting, straightening, spending enough time in the car to notice and correct small things. That is such a deeply personal kind of trespass. My car had the kind of dashboard system that keeps a history of recently paired Bluetooth devices. I almost never checked it. One morning after another shift, I sat in the garage with the engine off and scrolled through the menu. My phone was listed. My husband's was listed. And one I didn't know was listed too. JAE-12. That could have belonged to anyone. It could have been old. It could have been meaningless. But I stared at it until my eyes watered from not blinking. I went back to security and demanded they review the overnight footage from level 5. This time they did, mostly because I was crying by then, and I think they wanted me gone. The camera angle showed the lane and part of my parking row, but not the inside of the cars. We watched hours sped up into jerky silence. Staff coming and going, headlights passing, a floor cleaning machine on level 4. At around 2:47 a.m., a figure in a reflective jacket approached my car, got in, and drove it out of frame. The person returned at 3:19. The footage was too grainy to make out a face. Security said it could have been one of their own moving it because of a leak or line striping or any number of vague maintenance reasons. They said they'd look into it. They said not to worry. Telling a frightened person not to worry is one of the cruelest ordinary things people do. After that, I could barely concentrate at work. I started leaving my badge in the same pocket every time. I wrote down when I parked. I began taking the stairs instead of the elevator, in case I needed to get to the garage faster. My body was tired all the time, but under the tiredness was this sharp, electrical vigilance that never really switched off. One of the older nurses, Marisol, noticed. I finally told her everything in the break room at around 1 a.m. while she was heating soup. She listened without interrupting, which already made me feel more sane than security had. Then she asked, "Is Owen still on nights?" I said yes. Owen was one of the overnight security guards. Mid-40s, maybe. Always polite. Used to work at a dealership, or at least that was one of the facts he repeated about himself. He liked cars. He always asked people what they drove. Marisol nodded slowly and said, he used to offer to warm up people's cars in winter. Nobody asked him to. There is a special kind of dread that comes from hearing something small and inappropriate suddenly click into place inside a larger pattern. That night, around 4:30, I told the charge nurse I needed to run down to my locker for a headache tablet. Instead, I went to the garage. The hospital was in that strange hour before dawn, when everything feels padded. Fewer elevators moving, fewer voices, air heavy with disinfectant and stale coffee. My shoes sounded too loud in the stairwell. When I came out onto level 5, I didn't see anything at first. Then I noticed my car was gone from 5B. Not stolen, Not missing from the garage, just not in the spot where I had left it. I walked farther down the level and saw it parked on the top ramp near the chain link edge, facing outward toward the sleeping city. The engine was running. The headlights were off. I approached quietly, though I don't know why. Maybe because the whole thing felt intimate and wrong, like I was about to open a door I wasn't meant to know existed. Owen was in the driver's seat. His security jacket was folded on the passenger side. He had leaned the seat back. One hand rested lightly on the steering wheel, not driving, just touching. The dashboard screen was lit up blue. Then I heard my own voice, soft through the speakers, tinny. I had once recorded myself reading a grocery list into my phone while driving home because I was too tired to type. Somehow the car system had synced to my messages and voice memos, and he was listening to them. My own tired voice saying eggs, detergent, call dentist, Noah has soccer Friday. No, that wasn't me. That was someone else's life, sorry. Even now the details blur, because the feeling outran the facts. He looked up when I got close enough for my reflection to appear faintly in the glass. He didn't jerk or panic. He lowered the volume. Then he rolled the window down halfway and said, in the calmest voice imaginable, "There was water dripping near your regular spot." I looked at the dry concrete under my feet. I said, "Get out of my car." He kept one hand on the wheel for a second longer, as if finishing a thought. Then he said, "You leave a lot of personal stuff connected to this thing." Like that was the boundary I had failed to maintain. I remember opening the passenger door because I didn't trust myself to speak. His jacket slid off the seat and landed on the floor mat. In the pocket, visible for half a second, was a paper copy of my registration. Not stolen from the glove box then. Copied. He got out slowly, smoothing the front of his shirt. He smelled like vending machine coffee, and the peppermint gum security guards always seemed to chew at night. Up close, he looked embarrassed more than afraid. He said he was only using the car to circle the garage and stay awake on long shifts. Then he admitted he had driven it outside a couple of times. Then he said he liked the sound system. Then, when I still said nothing, he finally stopped talking. What came out later was worse in the ordinary, grinding way these things usually are. He had access to a lockbox with emergency spare keys from employees who left them during procedures or forgot them in lockers. He had memorized which car belonged to which person. He knew I worked long surgical nights. He knew which staff members were least likely to leave the floor unexpectedly. He knew exactly how small a violation can look from the outside if nobody wants paperwork. The hospital tried to keep it internal at first. That was almost its own horror. The attempt to make it administrative. A breach. A policy issue. A misuse of property. Language designed to flatten the fact that a man had been sitting inside my car in the dark, listening to my own voice, learning the shape of my days from receipts and parking habits and Bluetooth menus. I changed cars 3 months later, not because mine was damaged, because I couldn't sit in it without feeling watched by the absence of the watching. For a long time after, I would reach for the door handle and stop, just for a second, looking at the seat through the window first. Checking the angle, checking the mirror, checking whether the inside still looked like it belonged to me. When my mother fell and fractured her hip, I moved back into my childhood home for what I told everyone would be a couple of weeks. She needed help after rehab. I had flexible work. The arrangement seemed simple on paper. By then my father had been dead 4 years. The house still carried him in quiet ways. His coat hook by the back door, his handwriting on the fuse box labels, the habit of everyone in the family lowering their voices automatically after 10 p.m. because he had always gone to bed early. My mother came home from rehab thinner, and somehow smaller without actually losing much weight. The doctors were optimistic about her recovery, and during the day she mostly seemed like herself. She complained about tea bags getting weaker. She corrected the local news anchor from the sofa. She told me where the extra towels were, as if I hadn't lived in that house for 18 years. The first week there felt peaceful. That's important to say, because whenever I tell this story now, people assume I moved in and immediately felt that something was wrong. I didn't. If I had, I might have left before anything got under my skin. Instead, I settled in. I put my books on a low shelf by the couch. I bought a cheap plant that I kept forgetting to water. I learned how long the radiators took to start making that little clicking sound before heat came through. I got used to hearing the freezer hum at night, like someone clearing their throat in another room. The first odd thing was so small I nearly forgot it. I came home from my mother's house one evening carrying 2 bags of groceries, and when I unlocked my apartment door, I saw that one of the kitchen chairs had been moved slightly away from the table. Not much, maybe half a foot. Just enough that I noticed because I was careful about small spaces and liked keeping things pushed in. My first thought was that I must have moved it myself that morning without remembering. I was tired. I had a lot going on. I pushed it back in with my knee and unloaded the groceries. A few days later, it happened again. Same chair. I remember standing there with a bag of apples in my hand, staring at it longer than I should have, not because it scared me, but because it annoyed me. I live alone. Chairs do not move for no reason. So I tried to think backwards through my morning. Coffee, toast, laptop open on the table, email from my manager, then a call from my mother. Did I stand up too quickly and leave the chair out? Probably, most likely. It didn't matter. That was how it began. Not with fear, with explanation. Then there was the bathroom light. The switch inside the bathroom was old and a little loose, and sometimes if you flipped it too softly, the light wouldn't come on. About 2 weeks after I moved in, I got up around 3 in the morning to use the bathroom and found the light already on. I remember that clearly because I had fallen asleep on the couch with the TV muted, and the apartment was dark except for that thin line of yellow under the bathroom door. I stood in the hall for a second, still half asleep, feeling annoyed at myself. I thought, great, you left it on. Electricity isn't free. I opened the door. Nobody there, obviously. Sink dry. Mirror spotted with old age, not steam. I turned the light off and went back to sleep. The next morning I tried to remember whether I had used the bathroom before falling asleep on the couch. I must have. I must have left the light on. That was how it continued. Not with certainty, with must have. The real trouble started when I began working nights. My team had shifted schedules to match a client on the West Coast, which meant I was online later than usual. Most nights I worked in the kitchen, with a lamp on the table, and everything else dark. I actually liked it. The town went quiet early. By 10:30, Main Street looked abandoned. By midnight, it felt preserved. The pharmacy sign went dark. The laundromat emptied. Even the traffic lights seemed to take on a different rhythm, changing colors for no one. Working there at night felt like sitting at the bottom of a fish tank. I started noticing sounds I hadn't paid attention to before. Footsteps outside on the sidewalk. A car door closing somewhere far off. The heating pipes ticking. Once, around 1 in the morning, I heard what I thought was someone trying the front door of the flower shop downstairs. I froze, waited, and listened. There was a metallic rattling sound. Then nothing. I muted my laptop, held my breath, and listened harder. Nothing again. The next day I asked the landlord if anyone had access to the shop. "It's empty," he said. "Nobody goes in there unless I'm showing it." You don't have someone cleaning it out or anything?" He shook his head. "Not yet." That should have been the end of it. But after that I kept listening for the sound. I heard it again 3 nights later. A soft rattle. Not loud, not urgent. Just a quick testing of the handle downstairs, as casual as someone checking whether they'd left their own house unlocked. I went to the window and looked down at the street, expecting to see somebody there, but the sidewalk was empty. It occurred to me then that the noise might not have been the shop door at all. Old buildings shift sounds around. Pipes carry them. Hallways distort them. A sound from the back of the building can seem like it's coming from the front. I told myself that and sat back down. Still, I started locking the deadbolt earlier in the evening. I started checking it before bed. I also started leaving little private markers around the apartment, though I didn't tell anyone that at the time, because even I knew how it sounded. Nothing dramatic, just things I would notice if they moved. A coin on the entry table positioned exactly at the edge. A folded receipt tucked halfway under the sugar jar. One slipper turned sideways near the bed. I told myself it was practical. If I really had been absent-minded, this would prove it. If nothing moved, good. If something did, at least I'd know it wasn't my imagination. For 4 nights, nothing changed. On the 5th morning, the coin was gone. Not moved. Gone. I found it later on the windowsill in the living room. I remember the feeling that crawled up the back of my neck then. It wasn't the full-body panic people describe. It was thinner and colder, more intimate, like realizing someone had read over your shoulder. I called my mother that afternoon and tried to make it sound casual. "Have you ever had that thing?" I asked, "where you're so tired you move stuff and don't remember doing it?" "Of course," she said. "Why?" "No reason. You sound tired." "I am tired." "You're working too late." "Probably." She let that sit for a second. "Are you sleeping all right over there?" I looked around the apartment while she asked it. The same lamp, the same couch, the plant drooping on the sill, the kitchen chair pushed neatly under the table. "Yeah," I said, "I'm fine." But I wasn't sleeping well. I'd started waking up with a strange feeling that I had interrupted something. Not a dream, exactly. More like a thought that wasn't mine, and vanished as soon as I became aware of it. There were mornings when I woke up in bed, feeling certain I had fallen asleep on the couch. There were mornings when the blanket on my bed was folded back, as if someone had sat on the edge of it. Not crumpled, not messed up, just folded. Again, every single detail had an explanation if I wanted one badly enough. Maybe I was more tired than I realized. Maybe I was sleepwalking. Maybe I was lying awake longer than I thought and forgetting. Maybe the apartment just needed getting used to. There is a point in experiences like that where the normal part of your mind starts working overtime, not because it's winning, but because it knows it's losing. I could feel that happening in me. I became careful in this artificial way. I documented things. I took pictures before leaving the apartment. I made notes in my phone that sounded ridiculous when I read them back. Chair in. Bathroom light off. Window latched. Coin on table. Receipt under jar. I never showed those notes to anyone. One Friday night, after a long video call with my manager, I closed my laptop around 1:30 and realized I was hungry. I made toast and stood at the counter, eating it in the dark kitchen, except for the stove light. That's when I heard footsteps on the stairs outside my apartment door. Not the front staircase that led up from the street. These were the back stairs, the narrower ones that came up from the alley and ended at the landing outside my kitchen. I stopped chewing. The steps were slow and deliberate, not sneaking exactly, but careful in the way people walk when they don't want to draw attention to themselves. There were 6 or 7 of them. Then silence. I stood there for maybe 10 full seconds before moving. I set the plate down as quietly as I could, crossed the kitchen, and looked through the peephole in the back door. The landing was empty. I unlocked the chain, opened the door a crack, and looked out. Still empty. The stairwell light was on, throwing that weak yellow apartment building glow over the railing and the chipped paint on the walls. I could see all the way down to the alley door. Closed. No movement. No one standing in the shadow of the stairs. Nothing. I shut and locked the door, then stood there listening so hard my ears hurt. Nothing. The next morning I checked with a couple who lived in the apartment behind the building, on the ground floor. They were older, quiet, the kind of neighbors who nodded but rarely lingered. "Did either of you come up the back stairs late last night?" I asked. The husband looked confused. "No." "Did you hear anyone out there?" He thought for a second. "Didn't hear a thing." His wife looked at me more carefully than he did. "Everything okay?" "Yeah," I said too fast. "I just thought I heard someone." She gave a small nod that didn't mean agreement. It meant concern politely hidden. I hated that look. I went back upstairs and told myself I was getting too keyed up. That afternoon, I bought a cheap indoor camera online. I didn't buy it because I was convinced someone was coming in. I bought it because I was desperate to prove that nobody was. That was the truth. I wanted footage of an empty apartment. I wanted to watch my own life from a distance and see that everything stayed where I put it, and the lights turned on and off only when I touched them. The camera arrived 2 days later. I set it on the bookshelf facing the living room and kitchen, connected it to my phone, and tested it before leaving for my mother's. Everything worked. I watched the feed twice while I was at her house. Nothing. That night, around 11, I checked it again from bed. The apartment was dark and still. I could make out the pale square of the window and the dim red standby light on the TV. Normal. Empty. I fell asleep with some of the tension finally leaving my body. At 3:12 a.m., my phone buzzed with a motion alert. I was awake instantly. For one horrible second, I just stared at the screen, unable to open it, because the alert itself felt like confirmation. Then I tapped it. The video was grainy, black and white, the kind that makes every shadow look intentional. At first, I didn't see anything moving at all. The room was exactly as I'd left it. Couch, table, window, kitchen beyond. Then the bathroom light came on. Not all at once, not in a dramatic flick. It just glowed into being in the hallway, a thin wedge of brightness appearing from a room outside the camera's view. I sat up in bed so fast I almost dropped my phone. The clip ended there. I replayed it 3 times, then went live on the camera feed. The bathroom light was still on, pouring its dull glow across the hall. I was alone in the apartment. I knew I was. The bedroom door was open, and I could see the edge of the hallway from where I sat. No movement, no sound. Yet the feed showed that same glow from the other angle. I don't know why I didn't get up immediately. I think some part of me believed that if I waited long enough, the light would go off by itself, and this would shrink back into something manageable. Maybe a glitch, maybe delayed footage, maybe anything else. Then, on the live feed, the kitchen chair slid back from the table by itself. Only a few inches. No hand, no body. Just the chair moving, smoothly, quietly, until it stopped. I made a sound I'd never heard myself make before. Not a scream. More like the noise your body makes when it suddenly understands you're in danger before your mind does. I left that apartment without putting shoes on. Phone, keys, coat. That was all I grabbed. I went down the front stairs so fast I nearly fell, got in my car, and drove to my mother's house across town in my socks. She opened the door with her robe half tied, face pale with sleep and alarm. "What happened?" I remember trying to answer and not being able to. My teeth were chattering, though I wasn't cold. She brought me inside, sat me at the kitchen table, and made tea while I replayed the clip for her with shaking hands. She watched the bathroom light come on. She watched the chair move. Then she looked at me in a way I'll never forget. Not doubting, not fully believing, but understanding that whatever was happening to me had crossed a line. "You're not going back there tonight," she said. I didn't. The next morning my mother insisted on coming with me. She called my uncle, too, and he met us there with a flashlight and the kind of practical expression men wear when they want a situation to become mechanical, so they don't have to admit it's strange. We unlocked the apartment and went in together. Nothing looked wrong. That almost made it worse. The chair was where it should have been, tucked back under the table. The bathroom light was off. Windows locked. No sign of forced entry. No open crawl space. No weird note left behind. Nothing. My uncle checked every closet, every window, the space under the bed, even the little access panel in the hall ceiling that led to a dusty wedge of attic too small for anyone to stand in. Empty. "You sure this camera thing doesn't glitch?" he asked. "I watched it live." He didn't answer that. We went downstairs to inspect the flower shop. The landlord met us with keys, half irritated, half curious. The place was exactly what you'd expect from a business closed in a hurry and never truly emptied. A counter with an old register, shelving units, stained tile floor, a faint smell of damp cardboard, and something sweet trapped in the walls. There was a back room with buckets, rusted wire racks, and a sink. Nothing more. No one hiding. No sign anyone had been staying there. The landlord kept repeating, "There's nobody coming in here," in a tone that suggested he believed saying it often enough would turn it into proof. I wanted proof. I wanted some obvious mechanical answer. Faulty floors, warped legs on the chair, an electrical issue, a second entrance I hadn't known about. But every possible explanation seemed to shrink the moment I touched it. I moved out that evening, not permanently, not at first. I told myself I was just staying with my mother for a few nights. I packed a bag, then another. By the third trip, I knew I wasn't coming back except in daylight, and never alone. The landlord let me break the lease after a week of arguing. He kept part of the deposit, and I didn't care. I found a tiny place on the other side of town near the highway. Bright, newer, soulless in a comforting way. For a while I managed not to think about the apartment above the flower shop. I deleted the camera app. I threw the chair marker notes away. I went back to work and to grocery runs and prescription pickups for my mother. Life reassembled itself around the blank space of that experience. Then, 2 months later, I ran into the older woman from the ground floor apartment at the pharmacy. She asked how I was settling into the new place. "Better," I said. She hesitated, then lowered her voice. "I was going to say something before, but I didn't want to upset you." A cold little line went through me. "About what?" She looked toward the checkout line, then back at me. Sometimes late at night, when that upstairs apartment was occupied, I used to hear someone moving around for a while after they'd already left in the morning. I stared at her. "What do you mean?" "I mean I'd see them go. Then maybe 20 minutes later, I'd hear footsteps overhead. Slow ones, just for a minute or two. She gave a small shrug. Old building, I thought. Pipes, echo, you know. Did you ever tell anyone? No, she looked embarrassed. It sounded foolish. Did Eileen ever say anything? Her mouth tightened a little. She used to complain that she was forgetting things. Lights left on, furniture moved. But she was getting older by then. I didn't say anything. The pharmacist called her name, and she stepped forward to the counter, as if we'd just finished discussing the weather. That should have been the end of it. But fear has a way of reopening itself when it finds company. A week later, I drove past the flower shop by accident on my way back from the bank. I hadn't taken that route on purpose, but there I was at the light, the building on my right, afternoon sun on the upper windows. There was a for rent sign hanging crookedly in the downstairs glass. And upstairs, in the living room window of the apartment I had left, was my plant. The cheap, drooping plant I had forgotten to take. It was sitting on the sill exactly where I'd kept it. I almost laughed out loud from pure relief at first. Of course, I'd left it behind, that was all. It had been there the whole time. I just hadn't noticed before. Then the light changed, and as I drove through the intersection, I remembered with complete clarity packing that plant into a cardboard box lined with towels because the pot was cracked. I remembered carrying it down the stairs against my chest. I remembered setting it beside the passenger seat in my car. I remembered because when I got home to my new apartment, I had left the box on the floor for 2 days before unpacking it. And when I finally did, the soil had spilled everywhere. I pulled into a gas station lot and sat there gripping the steering wheel until my hands hurt. I tried to reason it out. Maybe I had bought another plant. Maybe I was mixing up details because both plants had looked equally pathetic. Maybe I wanted so badly for the memory to fit the fear that I was forcing them together. That evening, I went through the cabinet under my kitchen sink and found the cracked ceramic pot wrapped in an old grocery bag. Empty. I didn't sleep much that night. A few days later, I asked the landlord if anyone had rented the upstairs place yet. No, he said. Can I ask you something strange? He gave me the expression people give when they expect you to become more trouble than you're worth. Sure. Have you been up there recently? Last week. Was there a plant in the front window? He frowned. I don't think so. You don't think so? No. Why would there be? I might have left one. He shrugged. Then maybe it's there. I almost said, I didn't leave it there. Instead, I nodded and ended the conversation because I suddenly understood that I did not want him looking at me the way other people had started to. Over the next month, I began noticing something even worse than the original events. My memory was no longer a place I trusted. I would think about the apartment, and certain images would come back with perfect sharpness. The angle of the chair, the glow of the bathroom light, the coin on the sill. But then other details around them would feel soft and uncertain. Did I really see the chair move live, or only in the recorded clip? Did I pack the plant after I moved, or before? Had my mother watched the footage only once, or had I replayed it for her several times? I started rereading old text messages to anchor myself. There was one from my mother the morning after I fled the apartment. Bring shoes next time before you run into the night. Love you. That was real. There was one from my uncle. Probably wiring plus old floors. Still creepy, though. That was real, too. But reality wasn't helping. It was only proving that the fear had happened, not what it meant. I finally changed my phone the next year, and when I transferred everything over, I couldn't find the camera clips anymore. Maybe they had been stored locally. Maybe I had deleted them in some fit of wanting my life back. Maybe they were sitting in some cloud account I forgot the password to. I looked once, hard, then stopped looking. Some part of me was terrified I would find them, and some other part was terrified I wouldn't. 3 years passed. My mother died. Not suddenly, but not slowly enough either. The kind of illness that teaches you how much waiting a human body can do. After the funeral, my sisters and I spent weeks sorting through her house. Drawers of receipts, recipe cards, sweaters she hadn't worn in years because she said, maybe next winter. Every object felt both precious and impossible. On the third weekend, while cleaning out the hall closet, I found a grocery bag tucked behind a stack of old magazines. Inside it was a ceramic flower pot with a crack running down one side. And inside the pot was dry soil, with a dead root system still tangled through it. I sat on the floor, holding it for a long time. My mother had never liked plants. She said she didn't need more living things depending on her. She would never have taken that pot from my apartment. There was no reason for it to be in her closet. When my older sister found me there, she asked what was wrong. I almost told her everything. I almost said, "Do you remember that apartment? Do you remember how strange I got when I lived there? Do you remember Mom saying anything about a plant?" But I looked at my sister's face, already tired, already carrying too much grief, and I said, "Nothing, just dusty." I kept the pot. I don't know why. Maybe because by then it felt less like an object and more like a witness. It's in my garage now, on a high shelf behind paint cans. I never threw it away, but I never brought it inside either. Sometimes, and I know how this sounds, I think about the fact that whatever happened in that apartment was never loud enough to count as an emergency. No broken lock, no smashed window, no figure standing over the bed, nothing you could point to in court or show to police, or even explain to friends without hearing your own voice grow thin and doubtful. It was quieter than that, smaller. It left room for me to participate in it, to doubt myself, to help it along. That's what bothers me most now. Not that something moved the chair, not that the bathroom light came on, not even that my memory of the plant seems to split in half, depending on how long I stare at it. What bothers me is how little it took, how quickly a home stopped feeling like a witness to my life and started feeling like another mind that noticed I was alone. I still live in a different town now, in a condo with clean walls and sensible locks, and neighbors who make too much noise in ways I'm actually grateful for. And every once in a while, usually when I'm tired, I'll come home and find a cabinet door slightly open, or a lamp I don't remember turning on. I close it. I turn it off. I say nothing, because I learned something upstairs over that flower shop that I have never been able to unlearn. There are some fears that don't need to prove themselves. They only need you to start keeping track. A few years after all of that, I took a job doing overnight care for an elderly man named Walter. I didn't want the job at first. I'd been picking up temp work wherever I could find it after the daycare where I worked cut hours. And when a friend from church told me her neighbor needed someone to stay nights with her father after a fall, I said I'd think about it, mostly to be polite. Then the medical bills started hitting harder, and politeness turned into necessity. Walter lived in a long, low ranch house at the end of a dead-end road, about 40 minutes outside town. The place sat back from the road behind a line of pine trees that blocked most of the view from the front. During the day, it looked ordinary enough. Brown brick, white shutters, gravel driveway. A little metal star nailed beside the garage. But at night, the house seemed to pull away from everything around it. The trees swallowed the road. The yard disappeared past the porch light. Once you were inside, the outside world stopped feeling relevant. His daughter Denise hired me after one interview at her kitchen table. "He doesn't need much," she said. "Just someone here in case he tries to get up on his own. He's still proud. Too proud. Thinks a cracked hip is an insult." Walter snorted from his recliner in the living room. "It is an insult." He was 83, lean in that dried-out way some old men get, with a face full of deep lines that made him look stern, even when he was listening. His wife had died 6 years earlier. Denise lived 20 minutes away and came every morning before work, but she couldn't stay nights anymore because of her own kids. My shift was from 9 at night until 7 in the morning. Mostly I was there to help him to the bathroom if he needed it, make sure he took his medication, and call Denise or an ambulance if anything went wrong. The first few nights were easy. Walter slept in a hospital bed set up in what had once been the dining room, so he wouldn't have to manage the hallway at night. I sat in the den with the television low and a blanket over my legs, listening for him. Sometimes he wanted water. Sometimes he wanted to talk. More often, he wanted to complain. "I hate that woman on the Weather Channel," he told me one night, not looking away from the TV. "She smiles when she says freezing rain, like it's a prize." "Maybe she likes weather," I said. "She likes being wrong." I laughed, and something in his expression softened. That was how I learned him. He wasn't warm, exactly, but he appreciated steady people. If you showed up on time, didn't fuss over him, and didn't talk to him like he was halfway gone already, he relaxed around you. The house itself took longer. It had that layered feeling older homes sometimes get when nothing has really been thrown away. Denise had cleared out obvious clutter after her mother died, but traces of a full life remained in every room. Ceramic birds on shelves, stacks of church bulletins tied with ribbon, a sewing basket under an end table, drawer after drawer of rubber bands, batteries, faded coupons, keys nobody remembered using. The air carried a permanent smell of coffee, dust, and the faint medicinal sweetness of old lotion. By the second week, I had learned the sounds. The refrigerator clicking on, the baseboard heat ticking, the porch flagpole knocking lightly when it was windy, the loose vent in the hall that gave a soft metallic shiver whenever the furnace started up. That's why I noticed the breathing. I heard it the first time around 2 in the morning while rinsing Walter's water glass at the kitchen sink. It was behind me, very soft, just the slow draw and release of air through someone's nose. I turned immediately, expecting to see Walter standing there in his robe, and the kitchen was empty. The sound stopped. I stayed still, listening. Nothing. My first thought was that I had mistaken the refrigerator motor for breathing. My second thought was that I was too tired. By then I had started picking up afternoon shifts at a grocery store, too, and there were nights I felt like my bones were filled with warm sand. So I finished rinsing the glass and carried it back to Walter. He was asleep. Not just lying there with his eyes closed, either. Genuinely asleep. Mouth slightly open. I stood there longer than I needed to, watching him breathe in that slow, unbothered way sick people sometimes do when they're being watched. The next night, I heard it again. Same place, same hour. Soft breathing just behind my left shoulder while I was wiping down the kitchen counter after making tea. This time I turned more slowly. Still no one there. The sound stopped exactly when I moved. I checked on Walter immediately. He was awake and staring at the TV. "You all right?" I asked. "I'm old, not on fire," he said. "Did you call for me?" "No." I hesitated. Did someone used to come in through the back this late? Neighbor or family friend or anything? He looked at me like I'd asked whether deer knew math. No. I almost let it go. Then I said, I keep thinking I hear somebody in the kitchen. That got his attention. Where? Behind me, mostly. He looked past me toward the dark hallway for a moment, then back to the TV. House makes sounds. Yeah. He didn't answer. After that, I started keeping the kitchen light brighter than I needed to. I also stopped standing with my back to the room. If I washed dishes, I angled myself sideways. If I wiped counters, I kept glancing over my shoulder. It made me feel silly, but it also helped. For a while. Then the cabinet doors started changing. Walter's late wife had labeled everything in that kitchen years ago, with one of those old label makers that leaves embossed black tape. Bowls, spices, plastic lids, tea. She had apparently believed in a world where everything had a correct place and could stay there if people cooperated. Every morning before Denise arrived, I straightened the kitchen. Mug rinsed, pill cup by the sink, bread clipped, dish towel hung on the oven handle. After a few nights, I noticed that one cabinet door, the one under spices, kept being left slightly open by morning. Not wide, just enough to break the line of the other doors. The first time I figured I had bumped it. The second time I deliberately pressed it shut until I heard the magnet catch. The third morning it was open again. I told myself it was warped. Houses settle, hinges loosen, magnets fail. But even with all that, the door shouldn't have reopened by itself to exactly the same narrow angle night after night. So I did something childish. I tore a little piece off a sticky note and tucked it into the crack at the top of the cabinet door before going to check on Walter. If the door opened, the note would fall. At 5:30 in the morning, while making coffee, I looked over and saw the door standing open. The sticky note was still lodged in the crack above it. I stared at it for a long time before touching anything. There are simple explanations, of course. Maybe I wedged the note wrong. Maybe the door had never fully closed, and I only thought it had. Maybe the adhesive caught it somehow. Every explanation felt thin, but I held on to them because that was easier than saying the other thing. Around then, Walter started doing something that unsettled me even more. He began asking if his wife had been in the kitchen. Her name was June. I knew that from Denise and from the framed photographs in the hallway. June at 20 with a short, dark bob and a flowered dress. June at 40 holding a cake with lit candles. June at 60 in a blue coat standing beside Walter in front of Niagara Falls. The first time he asked, it was almost casual. "Did June get up?" he said one night as I adjusted his blanket. I thought he was confused from waking. "No, Walter, it's just us here." He blinked a few times. "Right." The second time was different. I had just helped him back from the bathroom, and he gripped my wrist before I could step away. "She was standing in the kitchen doorway," he said quietly. My skin went cold. "When?" "Just now. There's nobody there." He kept looking past me. "I know." That was the first answer he ever gave that made me feel like he wasn't confused at all. The next morning I mentioned it carefully to Denise. She sighed in the tired, practiced way of someone who has been carrying too many small worries for too long. "He's been talking about Mom more lately," she said. "Doctor said it can happen when people get worse at night. Sundowning." "Does he have dementia?" "Not officially, no. He just gets mixed up sometimes." I nodded like that settled it, but it didn't settle the breathing behind me, or the cabinet, or the way Walter had said, "I know." That weekend, Denise stayed late one evening because one of her sons had the flu, and her husband was at urgent care with him. She and I were in the kitchen while Walter dozed in the next room. She was packing up leftover meatloaf into containers, and I was rinsing dishes. "Your dad ever used that back hallway?" I asked. She looked up. "Not since the fall." "The one past the laundry room?" "Not really. Why?" "No reason. I just don't think I've ever seen the light on back there." She gave me a curious look. "That switch hasn't worked in years." I stared at her. "What?" "The hall light. It died a long time ago. Dad kept saying he'd replace it. Then Mom got sick, and after that nobody cared enough to deal with it." I turned and looked toward the dark mouth of the hallway beyond the laundry room. The night before, around 3, I'd walked past that exact hallway and seen light spilling faintly across the tile from it. Not bright light, more like a lamp at the far end. I remembered pausing, thinking Denise must have left something on in the storage room, then hearing Walter cough and forgetting it. I rinsed the plate in my hand again, though it was already clean. "Huh. That hall always creeped me out as a kid," Denise said with a little laugh. "Mom used to send me back there for canned soup, and I'd make Dad come with me." "Why?" "Just dark. Smelled weird." She snapped a lid onto the container. "You know how it is." I did know how it was, but not the way she meant. After she left, I checked the hallway myself. It ran from the laundry room to a back storage room that had once been part pantry, part utility space. The bulb overhead was indeed dead. The switch did nothing. I used my phone flashlight to look around. Shelves of canned food, cleaning supplies, a folded card table, a box of Christmas ornaments. Nothing else. No lamp, no other light source, no second switch I could find. I slept badly the next day, woke before my alarm, and almost called Denise to tell her I couldn't come back. Instead, I went anyway. Money has a way of making fear sit down and wait its turn. That night, Walter seemed more alert than usual. He wanted to watch an old Western. He asked for toast with jam. He even made a joke about my shoes. "Those are nurse shoes," he said. "They're comfortable. They're ugly. That too." He smiled a little. For a while, the house felt almost normal again. Around 1:30, after I helped him settle back in bed, he said, "Don't go in the back hallway if you hear her." I stopped with my hand still on the blanket. "What?" He kept his eyes on the ceiling. "June." I tried to sound gentle. "Walter, June isn't here." "I know that," he said, and for the second time there was no confusion in his voice. "I'm telling you anyway." I stood there waiting for him to say more. He didn't. "Why shouldn't I go back there?" I asked after a moment. His eyes shifted to me. "Because she won't be there when you get there." I wish I could explain the exact effect those words had on me, but it wasn't simple fear. It was recognition, like hearing someone describe a room you'd only ever visited in bad dreams. I laughed softly, because that felt like the only safe response. "Okay." But after that, I stayed in the den with every light on, and the TV louder than necessary. At 2:17 a.m., I heard Walter call my name. Not loudly, just enough. I went to him right away. He was awake, but calm. "What do you need?" "Water." I handed in the glass from the side table. He drank, gave it back, and said, "You heard her, didn't you?" "No." "She was in the laundry room." I looked toward the dark hall beyond the kitchen, even though I couldn't see it from where I stood. "Go back to sleep, Walter." He gave me a look I had never seen on his face before. Not stubbornness, Not confusion. Pity. That was the moment I should have left. Instead, I went to the kitchen and started a pot of coffee, because suddenly being more awake felt like the only defense I had. The house was very quiet. No TV now. No movement from Walter's room. The refrigerator clicked on, then off. Somewhere outside, wind moved through the pines with that dry, brushy sound that almost resembles whispering if you're tired enough. I stood at the counter waiting for the coffee to drip. Then I heard the dead hallway light click on. Not buzz on, not flicker. Click. The unmistakable plastic snap of an old switch being pushed. I turned slowly. From the kitchen, I couldn't see into the back hall itself, only the floor where the laundry room opened into it. There was light there. Dim, yellow, steady light. I remember feeling two completely opposite things at once. One was relief so sharp it almost made me laugh. There it is, I thought. There's the answer. The switch works after all. Denise was wrong. That's all. That's all this has been. The other feeling was dread, so immediate my hands went cold. Because even if the switch worked, someone had just turned it on. I said Walter's name once, just loud enough to see if he answered. Nothing. The coffee machine finished dripping with a wet little sigh. The light remained. I set the mug down and took a step toward the laundry room. Then another. I don't know what I expected. A door swinging, a window uncovered. Some practical, stupid explanation crouched at the end of the hall, waiting to be discovered. I wanted that so badly, I almost felt angry at Walter for filling my head with anything else. By the time I reached the laundry room, the light was gone. Not fading. Gone. The hall beyond was black. I stood there, breathing through my mouth. It smelled faintly like detergent and old cardboard. Nothing else. No footsteps. No door opening. No whisper of fabric moving away. Just darkness and the pressure of my own heartbeat. Then from somewhere at the far end of the house, I heard Walter laugh. It was a small sound, dry and humorless, and it scared me more than if he had screamed. I went back to him immediately. He was lying exactly as I'd left him, hands on top of the blanket, eyes open. "What's funny?" I asked. He looked at me for a long second. "You went. Your hall light came on." "No," he said. "It didn't. I was too tired, too tense, too deep in whatever that night had become to argue. I checked his pulse like that might ground me. It was steady. You need anything else?" He kept looking at me. "I used to follow her, you know." "Who?" "June." The room felt smaller around us. "After she died?" He blinked once. "I'd hear her in the kitchen, or in the hall, or by the back door. I'd go look." His mouth moved into something like a smile, but there was no warmth in it. "She was never there when I got there." I thought of what he'd told me earlier. "She won't be there when you get there." I said nothing. "She was always somewhere else instead," he whispered. The house settled around us with a small creak. "Walter." I stopped going after a while. His eyes drifted toward the doorway. "Then you came." That was it. That was the exact sentence that broke the last thin layer of control I had been holding on to. I called Denise at 2:41 in the morning and woke her up. "I'm sorry," I said before she could speak, "but I need you to come here." "What happened?" "I don't know. He's okay medically, I think, but he's saying strange things, and I don't think I can stay here alone tonight." There was a pause, then the rustle of sheets, and immediate seriousness in her voice. "I'm coming." She arrived 25 minutes later in sweatpants and a coat over her pajamas. By then, Walter was asleep. I must have looked worse than I realized, because the first thing she said when she came in was, "Oh my God." "I'm sorry." "It's okay. Tell me what happened." So I told her some of it. Not all of it. Not the breathing behind me. Not the cabinet. Not the fact that her father had said, "Then you came." I just told her about the light in the hallway, what Walter had said about June, and how unsettled he seemed. Denise listened without interrupting, then rubbed her face with both hands. "He used to say weird things after Mom died," she said quietly. "Not at first. A few months later. Like he thought he saw her in the house. I figured it was grief." "Did he ever say she was somewhere else instead?" Her hands stopped moving. "What?" I repeated it. For a few seconds she didn't answer. Then she looked toward the kitchen, not at me. "When I was 14, she said slowly, "I heard him talking in the laundry room one night." I waited. I thought Mom was awake, too, so I went down the hall. He was standing there by himself, in the dark. I asked who he was talking to. She swallowed. He said, "I thought it was your mother, but it isn't." The room felt strangely cold after that. "Did he explain?" "No." She gave a weak little laugh that had no humor in it. "Families are good at stepping around things, you know? Mom was sick by then. We were all tired. Nobody wanted more strange. She stayed until dawn. Nothing else happened. No breathing, no lights, no strange comments from Walter. Morning came in gray through the kitchen curtains like it always did, washing the house in ordinary color. Denise made coffee. I gathered my things. We spoke in that brittle, over-careful way people do after a night they don't want to define. I quit 2 days later. I told Denise I was sorry, but my schedule had become too much, and I couldn't keep doing nights. That part, at least, was true. She looked disappointed, but not surprised. She never asked me to explain further. Walter died 6 weeks after that. Denise sent me a card, thanking me for the help I'd given her father during a difficult time. I kept it in a drawer for years, because throwing it away felt cruel. Maybe that should have closed the story. Maybe his death should have locked the house into the past, where all of it belonged. But a year later, on a Sunday afternoon in the grocery store, I ran into Denise by the produce section. We hugged, talked about work, talked about her boys. The conversation had already begun its natural drift toward goodbye when she said, almost as an afterthought, "We sold the house." "Oh," I said. "Good." "Yeah, couple from Lexington bought it. Nice people. They've been renovating." I nodded. Then she said, "The wife called me last month." My stomach tightened. She wanted to know if my father had hidden anything in the walls. "Why?" She said they keep finding little notes in odd places. Behind the medicine cabinet, under shelf paper, inside the laundry room light fixture. Denise gave a faint, uncertain smile. "Probably Mom. She saved everything." "What kind of notes?" Her smile faded. "Mostly grocery lists, church reminders, numbers." She hesitated. "But one just said, 'Don't follow me if you hear me in the kitchen.'" I think I asked her to repeat that, though I heard her perfectly the first time. "Maybe it was a joke," Denise said too quickly. Mom had a dry sense of humor, but her face said she didn't believe that. I drove home in silence after that, missing my turn once because I was somewhere else entirely. I have tried over the years to build a version of those nights that makes sense. Walter grieving his wife, Denise carrying old family anxiety, me exhausted and suggestible, primed by loneliness and money stress to notice the wrong things. Maybe that's enough. Maybe houses soak up patterns and pass them on. Maybe one person's private fear becomes the next person's suggestion without anyone meaning for it to happen. Maybe if you live long enough in a place where someone has spent years turning toward noises and thinking, "Is that you?" you start doing it too. That explanation should comfort me. It doesn't. Because the part I can't file away isn't Walter asking about June. It isn't the dead light turning on. It isn't even the note the new owners found inside the fixture. It's the breathing. The soft, patient breathing directly behind me in an empty kitchen. And the worst part is that by the end, I wasn't sure whether it wanted me to turn around or whether it was just waiting to see how long it would take before I did. The third thing happened when I was 32, and by then I'd become the kind of person who noticed myself noticing things. I don't know if that makes sense. After a while, when you've had a few experiences that never settle cleanly in your mind, you start living with an extra layer of attention. You clock where the exits are. You remember where you placed your keys. You watch the reflection in windows before you look through them. Not because you think something terrible will happen every day, but because if it does, you already know it probably won't announce itself properly. My sister Mara called me in late November and asked if I could stay at her house for a week while she and her husband took a delayed anniversary trip. Their usual sitter had canceled, and the only thing the boys really needed was an adult presence at night, because the older one, Eli, had recently started sleepwalking. I said yes, because Mara had been there for me through more than one bad stretch, and because I loved my nephews. Also, her house was only 15 minutes from my apartment, and she promised the fridge would be full, and the guest room bed didn't hurt your back. Eli only does it once in a while, she told me while packing snack bags for the drive. Mostly if he's overtired. Just make sure the back door stays locked. How old is he now? 9? 10. Has he ever left the house? No, she paused. Well, we don't think so. I looked up. What does that mean? It means one morning we found the mudroom light on and his shoes by the back door, but he said he didn't remember anything. Rob thinks he just got up early. She shrugged in the way people do when they want a detail to stay small. Anyway, just keep an ear out. The house sat in a newer subdivision outside the city, the kind built all at once by the same developer. Wide streets, young trees, similar roofs. It should have felt safe in the blandest possible way. And during the day, it did. The boys' backpacks by the stairs, magnets on the fridge, laundry baskets in the hall. A house full of normal life. Eli was serious and thoughtful, with the watchful face of a kid who feels older than he is. His younger brother Noah was 7 and loud enough for both of them. On the first night after Mara and Rob left, Noah made me sit through a 20-minute explanation of a game he was inventing with action figures, while Eli sat on the rug nearby pretending not to listen, and correcting him whenever he got one of the characters wrong. "Do you want the hall light on tonight?" I asked Eli at bedtime. He looked embarrassed. "No." "You sure?" "I'm not scared." "Didn't say you were." He glanced at me. "Mom tells everyone, doesn't she?" "Only that you sleepwalk sometimes." He relaxed a little. "I don't do it on purpose." "I know." He was quiet for a second, then said, "Sometimes I wake up and think I was dreaming before I even opened my eyes." "What kind of dreaming?" He shrugged. "Just that I'm already somewhere." Kids say things like that. They don't always mean them deeply. Still, I remembered it. The first 2 nights passed without trouble. I checked on the boys before I went to bed, did my crossword at the kitchen island, locked the doors, and slept lightly in the guest room downstairs. On the third night, I woke at 1:18 a.m. to the sound of the security system chiming softly. Back door. I was upright instantly. For one confused second, I thought I must have dreamed it, but then I heard the faint, rubbery click of the door sealing shut again. I ran barefoot through the kitchen and into the mudroom. The back door was closed and locked. The mudroom light was on, and Eli was standing there in pajama pants and one sock, facing the wall. Not the door. The wall beside the washing machine. "Eli?" He didn't move. I came closer, keeping my voice calm. "Hey, buddy." He turned slowly. His eyes were open but not awake. Not exactly. Anyone who has seen a sleepwalking child knows that look. The body is there. The eyes are working. But the person you know is a few rooms away. "Come on," I said softly. "Let's get you back to bed." He looked past me toward the kitchen. "He said not to wake you." Every hair on my arms stood up. "Who said that?" He blinked once, very slowly. "The man in the garage." My mouth went dry. "There's nobody in the garage, Eli." He frowned as if I were the one being difficult. "He doesn't like when you say that." I guided him by the shoulders before he could say anything else. He came willingly, feet dragging a little, and let me lead him upstairs. Once in bed, he curled onto his side and was asleep again almost immediately. I checked the garage before I went back downstairs. Empty. No car besides Mara's. No open side door. No sign anyone had been in there. Just bikes hanging from hooks, a folding ladder, bins of holiday decorations, a workbench with old paint cans under it. I told myself what I would tell any other adult in that situation. Sleepwalkers talk. They fold dreams into their surroundings. They say odd things. It means nothing. Still, I turned on more lights after that. Kitchen, hallway, mudroom. I sat on the couch with the television muted and listened to the house. Nothing happened. The next morning I mentioned none of it to Eli, because I didn't want to embarrass him. I just asked if he remembered getting up. He shook his head and looked worried in a way he was trying to hide from his brother. "Did I do something bad?" "No," I said. "You just wandered, that's all." He nodded, but didn't seem convinced. That afternoon, Noah asked if we could make blanket forts in the living room. We did. Eli mostly read on the couch and corrected Noah's engineering. The whole day was normal enough that by dinner time I had started to feel silly about the previous night. Then Noah said, "Eli talks to the garage." Eli went still. "What do you mean?" I asked lightly. Noah stabbed a carrot with too much enthusiasm. "When he sleepwalks, he stands by the door and whispers." "I do not," Eli said. "You did last week." "That was you." "No, it wasn't." I looked from one to the other. "What does he whisper?" Noah shrugged. "I don't know. Grown-up stuff." Eli stared at his plate. After dinner, when Noah was in the shower, I found Eli in the den, pretending to organize trading cards. "Hey," I said. "You okay?" He nodded without looking up. "You don't have to be embarrassed about sleepwalking." "I'm not." "All right." He arranged one card, then another. "Sometimes I think somebody is in the garage when I wake up." I sat in the armchair across from him. "Like in a dream?" He swallowed. "Maybe." "What makes you think that?" He was quiet for so long, I thought he wouldn't answer. Then he said, "Because I can hear talking before I open my eyes." I kept my voice gentle. Talking from where? Downstairs. No TV or anything? He shook his head. What do they say? Another silence. Mostly my name. I should probably say here that Mara's house had one of those attached garages with a door straight into the mudroom. No windows on the inside wall. When the overhead garage light was off, it was dark in there, even during the day. The boys used that room constantly for bikes, balls, rain boots, all the noisy evidence of childhood. It was not a naturally ominous space, which maybe made it easier for whatever feeling grew there to hide for a while. That night, I put a chair under the mudroom door handle. Not because I thought a chair would stop anything serious, more because I wanted to hear it if the door moved. I also texted Mara a very edited version of the situation. Eli wandered to back door last night. I think, overtired. All okay. She replied with a heart emoji, and thank you. At 12:56 a.m., I heard whispering. I know that sentence sounds like I'm exaggerating toward drama. I'm not. I was in the guest room downstairs, reading on my phone, when I heard two voices from the mudroom. Not loud enough to make out full words, just the shape of a quiet conversation, one higher, one lower. I was out of bed before I fully believed myself. The whispering stopped the moment I stepped into the hall. The kitchen was dark, except for the stove clock. The mudroom light was on again. The chair I had placed under the knob was tipped over. I moved toward the mudroom so carefully that I could hear my own breathing. The door to the garage stood open 3 inches. Not enough to see inside clearly. I pushed it wider. Eli was sitting on the concrete floor of the garage in front of the workbench, knees pulled to his chest. Not asleep, awake. Eli? He looked at me with a kind of stunned guilt. I'm sorry. I crossed to him immediately, crouched down. Why are you out here? He shook his head. Did you open the door? Another tiny nod. Why? His face crumpled in a way that made him look younger than 10. I thought Dad was in here. My first response was relief. Warm, rational, ordinary relief. Rob had a deep voice. The house sometimes carried sound. Eli missed his parents, of course. That made sense. Then Eli whispered, but I knew it wasn't him when I got here. The garage felt suddenly much colder than concrete should. What do you mean? He looked past me toward the dark corner by the side door. It just sounded like him from upstairs. I turned. Nothing there. Come on, I said. Let's get inside. He stood, and I noticed he was clutching something in his hand, a small object. He tried to hide it behind his leg, but I saw. What's that? Nothing. Eli. Reluctantly, he opened his hand. It was one of Rob's watch batteries, the flat silver kind, smeared with dust. There was a whole pack of them somewhere in the workbench drawers. I knew because Mara had once complained Rob bought them in bulk and then never remembered where he put them. Why do you have that? He looked confused. I don't know. That answer felt real, and somehow that made it worse. I took the battery, led him upstairs, and waited until he was back in bed before returning to the garage with every light on. Nothing. No open drawers. No sign of movement. The workbench was cluttered but stable. Tools, tape measure, hardware in plastic organizers. The pack of spare batteries in the top drawer, one missing. I locked the mudroom door, then the side garage door, then the front door again for good measure. I sat up until dawn. The next day I called Mara. I told her more than I had planned to. Not everything, but enough. The wandering, the door, the garage. She listened, and I could hear the strain underneath her attempt at calm. Rob said he found Eli in the garage once in August, she admitted. I thought it was a one-time thing. Did Eli say why? He said he thought someone was knocking. That afternoon, Mara called Eli on video. She kept her tone casual, asking about breakfast, whether Noah had brushed his teeth, if everybody was being good for Auntie. Then she asked, "Hey, bud, do you still have those weird dreams sometimes?" Eli looked away from the screen. "Not really." "You can tell me." He shrugged. "What do you hear?" Noah popped into frame before Eli could answer. "The garage man." Mara went very still. "What garage man?" Noah seemed surprised at the attention. "The one who says Eli forgot something." Eli shoved him away and left the room. Mara's voice got thin in that tight, controlled way people use when their fear has to pass through parenting first. "I'm going to call you back." She did, 20 minutes later. "Rob says Noah has been making up a garage man game for weeks," she said, as if putting the words game around it could flatten the whole thing. "He thought Eli started it." "And Eli?" "He says Noah made it up." "That doesn't feel true." "No." She was quiet. "It doesn't." She and Rob decided to come home early the next morning. That left me with one more night. I considered taking the boys to my apartment. I even started to suggest it over dinner in a cheerful, adventure kind of way. But Noah had a school project due, and Eli looked so immediately alarmed by the idea of sleeping somewhere else that I dropped it. I didn't know what I was afraid of exactly. Only that moving the boys around at the wrong time felt like stirring something. So I kept them close. Movie in the living room, popcorn, extra nightlight in the upstairs hall. I stayed on the floor between their bedroom doors until both of them were asleep. At 11:43 p.m., while I was still sitting there scrolling mindlessly on my phone, I heard the garage door open. Not the interior door, the main overhead garage door. That low mechanical groan filling the whole house. I was on my feet instantly. Both boys slept through it for the first few seconds, which felt impossible because the sound was so loud. Then Noah stirred. Eli sat straight up in bed. "Stay here," I said. I ran downstairs, every light suddenly too bright and not bright enough. By the time I reached the mudroom, the garage door had closed again. The interior door was shut. I opened it. The garage was empty. No car pulling in. No person ducking behind storage bins. No night air rushing through because the main door was already sealed. I stood there breathing hard, listening to the motor settle into silence. Then from upstairs, Eli screamed. Not loud for long. Just one sharp sound, cut short. I sprinted back up. He was standing in the hall outside his bedroom, white as paper, staring toward the staircase. "What happened?" He looked at me, then past me downstairs. It was at my door. Everything in me turned to ice. What was? The voice. His chest shook with each breath. It said I left something in the garage. I went cold enough that my teeth almost clicked. Noah was crying now from his room, not fully awake. I pulled both of them into the larger bedroom and shut the door. Then I dragged the desk chair under the handle, not because it was practical, but because I needed to do something with my hands. We stayed there until sunrise. No more sounds, no voices. Just two scared boys eventually falling asleep against me, while I sat upright by the bed, listening to the house with my pulse in my throat. Mara and Rob got back just after 8. I told them everything, all of it. The whispering, Eli in the garage, the voice at the door. Rob kept trying to interrupt with reasons, with mechanical theories, with maybe the neighbor's remote somehow triggered the garage, maybe the TV carried sound, maybe the boys were feeding off each other. Mara didn't interrupt once. When I finished, Rob went to inspect the garage door system. He found nothing. Then, while checking the workbench for reasons he couldn't articulate, he pulled open the bottom drawer and found a plastic dinosaur, dusty with cobwebs. Noah's dinosaur, the one Mara had been blaming on the dog for carrying off months earlier. "Is that yours?" Rob asked. Noah nodded from the doorway. "When did you put it in here?" "I didn't," Noah said. Eli was watching from behind him. "What?" Rob asked. Eli said very quietly, "That's what it wanted." No one answered him. Rob disconnected the garage door opener that same day. Mara scheduled a pediatric sleep consult for Eli. They both tried, in their own separate ways, to turn the whole thing back into a solvable family issue. Stress, sleep disturbance, child imagination, a garage motor glitch. I wanted to believe them, and for a little while I almost did. Then Mara called me 2 months later and asked, in a voice so flat it scared me, "Did Eli ever tell you what he thought he left in the garage?" "No." "He told the sleep doctor it was his dad." I didn't understand. "What?" "He said the voice kept telling him he forgot his dad in there." Her breathing trembled once, then steadied. "Rob has been sleeping on the couch for the last 3 nights because Eli won't go upstairs if the garage door is closed and the hallway is dark." The doctor, according to Mara, said children process separation strangely. Fear of abandonment, night confusion, attachment anxiety. Again, a real explanation. Maybe the real explanation. But when I asked what had made Eli finally tell them more, Mara was quiet for so long, I thought we'd lost the call. Then she said, "Because Noah woke up in the garage last week." I sat down on my kitchen floor. "Was he sleepwalking?" "He says he heard Dad calling him from behind the bikes." "Was Rob home?" "Yes." I closed my eyes. The family still lives in that house. Or they did the last time Mara and I spoke about it honestly. They painted the mudroom. They reorganized the garage. They installed a camera over the workbench and another by the interior door. For months, nothing happened. No footage, no voices, no wandering. Then, one afternoon, while reviewing clips to prove to herself she could finally stop thinking about it, Mara found a recording from 3:07 a.m. The garage was empty. The interior door was shut. Nothing moved for 40 seconds. Then, very faintly, from the other side of the closed door, a child's voice said, "I already got him." There was no second voice on the recording, no visible person, nothing else. Mara deleted the clip the same day. I know because I asked her for it, and she said no so quickly it sounded like pain. Sometimes I wonder if that was the right choice. Maybe having proof only makes certain kinds of fear settle deeper into the walls. Maybe a family needs to be able to tell itself that children dream, houses echo, and adults become unreliable witnesses the second they're frightened enough. What stays with me isn't the recording, though. Not really. It's the image of Eli standing in the mudroom in one sock, facing the wall, saying, "He said not to wake you." There was something so familiar in that moment, though I didn't place it until much later. It was the tone. Not frightened, not dramatic. Trusting. Like whatever had spoken to him had done it in a voice that belonged in the house already. When I was 35, I rented a room in a converted Victorian for 6 months while I was between apartments. It was one of those arrangements people describe as temporary, with a confidence they don't actually feel. My lease had ended. The condo I was hoping to buy fell through. The market was impossible. A co-worker's cousin knew a woman named Celeste who rented furnished rooms in her big old house near the university, mostly to traveling nurses, grad students, and people going through divorces. I was not a nurse or a student or divorced, but I was tired and needed somewhere to sleep that wasn't my sister's couch. The house looked romantic from the outside, in a way that only old houses can manage before you've lived in them. Pale blue siding, wide front porch, tall windows with slightly wavy glass. Inside it was all creaking floors, high ceilings, and furniture collected from 3 different decades by people who thought mismatched meant character. Celeste, the owner, was in her late 50s and wore long cardigans year-round, as if she'd appointed herself keeper of a permanent autumn. She showed me around with a mug of tea in her hand and apologized for the quirks before I had time to notice them. The radiator in your room knocks once before it starts, but only sometimes. The bathroom on the 2nd floor has a temper, and the front door swells when it rains, so you have to pull, then lift. My room was at the back of the 2nd floor, overlooking the yard and the detached garage. There was a brass bed, a narrow dresser, and a quilt that looked handmade. Fine for temporary. More than fine, really. Across the hall was a room rented by a doctoral student named Pre, who spent most of her time at the library. At the front of the house was a wide room, occupied by a software contractor named Ben, who worked odd hours and smelled faintly of peppermint gum and laundry detergent. The first week was uneventful. Shared fridge etiquette, polite hallway smiles, a text thread for trash day and package deliveries. Celeste lived on the 1st floor, in what used to be the formal dining room. She kept to herself, but was friendly, in a quiet, observant way. The house had one central staircase and a smaller back staircase off the kitchen, narrow and steep, that led to the 2nd floor landing near my room. That back staircase is relevant. I need to say that now. The first time I felt uneasy there, it was because of a smell. I came home late from work one Thursday and climbed the back stairs because I had leftovers in one hand and didn't want to pass through the living room where Celeste was hosting what sounded like a very slow, thoughtful wine night with 2 friends. Halfway up the stairs, I smelled shampoo. Not a general clean smell, specific shampoo. The cheap apple kind my mother used when I was a kid. The scent was so sudden and vivid that I stopped on the stairs. It seemed to be coming from the landing above me, as if someone had just gone up ahead of me with wet hair. But I hadn't heard footsteps. And by the time I reached the top, the landing was empty. The smell vanished just as quickly as it had arrived. That alone would be nothing. Memory is full of ambushes like that. A scent, a song, a fabric softener in a stranger's coat can send you straight backward in time. I knew that. Still, I stood outside my room for a moment longer than necessary, trying to place why it bothered me so much. It wasn't that it reminded me of my mother. It was that it reminded me of her right after a bath, before bed. A private, domestic smell that did not belong on an empty staircase in a shared house. After that, I noticed other things. The back staircase was almost always colder than the rest of the house, even with the heat running. Not dramatically colder, just enough that on winter mornings I'd feel it through my socks as I came down. Celeste said old houses had zones. I believed her. Then one Sunday morning, I passed Ben in the kitchen, and he said, "Did someone come in late last night?" I was pouring coffee. Not me. He leaned against the counter. I heard somebody on the back stairs around 2. Thought it was you or Pri. I was asleep. Maybe Celeste then. We both looked toward the closed door of her room. Quiet. He shrugged. Old house. I said, old house, right back, though my stomach had done a small, hard turn. That evening I saw Pri in the hall and asked whether she'd been up late. She pushed her glasses up and frowned. No, why? Ben heard someone on the back stairs. Oh, she hesitated. I've heard that too. I stared at her. Not recently, she said quickly. Just a couple times. I assumed it was one of you. Did you ever look? She gave me a small, embarrassed smile. No, I was trying to become the sort of person who doesn't look. That line stayed with me. For a while, I managed to push it all into the old, familiar category. Strange, but survivable. People moving around in a shared house. Memory jolts. Settling wood. Overactive nerves. Then the photographs began to bother me. Celeste had framed black and white family photos all over the downstairs hall. Weddings, graduations, children on tricycles, a dog in a sweater. Most of them were old enough that I couldn't always tell who was who. One evening, while waiting for the microwave, I found myself standing in the hall, looking at a picture of a little girl on the back porch steps, maybe 6 years old, hair wet and combed straight, holding a towel around her shoulders like a cape. The shampoo smell came back so strongly, I nearly dropped my bowl. I looked at the frame label, no date, no names. Later that night, I asked Celeste, trying to sound casual, "Who's the girl in the porch picture by the kitchen?" She looked where I pointed. "My sister, Anna." "Does she live nearby?" Celeste's face changed in a small but unmistakable way. "No. She died when we were children." I immediately apologized. "It's all right," she said. "People ask." She turned back to stirring something on the stove, and I nearly left it there. But some instinct made me ask one more question. "Did she live here?" "Yes," Celeste said without looking up. We all did. That night, for the first time, I dreamed of the back staircase. Only in the dream, it went up farther than it should have. Flight after flight, narrow and dim, with that apple shampoo smell getting stronger the higher I climbed. I woke before dawn with a feeling that someone had paused outside my bedroom door to listen. Nothing was there. For the next 2 weeks, nothing obvious happened. That was almost enough for me to settle. Work got busy. Pri disappeared into finals. Ben left for a week-long contract in Ohio. The house emptied out a little, which should have made it quieter. Instead, it made sounds easier to isolate. I began hearing footsteps on the back stairs after midnight. Not every night. Never enough to become predictable. Always slow. Always ascending. Never descending. The first time I understood how little it takes for a safe place to stop feeling safe, I was 24 and staying in my friend Lena's apartment while she was out of state for 6 weeks. It was the kind of favor that sounded easy when she asked. Water the plants, bring in the mail, sleep there a few nights a week so the place didn't look empty. She lived in an older brick building on a quiet street where everything seemed tired in a comforting way. The stairs creaked. The lobby always smelled faintly like floor polish and dust. The radiators knocked in winter. It felt lived in. That was the word for it, lived in. Lena's apartment was on the 3rd floor, at the very end of the hall. 1 bedroom, narrow kitchen, a living room with 2 big front windows that looked down over the street. I liked being there. It was calmer than my own place. I was going through a breakup at the time, and those weeks felt suspended. like I was borrowing not just her apartment, but a slightly quieter version of life. The first few nights were normal. I'd come in after work, kick off my shoes by the door, feed her cat, sit on the couch with the lamp on, and fall asleep with the TV talking softly to itself. Nothing dramatic happened. If you had asked me then, I would have told you it was peaceful. The strange part was how small it all started. A chair would be pushed out from the kitchen table when I was sure I'd tucked it back in. A cabinet door would be open just a few inches. Once, I found the bathroom hand towel folded in thirds instead of hung over the bar. That kind of thing. Not enough to mean anything on its own. Not enough to even tell anyone, because as soon as you say it out loud, you hear how thin it sounds. So I blamed myself. I was sleeping badly back then. I was distracted. I was living half at my place and half at hers. It was easy to assume I was the one leaving these little signs behind. Then I started noticing the temperature. There was a hall closet just outside the bedroom. It held extra blankets, an ironing board, cleaning supplies. Every time I passed it at night, the air near the door felt cooler than the rest of the apartment. Not cold exactly, just touched by a draft. I checked the window in the bedroom. I checked the seal around the balcony door. I even put my hand near the baseboards because older buildings leak air in odd places. I couldn't find anything. One night, I got home later than usual, sometime after 11. The cat met me at the door in a strange mood, not meowing, just staring past me toward the dark living room. I turned on the lamp, and everything looked fine. Nothing broken, nothing missing. But the TV remote was on the floor in front of the couch. I never left it there. I remember standing still with my keys still in my hand, staring at that remote. I tried to picture myself dropping it the night before, but I couldn't. I could picture the whole evening, actually. Heating soup, answering emails, brushing my teeth, climbing into bed with the lamp still on because I was too tired to get back up. I could not picture that remote on the floor. I picked it up, set it on the coffee table, and immediately felt embarrassed by how uneasy I was. The apartment was locked. The chain was where I'd left it. The windows were shut. It was just a remote. That was how those weeks went. I'd get a little nervous, then talk myself out of it. I'd notice something off, then feel silly for noticing. After about 2 weeks, the man in 3B stopped me in the hallway. I had seen him a few times before. He was older, maybe in his 60s, always carrying grocery bags that looked too heavy for him. He smiled politely and asked if I was Lena's sister. I told him no, just a friend. He nodded, then said, "I thought I heard a man in your place the other night." It took me a second to understand what he meant. I laughed a little and said there definitely wasn't. He shrugged, like it didn't matter. Could have been the TV. I agreed, but my skin went tight across the back of my neck. I asked what time. He said, "Late, maybe after 1. That bothered me more than it should have, because I had been there that night, and I had gone to bed before midnight. I didn't sleep much after that. I kept the bedroom door open so I could see the glow from the living room lamp. I left the TV on low. I listened to the building shift around me. Every old building has a language. Pipes ticking, distant footsteps, a door closing somewhere below, someone coughing through a wall. I started trying to learn which sounds belonged there and which didn't. That was probably when I crossed from mildly uncomfortable into quietly afraid. A few nights later, I woke up around 3 in the morning for no clear reason. I wasn't startled awake. It was more like surfacing. The apartment was still. No radiator noise, no voices outside, no cat moving around. Just that very deep kind of silence, where even your own breathing sounds intrusive. I lay there staring at the dim shape of the bedroom doorway. Then I realized I could hear something soft and irregular. Not in the bedroom, out in the apartment. A movement so slight it barely counted as sound, like fabric brushing fabric, like someone shifting their weight carefully. I told myself it was the cat. I waited to hear the cat jump, or scratch, or do any cat thing at all. Nothing. I sat up slowly and listened harder. The sound didn't happen again. After a minute, I got out of bed and walked through the apartment, turning on lights. The cat was in the kitchen, sitting on the counter, staring toward the hall closet. That unsettled me enough that I actually opened the closet and checked behind everything. Blankets, mop, vacuum, cleaning caddy. Nothing. Still, the air in there felt oddly cool. The next morning, I texted Lena and asked, as casually as I could, whether there was anything weird about the apartment I should know. Bad lock, tricky window, odd neighbors, anything like that. She sent back 3 laughing emojis and said, "Only the super. He's nosy and always acts like the building is his personal kingdom." I asked if he had a key. She said, "Of course. Why?" I stared at that for a long time. At work that day, I kept thinking about the hall closet. When I got back to the apartment, I did something I'm still a little ashamed of because it felt paranoid. I tore off a tiny strip of paper from an envelope and wedged it into the top corner of the closet door so I'd know if it had been opened while I was out. When I came back from dinner that night, the strip was on the floor. I stood in the doorway for a full minute, looking at it. The cat rubbed against my leg, purring, completely normal. The apartment looked untouched, but the paper was on the floor. I picked it up, checked the closet, and found nothing different inside except one thing. The ironing board had been turned so its feet faced outward instead of inward. That was enough for me to call Lena. She listened longer than I expected. I could hear her trying not to overreact on my behalf. Then she said maybe the super had come in to inspect something and forgotten to mention it. I asked why he would open a closet. She didn't have an answer. She said I could stay at my own place if I wanted, but stubbornness had already taken over by then. I wanted an explanation more than I wanted comfort. I told her I'd be fine. The next day, I bought a cheap little battery-powered door alarm from a hardware store. Nothing fancy, just something that would make a sharp sound if the front door opened. I set it that night before bed. At 2:41 a.m., it went off. Not for long. Just one clipped burst, like the door had shifted an inch and then closed again. I was awake instantly, sitting up, heart pounding so hard it hurt. The apartment went silent again. Then I heard a faint metallic sound, not from the front door, but from somewhere near the hall closet. I didn't move. I couldn't. I sat there in bed, frozen, staring at the doorway, while my mind tried to build a normal explanation fast enough to calm me down. Old wiring, the alarm malfunctioning, pipes, the cat. The cat was on the bed beside me, rigid and staring in the same direction. That was the moment I understood I wasn't imagining it. I called the police from under the blanket like a child. I'm not proud of that either, but fear strips dignity out of you fast. I told them I thought someone might be in the apartment. 2 officers arrived 10 minutes later. Longest 10 minutes of my life. I didn't leave the bedroom until I heard them announce themselves. They checked the front door, the windows, under the bed, the bathroom, the kitchen, the closet. One of them kept opening and closing the hall closet door. Then he looked down at the floor, frowned, and moved the vacuum aside. Behind it, low on the back wall, was a narrow painted panel I had never noticed. It was almost invisible unless you were looking directly at the seam. He pried it open with a screwdriver from his belt. Behind it was a service passage, maybe 2 feet wide, running between the apartments. Old plumbing access, dusty pipes, wiring, enough space for someone thin to move through if they crouched. It connected to another panel farther down. I remember the officer shining his flashlight in and the bean catching a plastic grocery bag, a half-empty bottle of water, and a cushion. Not abandoned, used. Someone had been sitting in there. The police searched the passage and found that the other access point opened into a maintenance room off the back stairwell. The door to that room was supposed to stay locked. It wasn't. The superintendent came in while they were there, half-dressed and out of breath, asking what was happening. He looked annoyed before he looked concerned. That detail has stayed with me. He was annoyed first. I won't drag out the rest, because the facts were ugly in a very ordinary way. He denied everything. Then he admitted he sometimes used the maintenance room to rest during long shifts. Then he admitted he had gone through the passage, once or twice, to check for leaks. Then the police found cigarette butts in a cup and a folded newspaper dated from earlier that week. And eventually it became clear that this wasn't a one-time thing, and it wasn't about leaks. Nothing had been stolen. That was what made it worse for me. If he had taken jewelry or cash, I could have understood the shape of it. But he hadn't wanted things. He had wanted access. He had wanted to be in the apartment without being seen. To open a closet, to move a towel, to stand close enough to leave the air disturbed, and then leave. I stopped sleeping for a while after that. Not because I thought he would come back. He didn't. The locks were changed. The building management got involved. Lena moved out before the year ended. I couldn't sleep because I kept thinking about all the mornings I'd woken up tired for no reason. All the times I'd felt watched and then laughed at myself. All the nights I had padded barefoot through that apartment, turning off lamps, unaware that a stranger might have been inches away, listening through a painted wall. What still bothers me most is how domestic it all was. The fear didn't arrive with broken glass or shouting or a dark figure at the end of a bed. It arrived folded inside everyday things. A hand towel, a chair, a cabinet door. It taught me how easy it is for terror to look like absent-mindedness until the moment it doesn't. I wish I could say that was the only time I learned not to ignore old people when they say something in a house feels wrong. But a couple of years later, I took a temporary overnight care job, and I learned it again in a quieter, sadder way. The woman's name was Marjorie. She was 79, recovering from a fall, and she needed someone to stay in the spare room for a month because her daughter lived out of state and couldn't get there right away. I got the job through a neighbor of mine who knew I needed extra money. I had no medical training beyond basic first aid. Mostly I was there to make tea, help her to the bathroom if she needed it, and call someone if anything serious happened. Her house was in one of those neighborhoods built in the 60s where every street curves into another street, and everything looks stable from a distance. Low ranch houses, small front lawns, mailboxes shaped like barns, wind chimes, porch lights. It felt safe in the dullest possible way. Marjorie was sharp, funny, and proud. She hated being helped, but hated the idea of assisted living even more, so we came to an understanding quickly. I wouldn't fuss over her, and she wouldn't pretend she didn't need me there. On my second night, she asked me, very casually, if I locked the back door before bed. I told her yes. She said, "Sometimes it's open in the morning." I asked if maybe she forgot she had unlocked it herself. She looked at me for a long second and said, "That's what my daughter says." I didn't know what to do with that, so I smiled and told her I'd double-check it. She let it drop, but later that night, while I was rinsing a teacup at the sink, she said from the living room, "He moves the photos." I turned off the tap and asked what she meant. "The frames," she said, "just slightly." I walked into the living room. She was in her recliner with a blanket over her knees, not looking at me, just looking at the wall of family pictures above the piano. "He turns them toward the hall," she said, "as if he wants them to see." I asked who she meant. She said, "That's the part nobody likes." The next morning I called her daughter to check in. She sounded tired in a way I understood later. When I mentioned the back door and the photo frames, there was a little silence. Then she said her mother had been saying odd things since the fall. Confused things. Probably the stress of being alone. I said that made sense, and at the time I believed it. Still, I checked the back door more carefully that night. The deadbolt worked, but the wood around the frame was old and warped. If you pulled the door hard enough while turning the handle just right, there was some give in it. Not enough to open, I thought, but enough to bother me. The house itself settled into a routine. Marjorie liked the news at 6, soup at 7, bed at 9:30. I slept in the spare room at the back of the house, across from the laundry room. The hallway was narrow, with family photos all the way down. Her late husband in a navy suit, her daughter as a teenager with braces, a little boy I assumed was a grandson, sitting on the hood of an old car. The house was full of proof that other people had once moved through it constantly, but now it was mostly quiet. The first thing I noticed was the smell. One morning I woke up to the scent of oranges. Fresh orange peel, bright and sharp, hanging in the kitchen air. I knew immediately it wasn't ours because Marjorie hated citrus. Said it upset her stomach. There were no oranges in the house. I checked the trash and found 2 peels buried under paper towels. I asked Marjorie if maybe she'd had a visitor. She said, if I did, they didn't say hello. That night I locked both doors and wedged a wooden chair under the back knob, more for my own nerves than necessity. Around 1 in the morning, I woke up needing the bathroom. As I crossed the hall, I saw that one of the family photos had been turned slightly off-center. It was the picture of the little boy on the car. I stopped and stared at it. I had dusted that hallway earlier. I knew the frames had been straight. I told myself the house vibrated when the heater came on. I told myself frames shift. I used the bathroom, went back to bed, and lay there listening. That was when I heard the tiniest click. Not the back door opening, not footsteps, just the sound of something metallic touching something metallic very gently. I sat up. Another click. It came from the kitchen. I stayed in bed longer than I want to admit. Finally, I got up, cracked the spare room door, and looked down the hallway. The kitchen was dark, except for the weak yellow light over the stove that I left on overnight. I couldn't see anyone. Everything looked normal. Then I noticed the chair I had wedged under the back door was no longer there. It was standing neatly beside the table. I have replayed that moment so many times. Not the fear, the orderliness. Whoever had moved it had done it quietly and carefully, and then put it out of the way as if tidiness mattered. I backed up and went straight to Marjorie's room. She was awake, not startled at all, as if she had been waiting for me. "He's here," she said. I whispered, "Who?" She just looked toward the hall. I called the police. Again. 2 officers came, checked the house, checked the yard, checked the side gate. Nothing. No signs of forced entry. No one there. One of them asked gently whether Marjorie ever got confused at night. I hated that question instantly, maybe because I had already asked it myself in 100 kinder ways. After they left, Marjorie said, "He comes when the house sounds empty." I asked her why she had never said exactly who she meant. "Because then people start talking over me," she said. The next day I called her daughter again and pressed a little harder. I said I didn't think this was confusion. I told her about the chair. There was a long pause. Then she said, "If it's who I think it is, don't confront him alone." That sentence made my stomach drop. Her son, David, had been in and out of trouble for years. Mostly money. Mostly lying. "Nothing violent," she said quickly, as if reading my fear. "He used to have a key." She thought she had collected them all after he sold some of Marjorie's things without permission during a bad stretch. He'd been sleeping in his car on and off. He knew the house better than anybody. She kept saying he wasn't dangerous, but she was saying it too fast. That night I didn't tell Marjorie any of this. I made us chamomile tea. I locked the doors. I left the hall light off and the kitchen light on, and I sat awake in the dark living room with the TV muted, listening to the refrigerator hum. Marjorie fell asleep in her room around 10. At 1:17 a.m., the back doorknob moved. Not rattled, moved. Slowly. Then it stopped. A minute later, the door opened inward by an inch. I never heard the chair because I hadn't put it there this time. I wanted to know. A man slipped in sideways, paused, then closed the door behind him without a sound. He was thinner than I expected, wearing a baseball cap and a dark jacket. He did not turn on a light. He stood still long enough for his eyes to adjust, then walked through the kitchen with the ease of someone moving through his own house. He went first to the junk drawer. He opened it, looked inside, closed it. Then he stood by the sink for a long time, doing nothing. I was maybe 15 feet away, hidden in the dark of the living room, unable to move. I kept waiting for the moment that would tell me what kind of person he was. A thief, a desperate son, someone unstable. But he didn't do anything dramatic. He just drifted through the room, touching familiar surfaces with his fingertips, the edge of the counter, the back of a chair, the handle of the refrigerator. Then he walked down the hallway toward the bedrooms. That was when I stood up and said, very quietly, "David." He stopped so suddenly, it felt like all the air in the house stopped with him. He didn't turn around at first. When he finally did, he looked tired rather than shocked. Embarrassed, maybe. He knew immediately his mother had told on him, and that was somehow more unsettling than if he had panicked. He asked if she was awake. I said no. He nodded. Good. I asked what he was doing there. He said, "Seeing my mother." I asked why he needed to do that in the middle of the night, in the dark, without telling her. He looked down the hallway toward her room and said, "Because if I come during the day, she asks me questions." I didn't know what to say to that. He told me he wasn't stealing. Told me to look if I wanted. Told me he just wanted to sit in the kitchen sometimes and know the house was still there. He said it in such a flat, exhausted voice that for a second I almost forgot to be afraid. Then I asked why the photo frames were turned. He looked genuinely confused. What frames? That answer bothered me more than if he had admitted it. Later, after he left, and after his sister came the next morning and changed every lock, we found out he had been coming in for weeks. Sometimes just sitting at the table. Once sleeping in the laundry room for a few hours. Once taking a shower while Marjorie napped. He knew exactly which floorboards creaked and which didn't. He knew how long the hot water took to reach the bathroom tap. He knew where I slept. Marjorie had not been confused. Not really. She had simply been describing something no one wanted to hear, because it sounded inconvenient and sad and slightly unbelievable. I stayed until her daughter arrived for good. On my last morning, Marjorie said, "You believed me too late, but you did believe me." I think about that all the time, because what made those nights frightening wasn't just that a man was entering the house. It was that the house already knew him. The locks, the hallway, the family pictures, the kitchen drawer, all of it still opened itself to him a little. He didn't need to force his way in. He fit. A year after that job, I took a temporary records position at an elementary school during summer break, and for a while I thought an empty school would feel safer than a house. There's something about classrooms in daylight that makes you think order is possible. Small desks, bulletin boards, sharpened pencils, rules on the wall written in bright colors. It's hard to imagine menace surviving in a place built for children. The school was being renovated, so most of the building was closed off behind plastic sheeting. My job was to sit in the office annex and help digitize old files, while a handful of contractors worked in other parts of the building. I was usually there later than everyone else, because the admin staff left around 4, and I stayed until 7 or 8. If you've never been alone in a school after hours, it's hard to explain the feeling. It isn't exactly creepy at first. It's too familiar for that. It feels paused. The clocks still tick. The fluorescent lights still buzz. Somewhere a copier might whir and shut itself off. But there are also long stretches of silence so total they don't feel natural in a building meant to hold hundreds of voices. The first week was normal enough. I sat under awful office lighting, scanning attendance records and immunization forms, while old air conditioning rattled overhead. Sometimes a janitor would pass by. Sometimes a contractor would ask where a breaker box was. That was it. Then one evening around 6:30, I heard a chair scrape across the floor in the kindergarten wing. Not loud, just the unmistakable drag of metal legs on tile. I froze with a file halfway into the scanner. The contractors had left. I was sure of that. I had watched their trucks pull away. I got up and walked to the office doorway. The hall beyond was empty. Bright, flat afternoon light still came through the high windows at the far end. The kindergarten wing was to the left, around a corner. I waited. Nothing. Eventually I went back to work. 10 minutes later I heard it again. This time I walked down the hall. The kindergarten room door was open a few inches. I had never seen it open before. The room was dim because the overhead lights were off, but I could see the small reading rug, the low shelves, the little chairs tucked around tiny tables. Everything looked perfectly normal, except for one chair pulled out from a table near the window. I stepped inside, suddenly aware of how large and awkward my body felt in a room sized for children. The air smelled like dust and crayons. "Hello?" I said, feeling ridiculous. No answer. I pushed the chair back in and left. As I closed the door, I noticed a sheet of paper on the teacher's desk with names written in blue marker. A class list, maybe. I only glanced at it. The next day, the janitor, Mr. Ellis, asked if I had been in room 4 after hours. I said yes, briefly. He frowned and said, "Try not to wander around if you don't have to. Some of the doors stick." I asked if someone else had been in there. He took a second too long to answer. "Not supposed to be." That phrase stayed with me. Over the next week, small things kept happening in the same wing. A whiteboard eraser left out. A box of tissues moved from one desk to another. The projector in room 4 warmed to the touch, even though nobody should have been using it. Once, a line of alphabet flashcards laid neatly across the floor, like they'd been set out for a lesson. I started checking the room every evening before I left. One night I found the date written on the board in careful cursive. It was written wrong. Not the numbers, the year. It was written as if it were 3 years earlier. I stared at it long enough to know I wasn't mistaken. I asked the principal's secretary the next day whether anyone had access to the kindergarten rooms during construction. She said just admin, janitorial staff, and the former teachers if they needed to pick up personal materials. Then she said, too quickly, but most of them already have. Most. There was a teacher named Ms. Calder who came up a few times in casual office talk. Not gossip, exactly. More the way people mention someone by half avoiding them. She had taught kindergarten there for over 20 years and had taken leave after an incident. Nobody defined the incident for me, and I didn't ask because I didn't want to be the outsider fishing for drama. One evening I was leaving around 7 when I passed room 4 and heard a voice inside, not talking to me, reading, softly, a list of names. The hairs on my arms lifted before my brain caught up. I stopped outside the door and listened. The voice was a woman's, calm and tired and almost soothing, like someone taking attendance. There was a pause between each name, as though waiting for an answer. I should have walked away and called someone right then. Instead, I looked in. She was sitting at one of the child-sized tables, with her back to the door, shoulders slightly hunched, a stack of construction paper in front of her. The room was lit only by the dying daylight from the windows. No overhead lights, no lamp. Just enough light to turn everything soft at the edges. Her hair was gray and pinned up. She wore a cardigan despite the heat. She said another name, paused, made a small mark on the paper, and moved to the next. I knew instantly, without knowing how, that I was looking at someone who had been here many times. I said, "Excuse me?" She stopped, but did not turn around for a few seconds. Then she looked back at me over her shoulder. There was no panic in her face, no surprise, just a kind of weary disappointment, as if I had arrived earlier than expected. "You're from the office," she said. I asked if she was Ms. Calder. She nodded. I asked what she was doing there. She looked around the room, like the answer was obvious. "Getting ready." I told her school was closed. She smiled a little at that, not in a friendly way. "For summer, yes." I said someone should have told me she'd be here. That seemed to amuse her. She folded her hands over the class list and said, "No one likes to mention me." It was one of the most uncomfortable conversations I've ever had, because nothing she said was openly threatening, and everything about the room felt wrong anyway. The tiny chairs, the low light, the sense that I had stepped into a routine already in progress. I asked how she got in. She said, "The same way I always did." I told her I needed to call the principal. At that, she finally sighed and looked genuinely sad. "I only stay until the building gets noisy again," she said. "Then I go home." I asked what "getting ready" meant. She tapped the class list. If I don't keep their names in order, I forget the sound of them. Later I learned the incident had been smaller and stranger than rumor made it. She had not hurt anyone. She had not lost a child. She had simply stopped coping after a series of personal losses, and one afternoon had frozen during class, unable to recognize where she was for several minutes. Parents complained. Leave became retirement. Quiet, polite, irreversible. What no one said plainly was that she had not really retired in her own mind. She kept her old key. She came back in the evenings when the building was empty and sat in her classroom trying to hold her life in place by repeating its old shape. Date on the board, attendance list, chairs set out, flashcards on the rug. The administration handled it discreetly after I reported it. There was no scene. Mr. Ellis met her one evening and walked her out. The locks were changed. Her daughter got involved. That should have been the end of it. But a few days later, While scanning old enrollment forms, I found a recent sheet mixed into a box that shouldn't have contained anything current. On it was a handwritten list of names, children's names, all from her old classes over the years, as far as I could tell. At the very bottom was my name, just my first name, written in the same blue marker. No check mark beside it, no note, just added there, as if at some point she had decided I belonged in the room too. I still don't know when she wrote it. Before I saw her? After? Had she noticed me passing the room on other evenings? Had she heard me at the scanner, known the pattern of my late hours, waited until the building emptied enough to resume whatever careful ritual she had built for herself? When people imagine fear in a school, they picture something loud, dramatic, impossible to mistake. That wasn't what it was. It was much quieter. It was the sight of a woman sitting in dim light at a table built for 5-year-olds, keeping attendance for children who had already grown up, as if the right arrangement of objects might stop time from moving without her. After that summer, I stopped taking temporary jobs in other people's buildings for a while. I told myself I needed stability. What I really needed was to believe my own home was still mine. So when my mother had knee surgery and asked me to stay with her for a couple of weeks, I actually felt relieved. Familiar neighborhood, familiar walls, familiar routines. I grew up in that house. If anywhere could feel straightforward, I thought it would be there. My father had died 3 years earlier. By then the house had begun carrying his absence in very specific ways. His recliner still sat in the corner of the living room because my mother couldn't bear to move it. His work boots were still on the garage shelf. His mugs were still in the cabinet, slightly chipped at the rim. The whole place felt paused in a softer way than the school had. Not abandoned, just unwilling to rearrange itself. The first few days were easy. I made dinner, changed ice packs, helped my mother in and out of bed, and worked remotely from the dining room table. At night she watched old crime shows and fell asleep before the ending. I locked up, checked on her once more, and went to bed in my childhood room. The discomfort started with the TV. Twice in the first week, I woke up around 3 and found the living room television on mute. Not playing anything, just on. A gray-blue menu screen casting light across the room. My mother swore she hadn't turned it on. I believed her. She moved slowly with the brace on her knee. Getting out of bed at night wasn't impossible for her, but it was difficult enough that the idea of her wandering out just to switch on a TV made no sense. Then I noticed the back door, locked at night, unlocked in the morning. Not every morning, just sometimes. I checked the deadbolt before bed obsessively after that. One evening I even took a photo of it on my phone because I was so tired of doubting my own memory. In the morning it was unlocked. I showed my mother the photo. She stared at it longer than I expected, then said, "Maybe I'm doing things and forgetting." That answer scared me for reasons beyond the door. My mother had always been painfully organized. If she had begun forgetting whole actions, that was its own terror. I asked whether anyone else still had a key. She said maybe Mr. Levin next door. He'd had one when my father was sick, in case of emergencies. She didn't know if he still had it, or if he'd ever used it. "He's a good man," she said. I remembered him from childhood as the quiet neighbor who trimmed his hedges in perfect squares and never waved more than once. His wife had died a long time ago. After my father's funeral, he brought over a casserole and then went back to being almost invisible. I told myself it was probably him checking the house in some innocent way, and not telling us because older neighbors can be oddly formal and awkward. Even then, though, the idea bothered me. A key changes meaning once the emergency is over. The weirdest thing was the recliner. Every night before bed, I walked past it on the way to the kitchen. Every morning it looked slightly different. Not moved across the room, just used. The footrest not fully closed. The head cushion indented. Once a faint smell of aftershave in the fabric, a kind my father never wore. I asked my mother if she had been sitting there. She said no. She never liked that chair. One rainy night around 11, I was in the kitchen rinsing dishes when I heard a soft sound from the living room. Not footsteps. More like the whisper of someone settling down into upholstery. I dried my hands and looked around the doorway. The recliner was facing the television, and from where I stood, I could only see the back of it. The TV was off. The room was lit by the lamp near the couch. For a second I thought maybe my mother had come out without me hearing her. Then I saw a hand on the armrest. Not my mother's hand. Larger, veined, resting there with complete familiarity. I stopped breathing. The man in the chair turned his head slightly, just enough for me to recognize Mr. Levin. I wish I could say I shouted. I didn't. I asked, in a low and shaking voice, "What are you doing?" He looked surprised that I was upset. That, more than anything, made my fear turn cold. He stood slowly, smoothing the front of his cardigan. He had taken off his shoes and set them neatly by the hallway. That detail still gets to me. He had not come in like an intruder. He had come in like family. "I saw the kitchen light," he said. "I was checking in." "At 11 at night?" I asked. He glanced toward my mother's bedroom. I didn't want to bother her. I asked why the back door kept getting unlocked. He said very simply, "So I could come in if needed." As if this were a complete answer. As if the logic ended there. I told him to give me the key. He hesitated just a fraction too long. Then he took it from his pocket and placed it on the side table beside the recliner. I asked how often he had been coming over. He looked genuinely confused by why that mattered. "Since your father got sick," I said. "After he died?" He lowered his eyes and said, "Sometimes." My mother had heard our voices by then and called out from her room. When I told her who was there, she was quiet for a long time. Then she said, "I thought it might be him." Not, "I didn't know." Not, "What?" Just, "I thought it might be him." She admitted he had come by a few evenings after the funeral to help with the boiler and the fuse box and a window that wouldn't close. Then, maybe once or twice, she had woken up and heard movement in the kitchen and assumed it was me. Another time she thought she heard someone turn off the TV. She said part of her knew. Part of her didn't want to know. There is something deeply unsettling about finding out the line between help and intrusion blurred inside your own grief. Nobody meant for that line to disappear. It just did, little by little, because everyone was lonely and tired and used to one another's emergencies. After he left, I checked every room. In the spare bedroom closet, I found a folded blanket I didn't recognize. In the mudroom cabinet, there was a package of crackers my mother never bought. On the bathroom shelf, tucked behind extra soap, was a toothbrush still in its travel case. I stood there holding it and feeling my body go cold from the inside out. He had not just been dropping by. He had been preparing to stay if the night felt long enough. My mother cried the next morning, not because she felt endangered exactly, but because she felt foolish. I hated that. She wasn't foolish. She had been living in a house full of memory, trying to stay independent while pain medication blurred the edges of her days. He had stepped into that blur. I changed the locks before lunch. To this day, I still don't know whether he thought of himself as crossing a boundary. Maybe he didn't. Maybe that's why it frightens me. Some of the worst things people do are done with slippers off and voices lowered, under the comforting story that they're just making sure everything is all right. You would think after that I'd be quick to trust my own instincts. I wasn't. If anything, I got better at explaining fear away, especially when it made me look unstable. That's probably why the next thing happened as long as it did, before I admitted what was really wrong. I worked the night audit at a small roadside motel for about 8 months when I was between office jobs. Midnight to 7 in the morning, 3 nights a week. The motel sat just off the highway behind a gas station and a diner that closed at 10. It wasn't a place people chose so much as landed in. Traveling salesmen, exhausted families, construction crews, couples who didn't want to be seen in town. The building was shaped like a long U around a parking lot with an empty pool in the middle that had been covered over for years. The night shift was mostly paperwork and silence. Check late arrivals in, run receipts, set up the breakfast area by 6, and answer the occasional call from a guest who couldn't figure out the heater. I liked it at first because nothing truly happened. The hours felt detached from normal life. I could read between tasks. I could listen to the ice machine turning on and off. I could watch moths throw themselves against the lobby glass. Then the complaints started. Not major complaints, strange little ones. A guest in room 11 said someone had tried his door around 4 in the morning. A woman in room 7 said she woke up and saw a shadow pause outside the curtain, as if somebody had been standing on the walkway for a long time. A truck driver asked me if we did wake-up calls in person, because he'd heard a soft knock at his door before dawn. Every single time, I checked the cameras and found nothing obvious. The cameras were old and grainy, especially the ones facing the outer walkways, but I never saw a stranger prowling around. I figured people were half asleep, hearing other guests leave early, mistaking dreams for real noise. Then one morning, just before my shift ended, the housekeeper found room 15 unlocked and empty, even though it was supposed to be vacant and clean. Nothing stolen, nothing damaged. Just the bedspread turned down slightly, as if someone had sat there for a while. The bathroom light was on. There was a wet ring in the sink. My manager blamed the maintenance guy for forgetting to secure it. The following week, room 15 was found open again. This time there was a coffee cup on the desk from the lobby machine. I began walking the property once an hour with a flashlight, more to reassure myself than because I expected to find anything. The motel had that particular late-night stillness, where everything looks abandoned, even when half the rooms are occupied. Cars bead with dew. Curtains glow faintly blue from televisions inside. Ice crunches in the vending machine. Your own footsteps sound too loud. One night, around 4:20 a.m., I returned to the desk after a walk and found my master key card missing. I always kept it on a retractable clip on my belt. I checked the floor, the back office, the laundry shelf, the bathroom. Nothing. I was exhausted and angry at myself. I used the spare and told myself I'd find the original in the morning. At 6, while printing receipts, I looked down and saw the missing key card sitting neatly on top of the guest registry. I had not put it there. That was the first time I went back through the camera footage with real attention. The system only held a few days, and the timestamps drifted. But around 4:12 a.m. on 2 different nights, I noticed something strange on the lobby camera. The door from the back office would open, and I would walk out. Except I had no memory of walking out at those times. The footage was terrible quality, but it was clearly me. My uniform sweater, my ponytail, my lanyard. I moved slowly, almost mechanically, and crossed the lobby out into the parking lot. A few minutes later, I would come back in. I remember watching that footage and thinking there had to be some simple explanation. I had forgotten. The timestamp was wrong. I'd gone out to smoke, even though I didn't smoke. My mind was throwing explanations at the screen like pebbles at a locked window. So I checked another night's recording. Same thing. 4:14 a.m. I walked out of the back office. 4:16 a.m. I was on the upper walkway outside room 11. 4:17 a.m. I stood there without moving for 32 seconds. Then I tested the handle, not jiggling it hard, not banging, just pressing it down. Then I moved on. I had no memory of any of it. I took the footage to my manager. He looked concerned in the careful way employers do when they sense liability. He asked if I was taking any medications. The answer was yes. I had started a new prescription for insomnia about a month earlier, because switching between night shift and day sleep had wrecked me. My doctor later told me that sleep-related behaviors can happen on some medications. Eating, walking, making coffee, even driving in rare cases. The person appears awake. Sometimes they can answer simple questions. In the morning, they remember nothing. I wish learning that had made me feel better. It did not, because once I had a name for it, all the little gaps in those months filled in at once. The missing master key, the open vacant room, the guest who said someone had knocked softly, the coffee cup on the desk in room 15. It had been me, not fully me, not consciously, but my body moving through halls, while the part of me that makes choices was absent. My manager moved me off the schedule immediately. I stopped the medication. That should have resolved the practical side of it, and mostly it did. But a week later he called and asked if I had ever gone into room 8. I said I didn't think so. A guest had complained after checking out that she woke one night to find her room door cracked open by an inch. She had assumed she forgot to latch it after getting ice. Only when she watched me on the desk camera during checkout, my manager had pulled footage for some unrelated issue. Did she recognize my sweater? She said the person outside her room had moved the same way. Slow, slightly stiff, like somebody trying not to wake themselves. They found the footage. 4:13 a.m. I walked up to room 8, used the master key, opened the door part way, stood there for several seconds, then closed it again and left. No memory. None. I had not gone inside, according to the camera angle. I had not touched her or spoken. But I had opened the door to a sleeping stranger's room in the middle of the night and then walked away. And there was a blank space where those seconds should have been in my mind forever. That terrified me in a way the other stories never quite did, because the danger wasn't hidden in a wall or holding a spare key. It was carried in my own body. Familiar places become unsafe in one way when someone else learns your routines. They become unsafe in a much deeper way when you realize you cannot fully trust your own. For months afterward, I would wake up and check absurd things. The front door chain, the silverware drawer, the bottoms of my feet to see if they were dirty, as if I could prove to myself where I had and had not gone during the night. I set bells on doorknobs in my apartment. I put a chair under the handle, not because I feared someone outside, but because I feared the quiet version of myself who might open it from within. I can laugh about parts of it now if I tell it quickly enough. Medication, bad sleep, wrong job at the wrong time. But there's one image I can't laugh off. That footage of me standing outside a guest room in the pre-dawn silence, hand on the handle, as if some unfinished thought had led me there, and then vanished before I understood it. The last story is the one I still don't tell well in daylight. A few years ago, after all of that, I finally bought a small townhouse. Nothing special. Beige siding, narrow staircase, postage stamp, backyard. But it was mine. No borrowed apartment, no temporary room, no motel desk, no house full of inherited keys. I wanted a place with new locks and plain walls, where everything that moved would move, because I moved it. For the first couple of months, that's exactly what it was. Then I began hearing sounds overhead. The townhouse had a small attic crawl space with a pull-down ladder in the upstairs hallway. No finished storage, just insulation and beams and ductwork. During inspection, the guy who sold me the place pulled the ladder down, shined a flashlight up, and said, "Nothing interesting up there." He was right, at least then. The first noise I heard was so slight, I almost admired it. A soft pressure shift above the bedroom at around 2 in the morning, like one careful footstep where no footstep should be. Not a crash, not a scurry, not the quick scratch of an animal. Just wait. I lay still and listened. Nothing followed. Houses make sounds. Wood contracts. Temperature changes. Ducts expand and pop. I knew that. I'd lived in enough old places to know it. But this wasn't that. It sounded deliberate, which is a dangerous word to use about noise, because once you assign intention to a sound, it becomes hard to take it back. The next night, it happened again. One slow pressure shift, then silence. During the day, I pulled down the ladder and looked around with a flashlight. Insulation, beans, stored paint cans left by the previous owner, an old baby gate, nothing else. I came back down feeling sheepish. Then small things in the house started bothering me. A bottle of water missing from the fridge when I knew I hadn't taken it. The hallway runner rug slightly skewed in the morning. A kitchen sponge moved from the sink to the counter. Again, nothing dramatic. Always that. Fear enters like a typo, not a headline. I had a cat then, too, and he began acting strangely at the top of the stairs. He would sit there at night, looking up toward the attic hatch, not puffed up or aggressive, just alert in a fixed, listening way that made me want to close every door in the house. One Saturday morning I was cleaning and found a dark smudge high on the wall near the attic ladder, like someone's fingers had brushed the paint. I live alone. I'm not tall enough to touch that spot without a stepladder. I called a pest company first because I wanted a normal explanation. The technician crawled through the attic, found no rodents, no raccoons, no nests, no droppings. He said maybe ducts settling, maybe squirrels on the roof. He shrugged the kind of shrug people use when they're done thinking about your fear. That evening I went out to dinner with a friend and came back around 10. As I unlocked my front door, I noticed the upstairs hallway light was on. I never leave it on. Ever. I stood in the doorway with my keys in my hand and listened. No sound. I turned on every light downstairs, checked the kitchen, living room, bathroom, closets. Nothing. Then I went upstairs. The attic ladder was pulled down halfway. Not fully extended, just unlatched, hanging a foot below the ceiling like it had been lowered carefully and then pushed back up in a hurry. I remember the way my knees weakened when I saw that. Not from sudden shock, from a slow, sinking certainty. The kind that arrives when several tiny wrong things finally gather into one shape, and that shape is worse than any single incident. I left the house and called the police from my car. They searched the place, including the attic. At first, they found nothing. Then one officer called down for a bag. Tucked deep behind the ductwork, where you wouldn't see it from the ladder, was a pile of things. 2 empty water bottles, a protein bar wrapper, a flashlight, a thin blanket, and a cheap phone charger trailing toward an outlet someone had installed near the attic access years ago. Someone had been staying up there, not full-time, apparently. The attic was too hot, too cramped, but long enough, often enough. They also found that the back gate latch could be lifted from outside with a piece of wire, and that the small laundry room window on the ground floor didn't fully lock unless you shoved it hard. I had not been shoving it hard. The police asked if anyone else had a key. No. Asked if any contractors had worked in the house recently. Yes. A cable installer about a month earlier. A handyman the previous owner recommended to fix a loose stair rail. A plumber. Nothing that narrowed it down. A detective later told me cases like that are often somebody adjacent. Not a movie-style stranger. A person who has been inside legitimately once. Someone who notices schedules. Someone who learns when the house empties and which window sticks. Sometimes they steal. Sometimes they hide from somebody else. Sometimes the motive is so ordinary it almost makes you angrier than if it were monstrous. They never proved who it was. The strongest lead was a man who had been sleeping rough nearby and doing odd jobs for cash. A neighbor recognized him from a photo lineup as someone she'd seen walking through the back alley a few times. He had done cleanup work for the previous owner after a minor roof leak the year before I bought the place. He knew the layout. He knew the attic existed. That was it. Not enough. I stayed with my sister for almost 2 weeks afterward, while new locks, window stops, motion lights, and a security system were installed. Everyone told me I was safe then. They said the right things. It's over. You did the smart thing. They probably won't come back now that they know the place is watched. But safety, once cracked, does not reset that easily. The hardest part wasn't the attic itself. It was the memory review that followed. Every ordinary moment became contaminated by the possibility of an unseen witness. Watching television in old sweatpants, singing badly while unloading groceries, falling asleep on the couch, walking barefoot to the bathroom at 3 in the morning. I kept thinking about how many nights I had heard that single careful shift overhead and stayed in bed because I wanted to be reasonable. When I finally returned home, the house looked exactly the same. Same walls, same rug, same mug in the dish rack. But all the air had changed. I couldn't go upstairs without glancing at the hatch. I couldn't drink from a water bottle without wondering whether it had been one of the ones missing. I couldn't hear the wood settle without waiting for the second sound, the one that might make it human. Months later, while sorting old mail, I found something that still bothers me more than any of the evidence the police collected. It was a grocery receipt that wasn't mine, stuck behind the console table by the front door. Cheap bread, deli meat, apples, batteries. Total under $12. Nothing alarming, nothing memorable. The date on it matched a week I knew I had been living there alone. I have no proof it belonged to the person in the attic. It might have blown in on a draft from the door, gotten caught on a shoe, been left by a worker. Any explanation is possible. But I keep thinking about those apples. Because around that same week, I had thrown out 2 apples from the fruit bowl after finding tiny bruises on them, as if someone had picked them up and put them back. That is how my mind works now. It doesn't leap to the most dramatic conclusion. It just keeps a quiet file of details that no longer sit right together. The hallway light, the half-lowered ladder, the water bottle, the careful single footstep overhead, the fruit with fingerprints I can't prove were there. I still live in that townhouse. I didn't sell it. Partly because I refused to let a hidden person erase me from my own life, and partly because money doesn't bend around fear the way people think it should. The security system stays on. The windows are reinforced. The attic hatch has a contact alarm on it now that would wake the dead if it opened. And still, once in a while, I wake in the middle of the night, then listen. Not because I expect to hear something obvious. It's almost worse than that. I listen for anything that feels slightly too careful. A pause in the wrong place. The sense that a silence has shape. The tiniest suggestion that the house is making room for another body without telling me. Maybe that's the thread running through all of this, through every room and hallway and borrowed bed I've talked about tonight. None of those places looked dangerous at first. They looked ordinary. They looked tired, domestic, even kind. The fear arrived later, not as chaos, but as correction. A towel folded differently, a lock turned back, a chair moved, a name added to a list, a door opened by a hand I trusted, or by my own hand when I wasn't fully there. That's what lingers with me when the house gets quiet. Not the idea of evil in some loud, distant form. Just the thought that danger is often patient enough to learn the floor plan, soft enough to move one thing at a time, and familiar enough that, for a while, you call it a mistake. And maybe that's why nights feel so long after a story like this, because once you know how little has to be wrong for everything to feel wrong, sleep becomes a kind of negotiation. You close the door. You check the lock. You tell yourself the noises belong to the house. And in the dark, with everything finally still, the only thing you can't ever be completely sure of is whether the stillness means you're alone.